Chapter 10:30. The Dragon Queen treated him with sincerity and righteousness, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked for Bran's opinion seriously. However, Danny didn't mind. This wasn't a one-off deal. The whole process would take at least a few years, and at most a few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even more than 10,000 years. They could only cooperate until the end if John was completely willing. If you don't agree, you have to rely on your own power to become a demigod. Only the long lifespan of a demigod can guarantee that you have enough time to comprehend the Song of Ice. However, the Dragon Queen has already defied the heavens and changed your fate. You used to be the savior, but now you've lost your destiny. At this point, Bran sighed. It's not that she stole your destiny. It's just that the people you're saving are different. In the original destiny, your best ending was to end the long night and start the next era. However, the long night was only paused, and the world's downward trend didn't change. In other words, you didn't save the world, but humans. You only saved half of it. The future of humans is still in the hands of the gods. Her Majesty can save the world from its roots. This long night will be the last long night, and humans will no longer be the playthings of the gods. Although the Dragon Queen has replaced the gods, she probably won't play with the fate of humans. Probably? The corner of his mouth twitched. You're not confident in yourself, so how can I believe you? I made a believer similar to the three-eyed crow. It's the manager of the new world, Danny interrupted. Yes, we should believe in it just like how we believe in the three-eyed crow. Bran seemed to be comforting himself. Don't stray from the topic. Danny said calmly, John, you've lost your destiny. If you don't agree with the Queen's plan, it'll be difficult for you to sing the Song of Ice with your own ability without the support of the world's will. If you agree with the Queen's plan, you're destined to have no fate with the Song of Ice. It will definitely belong to the Queen. Of course, your efforts won't go to waste. Firstly, with the frost seed provided by the Queen, you can at least become a demigod. Secondly, there is a chorus besides the main song. Even if you hand over the Song of Ice, your comprehension of the laws of ice will not disappear. Comprehending the chorus of the Song of Ice will be as easy as flipping your hand. After careful consideration, Bran wasn't sure which choice was the most beneficial to John. Therefore, he tried his best to explain the pros and cons in a fair manner and let John choose for himself. This was the path he had chosen. Even if he found that the ground was full of holes, he could only slap himself a few times and grit his teeth to persevere to the end. John said hesitantly, Demigod at the very least, and true God at the very least. With such a beautiful future, is there still a need to consider other options? The chorus is relatively weak. It's restrained by the main song, and its potential is limited, Danny said. But even if I don't agree, there's no hope for me to comprehend the main song of the Song of Ice. John smiled bitterly. Furthermore, how can I compete with the Queen for what she wants? He sighed in his heart. Even if he didn't know much about the competition of laws, he knew the simple principle of Tao disappears if the body dies. You won't regret it? Danny asked in the end. There's nothing to regret. Even if it's just to kill Frost God, I'm willing to pay any price. Besides, there are other benefits. John's expression was firm. Also, you're my aunt. I'm happy to be able to help you. Finally, the meat is in the pot. Yes, as long as it didn't conflict with Stark's interests, his three values were still relatively correct. If that's the case, let's begin. Now, John looked around the leaky wooden warehouse. Here. It's very simple. You just need to relax your mind. Later, a consciousness will enter your sea of consciousness. The process was indeed very simple. First, Danny's 9-colored vortex entered Blackie's sea of consciousness and overclocked with his 9-colored vortex. This was equivalent to her giving Blackie complete control of the Song of Fire. This process couldn't last long. If it took too long, Danny's main soul of the Song of Fire would completely die. Then, during the period when the Song of Fire was lost, Danny's second soul ring split into a brand new subsoul. The subsoul recorded all of her understanding of the Song of Ice. It was the so-called seed of the Song of Ice. If the seed was allowed to grow, in a few days or a few months, Danny would be able to express her feelings and naturally sing her own Song of Ice. Yes, it was just the beginning. But she didn't even have a day. Her main soul was still overclocking with Blackie. Thus, this seed turned into a consciousness and merged with John's sea of consciousness. John shuddered and felt that there was something extra in his body. Open your mind, touch it, embrace it, and merge with it. The Dragon Queen's voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, suddenly ringing in John's sea of consciousness. John had two transcendent professions: Shadowbinder with the power of shadows and Transfiguration with the power of souls. Thus, his sea of consciousness was a black dome with countless green stars representing the green spring. His soul core was a ball of distorted smoke representing the Shadowbinder. Dark red sparks flickered in the fog, representing the blood witchcraft and fire witchcraft. Whoosh! An ice-blue sun appeared under the dark green star's dome. Its aura was exactly the same as the green stars in the sky. Its essence was the green spring that the old god had bestowed upon Transfiguration. But it wasn't just the green spring. Looking at the ice-blue sun, John felt the warmth of a mother's embrace, but also a bone-chilling coldness. But his desire for coldness exceeded the concern of a mother. Any believer of the old god would feel a sense of peace when they saw the green spring. John was no exception, and his own destiny of ice and death was extremely eager for the seed of the Song of Ice. John didn't hesitate anymore. His soul core split out a tentacle made of black smoke. It slowly moved upward and touched the ice-blue sun. Buzz! It was as if fate had met. In an instant, Danny and John's souls shook violently. A picture scroll slowly unfolded in front of John. The picture recorded coldness, emptiness, silence, darkness, despair. His soul suddenly rose into the sky, into the star realm beyond the heavens, and then continued to rise into the empty universe. He raised his head and saw an illusory platform. He lowered his head and saw another illusory platform. Between the two platforms, a translucent bubble slowly fell. On the surface of the bubble, there were many stars. Most of the stars were completely dim. The brightest star made people feel fear and hatred just by looking at it. This is our world. The stars are the true gods. The brightest star represents the frost god. John had an epiphany. Everything he saw unfolded in front of Danny's eyes. She saw even more. Outside of the ice, she saw fire. The world was silent in the ice, and the world was born in the fire. It was very strange. When she saw fire, she felt close to it. When she saw ice, she felt the same. At this moment, her Song of Fire's progress did not increase, but the first flame characteristic in her Song of Fire started to increase rapidly. This surprised her. What made her even more surprised was that she had comprehended the Song of Ice, and even the highest mastery of the Song of Ice, death. The Song of Fire had mastery, and the highest mastery was creation. The Song of Ice also had mastery, and the highest mastery was death. The death here was different from the death god's law of death in the world. The death god controlled the final fate of all living things. The Song of Ice's death represented the end of all things. It could be said that the death god's death was the chorus of the world's end. Now, Danny was comprehending the mastery of death. What did this mean? It meant that if she could comprehend the Song of Ice, it would definitely be the highest level of the Song of Ice. Why is this happening? She was puzzled. Suddenly, her sea of law shook. Bran was overjoyed. Jon reached the heavens in a single step, instantly crossing the threshold of demigod, and singing the Song of Ice. Then he was bewildered. This is too fast. Could it be? He looked at the Dragon Queen, and then at Jon. Their wills were like a star and a planet. The Dragon Queen was a star, and Jon was a planet. The two stars were connected by spiritual power, and were moving in an uncoordinated manner. The planet was originally hovering on the edge of demigod, and could not break through for a long time. The star's huge gravitational force instantly brought the planet out of the bottleneck. After reaching the next level, the planet headed toward the ice domain, pointing out the direction for the star. The star's gravitational force was the driving force for the planet to move forward. I see. This is the Song of Ice and Fire plan that Lalo had been planning for 10,000 years. Jon and the Dragon Queen accidentally reached the realm that Lalo dreamed of. Bran was enlightened. Then, he felt a little regretful. In Lalo's original plan, Jon should be the leader, and the Dragon Queen should sacrifice herself to help Jon. Now, it was the opposite. Of course, without the Oriole Lalo, Jon would not be at a disadvantage. From a lose-lose situation before changing fate, it became a win-win situation after the Dragon Queen changed fate. However, it was a win-win situation for Dany and Jon, but a huge loss for Lalo. No, in the Smoke Sea, at the mouth of the Trench volcano where the sheep egg was sealed, the Light King Lalo hugged his head and howled. Why is it like this? Why is the heavens so unfair to me? This is my result. I spent 10,000 years and countless efforts. Why should my efforts benefit those two ants? This isn't fair. I also want to know, why do you think that the result of my thousands of years of hard work belongs to you? In the ancient temple beside him, the sheep egg said resentfully. The lava giant suddenly turned his head and stared at the door of the temple fiercely. He roared, I am the one who made you. Your everything belongs to me, and the same goes for Dany, Rise, and Jon. After being agitated, he quickly calmed down and said faintly, I used hundreds of millions of years to study the laws and the world. My hard work and sweat did not go to waste. I created a witchcraft to communicate with the world's will. Impossible. The world's will cannot be communicated. It cannot be communicated. The sheep egg shook his head repeatedly. Lalo sighed and said, If you know all of a person's habits and all of his actions in your eyes, it is just a function problem that contains countless variables. Without meeting or speaking, knowing the variables and solving the function was receiving information from him. Changing the variables and creating the solution to the function you wanted was equivalent to sending him information, and then he would listen to you and do as you said. My communication with the world's will is based on the communicator's comprehensive knowledge of the world. It is not as direct as a normal person's communication. What are functions and variables? The sheep egg was confused. Also, how can you understand the world in all aspects? That is a huge amount of work. No one can do it. You think I have been in a daze in the Earth's core for hundreds of millions of years? As long as you are willing to work hard and persevere, there is nothing you can't do. Lalo said proudly. The sheep egg was silent. After a long silence, Lalo said again, Variables and functions are learned from Dany, Rise's mathematics book. She specially wrote a bachelor's textbook, and the book, Advanced Mathematics, is especially interesting. Why do you read a mortal's book? The sheep egg was confused. Dany, Rise is a mortal? Have you been a god for so long that you have forgotten your identity? Lalo sneered. Also, if you don't even understand the enemy, how can you win? What did you learn from her book, Advanced Mathematics? The power of the first flame? Did you learn something about the Song of Fire? Actually, you can consider giving up on the Song of Fire. It is too difficult for you. Why don't you sing the chorus? It should be easy. Well, It might not be easy for you, but you have perseverance, you are willing to work hard, and you have no competition, you can slowly grind it down. Lalo ignored the sheep egg's sarcasm and said calmly, although advanced mathematics has nothing to do with supernatural power, it contains a lot of powerful knowledge to measure the world. You don't understand. I don't blame you. After all, I am your teacher, and I only cared about teaching you magic. It is all my fault that you look like a vulgar illiterate now. According to what you said, all the kings of the world should be ashamed. They are the vulgar illiterates you speak of. The sheep egg sneered. Are they not? Lalo asked. Chapter 10:31. What's the point of understanding Danny Reese's knowledge? Sheep egg could not understand. Lalo glanced at the temple in disdain. She has knowledge, so I will learn from her and use her knowledge to defeat her. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you deal with them freely. For example, if I know that you are stupid, I will not talk about the priceless principles of knowledge. Are you saying that I am stupid? Sheepegg shouted. You stupid donkey. After billions of years, the Song of Fire is still so low level. In just a few hundred years, I have surpassed you, and now you still have the face to show off in front of me? These words deeply hurt Lalo, and the flames on his body that had calmed down began to boil again. Ungrateful dog. Without me, you would only be a lowly shepherd for the rest of your life. I am the one who created you. The birth of Danny Reese and John was not an accident. It was me. Lalo was extremely excited. He stood up and faced the door of the temple, pointed at his nose, and announced proudly and bitterly, You are all my results. The two had argued countless times about the topic of being ungrateful. Sheepegg was impatient to repeat the useless work, so he remained silent. Seeing that he was silent, Lalo gradually calmed down. However, he seemed to be in a panic and could not help but confide to his former disciple. In the last era, I saved the world and received the gift of the will of the world. I communicated with it and persuaded it to invest all its remaining strength to nurture the seed of the Song of Ice and Fire. The seed was divided into two, ice and fire. The destiny of Yasuo and Ahai has always been in my hands. Without me, ice and fire will never meet. In theory, my plan is perfect. The rudder of fate is in my hands, and the secret key of the treasure chest is also in my hands. He reached out and clenched his hand tightly. But I paid so much and planned for thousands of years. Why did it benefit those two bastards in the end? As Lalo spoke, he became agitated again. He pointed at the door of the temple and cursed, You are the instigator. If you had not taken away my Song of Fire, even if Danny Reese had some small problems, I would have had the power to stabilize the situation. You ingrate. You don't know what's good for you. You've harmed me and yourself. As long as you remember my kindness, you should sacrifice yourself and help me upgrade Song of Fire to the highest level. When Danny Rise is born, I'll be able to easily fuse with her first flame and create the unparalleled Song of Ice and Fire. Such a perfect plan, but you ruined it. Fuck you. Being constantly insulted, Sheepegg was also angered. Your Song of Fire's level is too low, and you don't have the qualifications to fuse with the first flame's characteristics. You want me to sacrifice myself to help you, but why? Even if I herded sheep in the valleys of Valeglia for the rest of my life, with the shallow blood, witchcraft passed down from my ancestors, with my own wisdom and talents, I would at least have a future as a local ancestor god. It would be better than offering my bloodline and soul to you, wouldn't it? You are my believer, my god. You are still my disciple. I raised you and taught you. I am like a father. Lalo shouted righteously. Isn't it natural to sacrifice everything for one's faith, for one's God, and for one's father? I also hope that this is natural. I am Danny Rise's ancestor. the god that her ancestors believed in, the king of her grandfather's generation. Why wouldn't she sacrifice everything to her faith, to her Lord, and to her ancestors? Sheepegg's voice was louder than Lalo's. She doesn't even know you, and she doesn't believe in you, but you call me father. You heartless bastard. Lalo spat. Yes, I did call you father back then, but that was because my own father told me that a skinny middle-aged man like you could come to our tribe alone. You were dressed neatly, with rosy cheeks and a noble temperament. You must be extraordinary. My father told me to curry favor with you, so I called you father. Later, I realized that as long as I called you father, you would give me candy, treat me more gently, and teach me more attentively. Why didn't you call me father? If you want to hear it, I can call you father again. Father! But that's all fake. Lalo's body trembled, and he was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to the hillside where the grass was fragrant and the afternoon sun was slanting. A 3-year-old boy with a strong head called him father. Back then, it was definitely not fake. You bastard, he cursed dejectedly and lamented. Look at the two of us. How are we living? If we could work together, the entire world would be under our feet now. Come on, Sheepegg said unhappily. If I didn't resist, maybe the two of us could really trample the world under our feet. However, I'm your stepping stone, placed on the world, but under your stinky feet. Moreover, isn't it all thanks to you that I'm living like this today? If you were willing to sacrifice yourself and let me comprehend the characteristics of the ember of the first flame from your body, then when Danny Rise was born, I could take away her bloodline, and the person singing the song of the first flame right now would be me. Why didn't you help me? Why did you plot against me? Sheepegg was full of resentment and shouted himself hoarse. You heartless thing, how can you say such things? Lalo cursed. Why can't I say it? Isn't that your logic? Deep in the smoke sea, Lalo and Sheepegg were having a lively conversation. Far away in the astral world, half of Hanshen's body had entered the material world, and he was both shocked and angry. My Song of Ice, lost 1%. Who stole my Song of Ice? Could it be Danny Rise? No, it's not her aura. It's someone else, someone related to her fate. He is the original savior of fate, Jon Snow. Hanshen gritted his teeth. My attention has always been on Danny Rise, and I neglected him. Now that Danny Rise is restrained by the Righteous Alliance and the situation in Ursos is stabilizing, maybe we should postpone the attack on Slaver's Bay and make him the main target. Nas, he called out to his little brother. On Nas Island, the butterfly fairy opened her eyes. My lord, there is no one alive on Nas Island. Do you have any other orders? Very good. Sensing the thousands of growing little ghosts on Nas Island, Hanshen praised with satisfaction. And then said seriously, go to the Smoke Sea again, find Lalo, and tell him that I am willing to help him take back what belongs to him. After listening to the boss plan, the butterfly fairy hesitated and said, Lalo is not stupid. He knows that you are plotting against Jon for the Song of Ice. But if he devours Jon's soul, he will also get his Song of Ice. In other words, we have a fundamental conflict with Lalo. How can we convince him of our sincerity? Hanshen sneered. Jon Snow is very talented, and with the help of Danny Rise, he can take the Song of Ice from me. Lalo is the opposite. He can't even keep his Song of Fire and Song of Light. So what if he gets Jon's Song of Ice? Since I can complete my Song of Ice with my own ability, why should I fight with him for Jon's Song of Ice? That's true. The butterfly fairy suddenly realized. Even if Lalo gets Jon's Song of Ice, Hanshen will be able to take it back by fair means soon. So Hanshen's willingness to cooperate was very sincere. Explain to Lalo like this. Will he be angry and refuse to cooperate with us? The butterfly fairy asked hesitantly. The truth is very hurtful, but the truth can also make him feel at ease. Lalo may fly into a rage, but he will not refuse. Hans Hen said. The butterfly fairy took the order and left. Hans Hen pondered for a long time and said lightly, "Do you regret it?" "Am I not you?" he said. The same voice, the same soul fluctuation. He said, "Yes, you are me and I am you." Whether it is Danny Rise or Jon Snow, they are only temporary difficulties. They can't even pass the test of the gods. The world will eventually return to coldness and darkness, and eternal peace and tranquility will follow, he said. He said, "A peaceful world, harmonious people." After that, both of them fell into silence. Danny was the first to wake up, surprised and happy. This time, we really took advantage of Lalo. "What happened?" Bran asked curiously. "Why did Jon sing the song of ice so quickly? I thought it would take years." Danny smiled and said, "I don't know what Lalo did, but after Jon's ice and death destiny met with my first fire destiny, the two sides immediately resonated. It's like they should have been harmonious and complemented each other, but they were divided into two at the beginning of their birth." "What kind of resonance?" Bran asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment and said, "You can think of the song of ice and fire as a house. The house is made of stone walls and wooden beams. If the stone walls are the song of fire, and the beams are the song of ice, my song of fire is of a high level, the stone walls are tall, and the beams are a size smaller. They don't match, but with reference to the small beams and the existing stone wall structure, you can roughly deduce the blueprints of the building, right? With the blueprints, you still don't know what kind of beams to choose. The architectural blueprints of the combination of the beams and stone walls are the resonance of the destinies of Jon and me, even if his song of ice is of a low level because of the resonance of ice and fire destiny. It pointed me in the direction of researching the highest level song of ice. When Jon sings the complete song of ice, I will start my own highest level song of ice. So that's how it is. Bran understood. She and Jon were mutually fulfilling. She could fulfill him, and he could fulfill her. In the fate that Lalo had arranged, she would fulfill him, and he would fulfill her. Now, most of the benefits that were destined to belong to Lalo belonged to her, and Jon could also benefit from it. Not long after, Jon woke up from his enlightenment. Bran warned, "Lalo and the Frost God will definitely be angry. The Dragon Queen is not afraid of revenge, but Jon, you have to be careful of the Red God Priest like you are of deviant ghosts." At this time, half of Jon's talent and destiny was his own, and the other half came from Lalo. In Lalo's original plan, ice and fire would be divided. Danny would take the fire, and Jon would take the ice. In the end, Danny sacrificed herself, and ice and fire merged in Jon's body. Therefore, in the original plan, his target was not Danny, but Jon. When Jon was resurrected, Lalo gave him Yasuo Yahai's destiny, just for the sake of a rich reward in the future. Just like how he invested in Yasuo Yahai. After Yasuo Yahai succeeded in saving the world, he had to give his soul, bloodline, and destiny to him. Therefore, Lalo could perfectly devour Jon. Now that he realized that he had opened the Song of Ice, he might be tempted. "I don't need you to remind me. I'm already hiding in Twilight Valley." Hearing Bran's warning, Jon only smiled bitterly. "The way Stannis looks at me now is often filled with uncontrollable desire, which makes my back feel cold." It was clear that Hiller had encouraged him to attack me a long time ago, but he still retained some of his humanity and rationality. I don't dare to keep testing his bottom line, so I left King's Landing directly, out of sight, out of mind. In the Westeros, Lala will never hurt you, Dany's aunt comforted. Her nephew had already died at the hands of Erlu, and she definitely would not allow the same thing to happen again. Chapter 1032. Regardless of whether it was based on science or magic, the development of civilization generally had a continuity. Valeglia's steel and Valeglia's immortal stone were also miracles in modern scientific society, but they did not suddenly appear in the world. Before steel, there was a magical metal called dragon steel. Before immortal stone, there was a magical stone called black stone. Like immortal stone, black stone was abnormally sturdy and immortal. In the last era, the center of civilization was the barren land in the east. The kingdom of Dawn built by the emperor was so powerful that it could suppress the gods. In that kingdom, black stone was used in large quantities. In order to defend against the evil demons in the eastern dark world, the emperor built 5 giant fortresses in the eastern border, which were now called 5 bases. 5 bases was a miracle of the world, as famous as the Great Wall. It was made of black stone and could accommodate a large army of more than 10,000 people for a long time. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. That's right, not 100 meters, but more than 1,000 meters, like a mountain. Perhaps it was a building specially designed to resist the gods' forbidden spells. In the Westeros, there were also black stone buildings. For example, the sea stone seat that the Dragon Queen was sitting on now. Compared to the miracles of 5 bases, the sea stone seat was as small as a speck of dust. However, this stone chair that looked like a squid on a plate represented the supreme power of the Iron Islands. It's been almost 2 months, and you have made no progress at all? Asha looked up and glanced at the queen, who was swaying her legs with her legs crossed. She was a little scared. The queen was wearing armor and had a great sword by her feet. Was she going to go crazy with this fully armed appearance? She did not know if Inami could withstand the queen's sword. If she could not, how could she appease Taimin, who had lost his faith? The Duchess of the Iron Islands squeezed out a flattering smile and said, "Your Majesty, I've really tried my best, but I'm not an Inami priest. Even after praying for more than a week, Her Majesty Inami still ignored me. Inami isn't a saint. Rather than praying, I'd rather kill a few people." Danny's mouth twitched. "The 3rd drowned man Thale replied. 7 drowned men have already committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Their souls have already entered the flowing water palace to personally state your alliance to Her Majesty the Inami." Danny raised her eyebrows and said strangely, "This is a good idea." Her complexion improved a little. 7 people were drowned, which meant that Iron Seed didn't slack off. "Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. I'm guessing that Her Majesty Inami has declined your request," Thales said cautiously. Danny gently patted the armrest with her right hand. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "What idea?" Asha and Priest Talib were confused. "The Inami refused to save the world and ignored you. Do you still believe in her? Or do you have any complaints in your heart?" Danny asked. Asha's complexion changed a few times. She hesitated. Of course, she was dissatisfied, but she wasn't stupid. How could she say it out loud? Thale shook his head, as if he had been electrocuted. "We Iron Seed were created by the Inami. How could we complain about our own god?" "You don't dare, but what about me?" Danny smiled faintly. "Do you think that after being ignored for 2 months, I won't resent her?" Plop! The two paled and knelt on the ground together. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I think we should give Her Majesty the Inami a chance to turn over a new leaf." Asha's mouth was loose, and she said what was on her mind. The 3rd drowned man's face twisted. "Duke, you should respect Her Majesty the Inami." "Of course I respect Her Majesty the Inami, but she's in danger now. I'm worried," Asha said anxiously. The 3rd drowned man's voice faltered, and he mumbled, Why, calm down." Danny waved her hand. "I'm not an evil person. Even if Inami refuses, I will only persuade her." Fighting and killing is not in line with the Holy Mother's teachings of mercy. The third drowned man breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, why don't you talk to Her Majesty the Inami personally? Danny frowned. I've tried, but she didn't respond. If it doesn't work, I can only force my way into the flowing water palace. Are you interested in taking a look? I'm a living person. Can I go to the flowing water palace? Asha said blankly. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? The old shaman slammed his hands on the ground in agitation and cried out, Your Majesty, please don't force your way into the flowing water palace. If there's a conflict, then... If Her Majesty the Inami gets hurt, that's not good. The old shaman mumbled. Even he subconsciously believed that Inami couldn't withstand a few blows from the Dragon Queen. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. I promise I won't kill your god. Kill. The old shaman shuddered and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I have a way for you to contact my master. What way? Danny asked curiously. You know Naga Hill? That's the temple of Her Majesty the Inami, Shaman Taili said. Danny nodded thoughtfully. I can go there and take a look. Then she got up from the chair, picked up her sword, and hung the sword belt on her left waist. She held the weirwood cane in her right hand and pointed it in front of her. A thin, green line appeared in the air in front of the throne. The line pulled to the left and right, and a round door with a light green membrane appeared. Huff, huff, boom. The north wind howled, and the turbid waves shattered on the rocks. The dark seawater and gray foam even passed through the green membrane and fell on the face of the Duke of the Iron Islands, who was stunned. What is this? She asked dryly. Are you going? Danny asked. To where? Asha asked blankly. It's Old Wake Island. Is this the legendary dimensional door? Shaman Taili suddenly realized and exclaimed, I'll go. Asha also came back to her senses and looked at the Dragon Queen in awe. She swallowed and said, This dimensional door is a little high. I need to find a chair to cushion it. Danny smiled faintly. With a gentle push of her palm, the planar membrane hanging in front of the throne sped forward horizontally. It left the range of the royal stairs and descended vertically. Then it stuck close to the marble floor and crashed into Asha like lightning. Whoosh! The dimensional door flew past, and Asha disappeared. The dimensional door turned and flew, and with another whoosh, the dumbfounded shaman Taili disappeared. The maids and guards in the throne room finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim. Danny shrugged and didn't explain. She jumped lightly and landed in the dimensional door that was flying towards her. Without a sound, the Dragon Queen disappeared along with the light green spatial gate, leaving the attendants looking at each other in dismay. By the name of Inami, have we really arrived at Old Wake Island? Asha covered her mouth and exclaimed as she stood in the bone-chilling gray Sea King's hall. The Inami's temple wasn't in Greyjoy's Pike City. Just like the Tully and Tyrell families, the Greyjoy family was able to become the most powerful family in the Iron Islands because Targaryen helped them get rid of their respective kings. Before the War of Conquest, the Hall family had ruled the Iron Islands for nearly 6,000 years. The Hall family's achievements were much more impressive than the Greyjoy family's. At that time, not only was the River Gap Tiamin's territory, but the western region, the Riverbend, the Stormlands, and the valleys were all areas where the Ironseed family expanded. The largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms wasn't Casterly Rock City or Storm's End Castle, but Helen Castle by the Divine Eye Lake. It was the palace of the Hall family. This was also why the Greyjoy family's fief was neither the largest nor the richest. The largest island in the Iron Islands was Great Wake Island, the the most fertile island was Harlow Island, and the most sacred island was Old Wake Island. The Greyjoy family's Pike City was small and barren. It also lacked a good harbor, due to the weathering of the promontory. There were many rocks in the nearby sea. Woo-woo, the moment Dany's feet touched the ground. A hurried horn sounded from the side. It was their arrival that triggered the sentry's alarm. Not far from the Grey Sea King's Hall, there were several sentry towers erected. The sky was dark and turbid waves surged. The bottom of the towers was covered in a layer of eye-catching white alkali. The flames in the towers flickered, and the sentry with a torch was running towards them. "Don't worry, it's me," Asha shouted at the soldiers who had drawn their swords and crossbows. The sky was dark, and Asha didn't light a torch. The guards could only vaguely see a few figures. The howling cold wind distorted the Duchess' voice. Dany opened her right hand. Black foam appeared in the palm of her silver iron glove. Ka! The foam condensed into a black crow. The black crow leaped into the air and exploded into a fireball in the sky. The scorching fireball flickered a few times. The flames were restrained, and the temperature was lowered. However, it suddenly shone brightly. The Grey Sea King's Hall was as bright as day. This is... The soldiers who were running towards them stopped and covered their eyes in shock. "It's me." Asha took a few steps forward and recognized the leader. She pointed at Dany and said, "Tanner, this is the Dragon Queen." Then she introduced him to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, this is Tanner Zhuogu, the second son of Bonehand Dunstan." Zhuogu was the lord of Old Wake Island. His clan emblem was a skeletal palm. After the greetings, Tanner left the other guards outside and followed Dany and the others into the Grey Sea King's Hall. The so-called Grey Sea King's Hall was actually the stomach of the sea dragon Naga. 44 ribs were the beams and pillars. Between the ribs hung a curtain made of silver seaweed. The interior area was more than 1,000 square meters. It was said that Naga was the world's first sea dragon. It was extremely powerful and could overturn rivers and seas. However, it was still no match for the Grey Sea King. When its body was dragged to the hill, the Inami came and turned Naga's bones into fossils. That's how it looks now. The old shaman squatted on the ground and stroked the thick spine of a train. His tone was filled with pride that made Dany disgusted. She looked indifferent. She walked to the end of the hall and passed through the passage made by the sea dragon's throat bones. She came to the head of the Megalosaurus. The Grey Sea King used the sea dragon's mouth to create a gray throne. The sea dragon's teeth were like a crown that surrounded the throne. After a moment's hesitation, Dany sat on it. With both hands on the armrest, Dany took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and opened them again. In an instant, the timeline in her eyes flew back. 4 years ago, Wet Magic, Iron gathered all the Iron Seed captains to hold a king selection meeting. Only captains were eligible to participate in the king selection meeting. Yolen of Scylla and Asha announced their respective elections here. Yolen of Scylla's plundering of the world was better than Asha's taking land for farming. Asha hoped that the North would cede the rock coast in the west to the Iron Islands, so that the Iron Seed could farm for a living. 6,000 years ago, in the second last king selection meeting before Iron, the Greyen family violated the rules set by the Inami and slaughtered all the candidates. Blood stained the ribs of the Naga. After that, the king selection meeting became a decoration. The Greyen family became the hereditary king of the Iron Islands. Until 1,000 years later, the Hall family joined forces with Greyjoy and slaughtered the Greyen family. After that, Dany witnessed 111 king selection meetings, one after another. Basically, she became more and more moral. Looking at the river of time, she became more and more shameless. For example, when the Iron King was old and weak, he arranged for his son to ascend the throne. When the new Iron King ascended the throne, he immediately massacred the people of the previous generation of the Iron Throne. Chapter 1033. In the era of the King Selection Assembly, the Iron Seed entered a golden age of rapid development. Almost every Iron King was the most devout Iron Seed, the strongest warrior, and the wisest and most decisive pirate king. From the Mormont family's Bear Island in the north to the Redwin family's Green Pavilion Island in the south, they were all Iron Seed's territories. As long as there was a sea city, there were traces of Iron Seed pirate ships. The King Selection Assembly not only unified the Iron Seed's power, but also eliminated the losses caused by infighting. Before the King Selection Assembly, every island was a kingdom, and there were usually two kings in a kingdom. The Rock King, who ruled the island, maintained justice, made laws, and settled disputes. The Sea Salt King, who ruled the sea, commanded the ships no matter when they went out to sea. Generally speaking, the Rock King and the Sea Salt King would come from the same family. The father would be the Rock King, who was experienced and oversaw the island. The son would be the Sea Salt King, who was young and energetic and went out to plunder. It was the same principle as the Celestial Empire's king patrolling, crown prince regent. However, the Iron Seed had to go out to kill or be killed, which was a high-risk and physically demanding job. So the son would go out and the father would stay at home. Because they belonged to different kingdoms, even though they were both Iron Seed, Time Men often fought with each other. Until the Heroes' Era, a great priest called White Staff Garen appeared among the Inanese. Well, the old priest liked to beat people with a weirwood cane, so everyone called him White Staff. White Staff created the King Selection Assembly system and set a series of laws for the Iron Seed that forbade them from robbing each other's women or plundering each other's shores. Thus, the Iron Islands became the first unified kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Well, in the Heroes' Era, the Seven Kingdoms had not yet been formed, and there were many kingdoms on the continent. A Castellan dared to call himself a king. Dany went upstream on the River of Time. Although she did not see the King Selection Assembly, generations of Inanese held ceremonies in the Grey Sea King's Hall, and generations of Sea Salt King and Rock King wore crowns on their thrones, until about 14,000 years ago, in the Dawn Era, during the Grey Sea King's era, she saw Inami. It's really not easy to meet you. Dany sighed. The sudden sound startled the mermaid, who was extracting the divinity of the Naga siren. Who? According to legend, after the Grey Sea King killed the Naga, the Inami turned the Naga's bones into fossils and turned them into the pillars and beams of the Grey Sea King's Hall. The warriors under the command of the Grey Sea King gathered around a huge starfish-shaped table and enjoyed the food presented by the sea. Their seats were all made of mother-of-pearl. Grey Sea King sat on a throne made of Naga's mouth, and a lamp made of Naga's fire seed hung above his head. The fire seed ensured that the Grey Sea King's hall would always be warm. Later, the Grey Sea King entered the flowing water palace, and the storm god extinguished the Naga's flame seed. The brocade and the throne were stolen, and the Grey Sea King's hall gradually declined. There were 2 points in this legend that were easily overlooked by mortals, but they were related to the secrets of the Inami. First, the Inami turned the Naga's bones into stone. Second, the Grey Sea King collected the Naga's flame seed, but it was extinguished by the storm god. What is Naga's fire seed? To understand this question, one must first understand who the Naga were. A long time ago, when Dany had just crossed over, she had read the Tales of the Westeros that Big Bear gave to the original owner, Dany Rise. Well, Big Bear was poor, so he could only give the storybook to Dany Rise as a wedding gift. In the tales, there was the story of the Grey Sea King killing the Naga. At that time, she took it for granted that Naga was the name of a race, and Sea Dragon represented a branch of the Megalosaurus. Later, as her understanding of the world deepened. The things that she took for granted began to become uncertain. Except for the sea dragon of the Iron Islands, there were no other legends of the sea dragon in the world. This was not normal. For example, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out before the last long night. It was not until 6,000 years ago that Valeglia used blood witchcraft to resurrect a new Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus was also very rare, but all over the world, including inside and outside the Great Wall of the Westeros, Megalosaurus skeletons had been found. In some areas, fossilized dragon eggs could still be excavated. Megalosaurus's spirit fused with the fire magic power in its body could be called a fire seed. If the Naga were a pure, water-type creature, they should not have a fire seed. More than 14,000 years ago, on Old Wake Island, a dragon corpse that was more than 100 meters long lay on the howling hills. The sun was shining brightly, and the wind was gentle. The dark blue dragon scales reflected the bright light. Iron Seed held bronze and obsidian weapons, dancing the sacrificial dance around the dragon corpse. From time to time, he would squat down and scoop a ladle of hot and clear dragon blood from the gully and pour it on his head. Iron Seed's king was a strong middle-aged man with a driftwood crown on his head. His beard, hair, and eyes were all gray, like the sea in winter. Long live the Gray Sea King! Long live the Gray Sea King! Iron Seed's eyes were fanatical, as if he was his god. Gray Sea King stood on the sea dragon's nose, looking down at the heroes and looking around. Then, he held the hilt of the iron sword that was inserted between the sea dragon's eyebrows. It was a strange-looking greatsword. Including the hilt, it was more than 3 meters long. When it was placed in front of him, it could cover his face. The spine of the sword was almost as thick as the soles of his feet. The blade was black and filled with jagged gaps. Psst! The blade was pulled out. Hot blood mixed with white juice sprayed all over Gray Sea King. Supreme God, this is your sacrifice. Gray Sea King, who was almost 2.5 meters tall, raised the 3-meter-long greatsword. It did not look out of place at all. Boom! Not far away, the seawater exploded into 10-meter-tall waves. All the Iron Seed stopped singing and looked over in awe. The seawater by the beach had a life of its own. It flowed ashore like a red carpet, spreading all the way up to the top of the hill. A majestic and tall god floated up from the water. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and handsome facial features. Without moving his feet, his body flowed along the flowing carpet to the top of the hill. Supreme God! Supreme God! Iron Seed knelt on one knee, waving his weapon and shouting fanatically. The handsome man responded with a smile of approval. My lord, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Gray Sea King knelt on the ground, holding the iron sword above his head with both hands. Very good. Inami laughed heartily. She took the iron sword and looked at it carefully. Roar! A ferocious, roaring blue dragon suddenly appeared on the blade. Goldfish, the master god, will not let you go. Ha ha ha, for a foreign dragon god like you, Oldwood will at most be angry for a few thousand years. He won't kill me. I've been angry with him for a long time, so I'll let him be angry. The angrier he is, the happier I am. As for you, you're not as strong as him. So just accept your fate. Let me devour and complete my song of water and fire. It's fate. Inami laughed proudly. Buzz buzz, a blood-red rune network appeared on the surface of the black sword. The blue dragon howled and disappeared, hanging the sword on her waist. Inami could not hide the greed and anticipation in her eyes. She reached out and pressed it between the sea dragon's eyebrows. Goo-goo-goo. The sound of rushing water came from the sea dragon's body. The scales gradually dimmed, and the dragon's skin and flesh turned gray. Finally, it turned into gray dust, and was blown away by the wind. Only the golden skeleton of the Megalosaurus was left. The Iron Seed retreated in shock. Golden runes flowed on the skeleton. It was like a stone painted with golden paint. In the rain, the paint fell off, revealing the pale white fossil bones. Compared to the sea dragon's miserable state, Inami's cheeks were flushed red. "It's not easy to see you." Suddenly, a sweet female voice appeared in Inami's ears without any warning. Ding dong! The female voice was like a stone falling into a water mirror, causing ripples. The scenery in the mirror became blurred and wrinkled in the ripples. The enchantment in the eyes of the drowning god disappeared, and they became fierce and cold. Turning around, he saw the Dragon Queen, who was one wall away. The scene changed, and the image was split into two. On the left, the sun was shining brightly. A handsome and dignified man pressed a hand between the sea dragon's eyebrows and turned to look to the right. On the right, under the dark sky, the Dragon Queen sat on the dragon bone throne and looked forward. One side was bright, and the other was dark and gloomy. Separated by the rippling river of time, Inami and Danny looked at each other. "Your sibling alliance is an insult to me. I refuse. Don't bother me again." Inami said coldly. Danny stood up and took a step forward. She crossed the rippling dividing line and came to the sunny beach on the other side. The blue sky was blue, the water was white, and the sea was beautiful. Dragon Queen walked around the sea dragon's body. Finally, she looked at the gray sea king, who was following her. "Not bad. You can still sense me." She smiled. At this time, Old Wake Island on the summer beach seemed to have paused time. The wind stopped, the waves stopped, and the white seagulls seemed to have been painted on the blue sky. Iron Seed's expression was unchanged, and he stopped moving. Only the gray sea king, although he couldn't move, his eyes were moving. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to the force he exerted. Sweat even appeared from his pores, but it stopped on his forehead and didn't slide down his cheeks. Inami didn't say a word. She just looked at her coldly. Neither of them traveled through time. The Naga Hill 14,000 years ago was like a server. Danny logged in first, and Inami was triggered and logged in as well. Therefore, the two of them had a face-to-face online conversation with the sea dragon sacrifice 14,000 years ago as the background. So, Naga is the name of the Megalosaurus, just like Blackie. The so-called first sea dragon in the world is actually a demigod Megalosaurus who understood the water rule. Sigh. It wasn't easy for the stupid Megalosaurus to have a genius who understood the rule, but it was destroyed by you. Danny sighed. "You feel sorry for this evil creature?" Inami sneered. "Do you know why the Megalosaurus became extinct at the end of the last era?" She kicked the sea dragon's forehead a few times and said sarcastically, "Naga hid in the Westeros because she ate all the Megalosaurus in the continent of Ursos." Danny frowned. "So the Megalosaurus became extinct because of you? You killed the last Megalosaurus." Inami choked and said angrily, "I don't want to argue with you. Leave. We can't work together. I'm stronger than you, and my future is brighter than yours. You'll have a better future if you follow me. Why won't you submit?" Danny asked curiously, "If a mortal said the same thing to you 10,000 years later, what would you do?" Inami asked. Danny thought for a while and said, "I'd slap that ungrateful dog to death." Inami's mouth twitched a few times and said in a muffled voice, "If that's the case, why do you have to force me?" Danny said confidently, "We're different. Everyone has different circumstances. You have to be honest and accept reality. The reality is that I can slap you to death, but you can't hurt me at all. You can try." Chapter 1034. "Your Majesty, shall we begin?" Asha asked. Just now, The Dragon Queen had walked straight through the hall and corridors to the throne at the end of the Grey Sea King's hall. Then she closed her eyes and meditated. After a few minutes, they could not wait any longer. Dany opened her eyes and asked, "Begin what?" Asha was stunned for a moment. Then she turned to look at Priest Thale beside her. "What should we do to communicate with Her Majesty Inami?" "Hold a sacrificial ceremony in the center of the hall. There is a chance that we can contact the Flowing Water Palace," the old priest said. Dany smiled and shook her head. "No need. I have already met with Inami." She stopped smiling and stood up from the stone throne. Then she sighed. "I did not want to make a big fuss, but she is stubborn. There is nothing I can do. Inami has appeared before." "Where?" Tanner Chogu looked around with a suspicious expression. "Right here, but it was in the Dawn era. 10,000 years ago." Everyone's expression was strange. "All right, I have now confirmed Inami's attitude. Your mission is almost complete." Dany waved her hand and changed the topic. Then she glanced at Asha and Thale. "But everything has a beginning and an end. There should be a conclusion between me and Inami. You must prepare yourselves." Your Majesty, you are going to attack Her Majesty Inami." Thale was terrified. Asha was also shocked. "Didn't you say that it was okay if Inami did not agree? You also said that you, who follow the path of the Holy Mother of Mercy, are not an evil person. You will never attack Inami." Tanner Chogu was a little confused. "What preparation?" "Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. Just like," Dany glanced at Asha, "just like King Balon and Robert. Back then, King Balon declared himself king and rebelled against the Iron Throne. In the end, Robert led his men to break down the city walls of Pike City and rushed into the castle. He taught Balon what it means to respect the strong." Asha's face changed several times. One moment it was red, the next moment it was green, and the next moment it was white. "I don't think so," she mumbled. "Your Majesty, is there a misunderstanding?" Priest Tower was sweating in the cold winter. "There is no misunderstanding. I advised your Master God to be a good person, but he humiliated me," Dany said. Tanner felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Because the story was so fantastical, the surprise in his heart gradually surpassed the fear. He could not help but ask, "How did the Inami humiliate you?" "I said he can't beat me. The weak obey the strong. It's only right." Then that bastard said, "Come at me if you dare." Dragon Queen told him the truth. Her expression was angry, as if she had been greatly insulted. Tanner's face twisted. "That sounds like, I thought the gods were more dignified and holy. Why does it sound like two street gangsters fighting?" Asha's face twisted as well. Tower was stunned for a moment. He mumbled, "If the first time doesn't work, there's always a second time." A street gangsters negotiation was not something that could be done in one go. Dany shook her head and sighed. "There's no way. Those ancient gods looked down on humans from the bottom of their hearts. Back then, Wade Fry was the richest family in Hudgian. His power in Hudgian was second only to Tully, but the old nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, including those who were so poor that they could barely afford a set of armor, all looked down on Fry. Bolton was the second in the north. Hyder was the second in Riverbend. Starfall was the second in Dorne. Roose was the second in the valley. Look at how they were treated among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Look at Fry, the second in Hudgian. Fry was still a human, and he was still on the same level as the old nobles. But the gods were not humans at all. They were born above humans. Humans were born weak, but the gods were born strong, noble, and even unique. In the long and ancient times, humans were sacrifices to the gods." Asha frowned. You're not weaker than the gods now. You even killed the storm god. Did Her Majesty Inami not consider this? She's stronger than the storm god. She's very confident. Danny said, Your Majesty, perhaps you can lower your demands. For example, there's no need for a brother-sister alliance. The relationship between the two sides is more equal. Her Majesty Inami will be more balanced. Tower said carefully. Danny didn't say a word. She just stared at the old man. The old shaman shrunk his neck and lowered his head. You said that the greatest enemy of humans is the long night. It's the frost god. Why don't you talk to her? Dragon Queen said lightly, Her Majesty Inami hasn't responded to me. The old man said awkwardly, If she doesn't come to you, you can go to her. I think the method you used to send the Inami to the flowing water palace was pretty good. You can try it again. The old shaman's eyes widened in horror. Asha saw the old man's embarrassment and felt pity for him. She said, Your Majesty, you said before that living people can enter the flowing water palace. Is that right? Bringing living people to the flowing water palace uses up too much divine power. It's pointless, Danny said. Asha said, If you bring us to the flowing water palace, Inami will know that you don't mean any harm. On the other hand, if you force your way in alone, Inami might get agitated and react violently. That makes sense. Danny was a little convinced. But when she saw the sad look on Tail's face, she frowned and said doubtfully, Inami doesn't even want to talk to you. Even if she brings you to the flowing water palace, how can a commoner convince the king on the Iron Throne to go to the Red Keep? Commoner? Asha's mouth twitched. She forced a smile and said, We are all Inami's children. Greyjoy has Inami's blood running in his veins. He can't be an insignificant commoner, right? Ha! Danny smiled contemptuously. It's true, Asha said excitedly. The Grey Sea King married Inami's daughter, a mermaid. They had 100 sons, and one of them was Greyjoy's ancestor. Our Drum family is also a descendant of the Grey Sea King. We are Inami's blood, the man in leather armor shouted. Tail also said, Before I took the oath, I also had a family that inherited the ancient blood of the Grey Sea King. Danny said with a straight face, All Ironseed nobles claim to be the descendants of the Grey Sea King. Since everyone has the blood of the Grey Sea King, then the blood of the Grey Sea King is worthless. At least I'm a knight. I'm better than a commoner, Asha said stubbornly. Danny frowned and thought. First of all, she was sure that Asha and the others were worse than commoners in front of Inami, let alone a knight. Their persuasion would be useless. Secondly, even if they brought Inami believers, the Inami would not overreact. But in front of the believers, the Inami would be embarrassed to compromise. They might even fight fiercely. So there was only one benefit to bringing Asha to the flowing water palace. Show off in front of the people and show off. To be honest, Danny was dissatisfied with the lackluster response to the Cloud Hall incident in the Seven Nations. In her opinion, it was the greatest achievement since the creation of the world that she had broken into the god's kingdom as a mortal and killed the true god. The gods should be shocked, and so should the people. They should be so shocked that they would not be able to eat in peace for decades. Well, every time she ate, she could hear people talking about her feet with shocked expressions. But the truth was that she had already spread the news through the magic net. The people of the world were indifferent and did not believe it. Not only were the people in the streets shocked, the singers, poets, and playwrights would rather go outside the city to peel the bark off trees than to put in the effort to compile Dragon Queen slaying the storm god into wonderful poems, stories, and stage plays to exchange for a few meat pies. They definitely could not exchange for meat pies. Otherwise, why would those hungry bards gnaw on tree bark? All three of you are going? Danny felt that she needed a third party to publicize the battle process and results. I can go to the Flowing Water Palace too. Tanner pointed at his own nose, looking absent-minded. Divine power is mainly used to open the space door. There's no difference between bringing one living person and bringing 10 living people. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I have no problem with it, Danny said. Tanner was surprised and happy. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hurriedly said, "If that's the case, can you call my father too? You have a scholar in your family?" Danny asked. In the Westeros, as long as the nobles had the ability, they would build a crow's nest, raise a scholar, build a divine forest, build a small sanctuary, and invite a cultivator. The customs of the Iron Islands were different. For thousands of years before Aegon unified the Seven Nations, they had always rejected the Seven Gods Church and did not trust the scholars. Even after the War of Conquest, the sanctuary was built and destroyed. Cultivators who came were chased away. Many nobles refused to accept the scholars. "Yes, Scholar Bruno has served our family for 20 years, Tanner said. "Does he know how to make up stories?" I'm not sure, but Scholar Bruno is very good at telling stories." Danny nodded in satisfaction. "Go call him." Old Wake Island was not big. The Chogu family was only 2 kilometers away from Naga Hill. In less than an hour, 7 or 8 assault boats gathered on the beach at the foot of the hill. Several families on the island had heard the news and came. Bonehand Dunstan looked at the Dragon Queen suspiciously and asked, "My eldest son died in the river with Yulun. Can I see him in the Flowing Water Palace?" "Was he brave?" Danny asked. "Brave and good at fighting," the old man said proudly. "Inami only needs strong and brave rowers. If your son meets the requirements, he'll probably be in the Flowing Water Palace." Danny answered casually and signaled Thale to start the Inami sacrifice. Timon had done similar activities countless times. He was already familiar with it. Soon, a pile of firewood rose in the center of the Gray Sea King's hall. The drowned people stood on the side and sang the Inami song loudly. Iron Seed sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine. When everyone was drunk, they stood in 2 rows on both sides of the fire, laughing and playing the finger dance. The so-called finger dance was when 2 people stood face to face with their legs still. One person threw an axe at the other, and the other dodged or caught it with their hands. Then they threw the short axe back. They went back and forth until one side saw blood or couldn't take the pressure and admitted defeat. There were at least 2 players in this game, but there was no limit. Just like now, 14 Timons stood in 2 rows about 5 meters apart from the fire, forming 7 pairs. To put it bluntly, it was an advanced version of a face-slapping competition. The valiant fighting tribe only dared to slap, but Iron Seed directly threw his axe at them. Only the bravest and most devout Iron Seed is qualified to enter the Flowing Water Palace. "Now, please prove your courage and loyalty," Thale said solemnly. Chapter 10:35. Wearing a gray, green, and blue coarse robe, Thale first untied the leather pouch hanging on his waist and splashed the salt water on the heads of the 14 iron citizens who were participating in the finger dance. Then he raised the driftwood stick he carried with him, faced the sea, and shouted, "The supreme God who is drowning for us, please open your eyes that can see through all things. We will sacrifice our loyalty and courage to you." As Thale's voice fell, Asha, whose hair was wet from the salt water, was the first to throw the hatchet in her hand. The hatchet spun into a circle of bright wheels, and the blade of the hatchet whistled in the air. Perhaps due to the lack of food during the long night, she rarely had a full meal and rarely saw alcohol. Iron Seed knew that he was going to play the finger dance later, but he still drank until his face was red and his eyes were blurry. Facing the flying hatchet wheel, he was stunned for a moment. Then he hesitated and stretched out his right hand. With a chee sound, the hatchet blade slashed across and blood splattered. Half of his hand fell on the beach. Ah, my hand! The intense pain woke him up from his drunken stupor. He hugged his severed hand and howled at the top of his lungs. Ha ha ha! Asha laughed proudly. The drowning song became louder and louder. Thale frowned and waved his hand. He even used his eyes to signal Taimin, whose hand was severed, "Don't embarrass Iron Seed in front of the Dragon Queen." The other 12 people only glanced over and continued their game, but their mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hatchets flew back and forth above the bonfire. As the rounds passed, Taimin was like a fanatical fan who saw Maradona, Pelé, Cruyff, Beckenbauer, Best, Ronaldinho, Messi, and the rest of the gods competing together. They were all extremely excited and cheered loudly. The contestants' emotions were also stirred up. As the alcohol in their stomachs began to ferment, every time they swung the hatchet, they would shout and curse loudly. Their faces were fierce. The hatchet spun into a wheel of blades in the air, faster and faster. Even the flames of the bonfire below were swaying left and right along with the wheel. Chee, 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 my finger! Finally, after more than 10 rounds, someone lost his hand. He wanted to grab the handle of the hatchet, but accidentally touched the shiny blade of the hatchet. It was as easy as a streamer cutting meat with a knife. The hatchet blade sliced off a third of his hand. A large piece of flesh from his thumb and index finger fell to the sand. TSK, 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 Aozo, Ao, Ao. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. Not to mention the Iron Seeds who were watching. Even Danny felt her blood boiling and wanted to cheer with them. Could it be that I also have the potential to become an Iron Seed? She quickly regained her senses and focused on gathering the power of sacrifice. Comma, 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 roar. Old Dunstan raised his hands and roared towards the sky. Earl Stonehouse, who was in the same group as him, was unlucky. He was hit in the forehead by the hatchet and became the first contestant to lose his life tonight. How is it? Thale asked in a low voice. It's barely enough. Danny nodded. Thale let out a sigh of relief and nodded to the other 11 contestants. The crowd immediately cheered. The basic rule of the finger dance was to stand in place. The body could dodge or catch the hatchet, but the legs could not move. Therefore, the finger dance did not necessarily end when the fingers were chopped off. If the fingers were chopped off, the hand could still be used. If the hand was crippled, the other hand could still be used. The key was what rules were chosen before the game, whether it was a life and death match or just a bet on the winner. Danny only wanted to gather enough power of sacrifice to open the channel of faith. Since the channel had already been opened by chopping off 6 hands and killing 1 person, there was no need for her to let the Iron Seed continue to die. Hey, what are you doing? Danny pointed at a pale-faced Iron Seed and shouted. That was Earl Goobler's youngest son, Glenn. The guy was wrapping his right hand in linen and kicking his frozen fingers into the fire with his right foot. Don't burn it. What's the use of keeping it? Sir Glenn said in a hurry. Quickly pick it up. It can still be used. Danny said. Everyone still didn't understand what he meant. Asha shuddered and hurriedly ran into the fire. She used her long leather boot to scoop out the severed hand, which had been roasted to the point that it was oozing oil. Her Majesty can even save the dead. How can she heal a severed hand? She said. The severed hands looked expectantly at the Dragon Queen. Danny did not waste any time and let the Iron Seed with the severed hand and finger put the severed hand back together. Although the beach had already frozen at -10 degrees Celsius, It slowly regained its vitality under the warm holy light and then reconnected. Inami above, this is a miracle. One of the Taimen clenched his fist and shouted in disbelief. It is as flexible and strong as before, as if it has never been broken. No wonder everyone says that although holy healing is not omnipotent, it is especially effective for sword wounds. Priest Talib was both shocked and envious. If Yenrin also knew holy healing, then the iron seeds would be able to play with their fingers without worry. Finger dance was not a simple game. Just imagine if the other navies and Iron Seed battled, and each of the Iron Seed had 2 short axes at their waist. The Iron Seed could roar in the 4 seas. It was not by luck. Ah, my hand hurts. It's all cooked. Glenn raised his right hand and wailed, a faint barbecue aroma wafting from his fingers. The surface is charred, but the inside is still good. Rest for a few days and wait for it to molt. Danny held back her laughter. It was like a pig's foot that had just been taken out of the freezer and placed directly on the gas stove. Even if the surface was charred, the ice inside had not melted. What should we do now? Priest Talib asked. I need a guide. How do you usually communicate with the Inami? Just like the last time when she broke into the Cloud Hall, Danny also needed a stable coordinate similar to Yolen of Scylla to ensure that she would not get lost while traveling through time and space. A simple line of faith could not be used as a coordinate. Danny breaking into the flowing water palace was a bit like Huido breaking into the tomb of the living dead in the Return of the Condor Heroes. It was easy to communicate with Lolidrogon in the Tomb of the Living Dead. Just stand at the back of Mount Zhongnan and shout, and Lolidrogon would definitely hear you. But if you wanted to listen to her location, the line of faith, and enter the Tomb of the Living Dead to catch Lolidrogon, it was wishful thinking, because there were traps near the Tomb of the Living Dead, and there were countless mechanisms and secret passages in the tomb. There were traps set by the gods near the kingdom of God. But if you let Grandma's son go and followed her, you would definitely be able to break into the tomb. Earl Stonehouse, who had died in the finger dance competition, might not be able to go to the flowing water garden, so he could not be a navigator. Danny was a bit regretful. Back then, she had cut off the head of wet magic, Iron, but she did not imprison his soul. But she did not regret it, just as she would not forcibly detain the souls of the believers of the old gods in the north. Inami and the storm god were both of the old god's lineage, so she could not mess with her own little brother. If I want to communicate with the Inami, I will go to the beach, stand in the shallows, and pray to the depths of the sea. Fail said, Have you ever succeeded? Danny asked. Fail's expression was awkward. He glanced at Timon around him and nodded slightly. Tell me the truth, Danny said in a low voice. Fail still nodded slightly, but his mouth said in a weak voice, I don't think so. Danny said helplessly, Have you ever received a response from the Inami in your life? Of course. I am the 3 drowned people. Every time I am drowned, I enter the flowing water palace. This time, the old priest's tone was very firm. Iron Seed had a ritual similar to Christian baptism called drowning. For an ordinary time in, they only needed to pour seawater on their head, and it was not a complete drowning. But to become a drowned person, they had to go through at least one complete drowning. They had to be pressed into the sea by another drowned person until they were no longer breathing. Then, the drowned person would fall into a state of suspended animation. The drowned believer was dragged to the beach and revived with CPR. The reason why wet magic Iron could become the leader of the drowned people was that he never failed when he was drowned. Fail's title of 3 drowned people was also because he had been baptized 3 times. And he could become Iron's successor because he was the drowned person who had the least number of failures besides Yulun. In Timin's mind, when they were drowned, they had already died once. Their souls went to the flowing water palace, and were revived after receiving the Inami's blessing. Why don't you be drowned again? Danny suggested. If the old priest was not lying, then following his soul would definitely lead them to the flowing water palace. Thale was a little hesitant. If Iron was still alive, he would not mind being drowned again. But if it was someone else, he would not be so assured. Asha saw something and urged in a low voice, "Priest Thale, we don't have much time." Seeing the Dragon Queen and the rest of the Taimen looking at him, Thale sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. "Priest Norkin, help me be drowned." Norkin was Iron's assistant, and now he was Thale's assistant. "Burp, okay?" The bearded Norkin burped, rolled up his sleeves, and walked forward drunkenly. "Are you drunk?" Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on his underling, Thale's expression turned sour. "I haven't had a good drink in years." Norkin grinned. "Don't worry, my lord, I'm good at it. I have a 70% success rate." Thale's expression turned even worse. He forced a smile and said to the Dragon Queen, the water is a little cold." "Is your head itchy?" Danny asked blankly. Thale picked at his messy seaweed-like hair with a puzzled expression. "It is a little itchy. I have lice on my head." Danny raised her chin towards the sea. "Since it's itchy, then go wash it. It can't be washed clean." "It can be washed clean." Danny said, "When a person dies, the lice will not survive." Thale walked into the sea helplessly and stopped in the waist-deep water. He was so cold that he was shivering. "Supreme God, please let your servant be reborn from the sea like you. Give him the blessing of sea salt. Give him the blessing of rock. Give him the blessing of steel." Norkin placed his right hand on his head and chanted loudly. Thale took a deep breath and said loudly, "The dead will not die." Norkin burped again. He grabbed Thale's hair and pressed it down. Glug, glug. "Fuck, the water is really cold." After a full 15 minutes, Danny finally saw a light gray shadow floating out of Thale's corpse. As expected of Senyama, Danny exclaimed. She tapped the fishbone staff in her right hand forward. After consuming a third of her god power, a light blue dotted line finally appeared. It pulled open, revealing an oval-shaped door. "The winner of the finger dance can enter. Hurry!" Chapter 1036. Agitated and nervous, Asha stepped into the green circle of light. The next moment, she felt the world spin around her, and she lost consciousness. Asha, you're not dead yet. Why are you in the flowing water palace?" "Asha, wake up." "Asha." A noisy voice sounded in her ears. It was a very familiar male voice. "Who was it?" "Danny Liz, you lost because you were too arrogant." "Ha ha ha ha." The sacred and dignified laughter exploded in her ears like thunder. Asha shuddered violently and opened her eyes. Then she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The two familiar yet unfamiliar people in front of her had not disappeared. She was not dreaming, nor was she hallucinating. "Dad, Uncle Iron, it's us. You've come to the flowing water palace," Iron said in a low voice. Asha looked at her two closest relatives. "You're different." When Iron was alive, he always wore a rough hemp robe and never cut his hair. His hair and beard were full of seaweed. Now, he wore a beautiful robe with gold and silver edges. His hair and beard were still decorated with silver seaweed. He was neat and tidy. King Baron's treatment seemed to be a little poor. He was dressed in a milky white robe with a black iron breastplate over it. He looked like a common soldier. Both of them looked younger than when they were alive. They were about 30 years old, the golden age for men. "This is the flowing water palace. You shouldn't have come in with Danny Liz," Balon said. "I'm here to persuade Her Majesty Inami. The queen is fierce and should not be provoked. Asha explained. Sai, you have no right to interfere with the matters of the gods. Balan sighed. Where are the others? Where's Dragon Queen? Only then did Asha realize that there were only 3 of them around. She looked around. She was in a cluster of red coral. There were red jade shells crawling in the soft sand. There were also strips of seaweed that were as wide as a palm and radiated silver light growing on the black reef. They floated in the water, and all kinds of fish swam in them. Wait, I'm in the water. Only then did Asha notice that there was flowing water around her. It was like the air on the shore. It was inconspicuous, but it was indeed seawater. Why can I breathe underwater? She took a deep breath. A series of bubbles appeared around her lips. Iron is a Yenren, Her Majesty Inami's priest. He saved you? Balan said. Save me? Asha's expression changed as a bad premonition arose in her heart. She asked again, Where's the Dragon Queen? She fell into a trap. Iron, who was once beheaded by the Dragon Queen, did not gloat. Instead, he showed pity and sighed. Not long after the death of the storm god, Her Majesty Inami had the idea of joining the Alliance of Justice. If the Dragon Queen did not push her too far, perhaps after a while, Her Majesty would have parted ways with the gods. However, Sai, the dignity of a true god, should not be offended. It's a pity that the 7 kingdoms and the world's humans are going to suffer in the coming long night an even greater sin. Asha was shocked. How is that possible? Everyone has anger, let alone the gods, Balan said. But the Dragon Queen also wants to save the world. Asha's rough face was pale. She could not accept it and shouted. Yu Luan became the rightful Iron King in the King Selection Convention. He also wanted to lead the Iron Seed to achieve his ambition. Why were you so determined to rebel against him? Balan asked. There's no such thing as a grand plan for hegemony. He screwed us over. Asha yelled. If the Dragon Queen did not appear out of nowhere, do you think Yuluan would have failed? Balan shook his head. Asha was speechless. Balan continued. When you rebelled against him, you did not know about the existence of the Dragon Queen, did you? The other reasons are false. You are just not convinced. You are not convinced that he stole your crown. Balan said. Asha said, angrily, he tried to kill you, and you are still speaking for him. I just want you to understand why Her Majesty Inami did not agree to cooperate with Danny Rise. Balan said helplessly. What's the point of understanding? What happened has already happened. Asha looked around and doubtfully asked, Where am I? Where is the Dragon Queen? Did she already get killed by the evil gods? Shut up. Iron was furious and slapped his niece's face. You dare to blaspheme against the gods? Aren't you afraid of being thrown into the flames of the earth and being burned for billions of years? Asha was caught off guard and almost got her head swung 180 degrees. However, she only grimaced and rubbed her dislocated neck, not daring to say anything else. She only asked, The Empress is dead. How do I return? She's not dead yet. Balan looked out of the coral and said, Wait until Her Majesty Inami and the gods get rid of Danny Rise. Let's see how she deals with you. Asha followed her father and stood on her tiptoes to look in that direction. But all she saw was a black shadow and a crimson flame, nothing else. Where are the others? Why am I the only one here? She asked. Those with backgrounds, just like you, were taken away from the battlefield by your grandfather. Those without backgrounds were trapped in the ambush with Danny Rise. Are we really the descendants of the Inami? Asha was surprised. The Greyjoy are the direct descendants of the Grey Sea King, but they have nothing to do with Her Majesty Inami. The legend of the Grey Sea King marrying a mermaid is false. Asha felt a sense of loss as if her dream was shattered. Marrying a mermaid is true, but that mermaid isn't Inami's child. Where are the other Greyjoys? My grandfather, where are they? Asha asked again. They're fighting. Balon pointed at the iron sword at his waist. We're all Inami's rowers. You should know what a rower needs to do when facing an enemy. Oh gods, you're fighting Dany Rise? Aren't you looking for death? Asha's eyes widened in disbelief. We're just soldiers. Balon sighed. I don't think gods will win. Asha said hesitantly. How about we ask grandfather and the others to step down too? How would you know how cunning gods are? Dany Rise won't be able to escape this time. Iron said with certainty. Boom, the black clouds in the distance suddenly exploded. Flames rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. The seawater began to burn. Corals, seaweed, fish, and other dreamlike scenes in a burning mural turned into nothingness in front of their eyes. They were horrified. They wanted to scream, but in the storm, they were blown away like goose feathers, flying even further away. As the world spun, Asha heard a familiar female voice. Bastard, where do you think you're going? Dragon Queen's voice was full of anger and violence. Fuck, I told you that the queen is fierce and can't be provoked. Now, oh seven gods, mother of mercy, save me, it's me, don't hurt your allies. The sea of flames engulfed Asha, and she disappeared while howling. Half an hour ago, on the beach of Old Wake Island, Dany, who was about to step into the dimensional door, suddenly felt her heart palpitate, but she only hesitated for a moment. She gripped the weirwood staff in her hand and still entered. Then she appeared in the sky above the white jade square. Opposite her was Inami's bathtub throne. The mermaid was wearing golden armor and holding the broadsword she saw in the River of Time, the one that killed the sea dragon Naga. She looked like she had been preparing for a long time. There were 4 demigods with powerful auras around drowning God. One was a giant, one was a mischievous spirit, and 2 were humans. Dany also knew 2 human demigods. One of them was the White Staff Garen, the founder of the King's Selection Association, and the first person who wrote the Iron People's Code. The other was the Grey Sea King, the publicly acknowledged ancestor of all Ironseed nobles. On the square in all directions, there were hundreds of thousands of brave warriors in white robes and black armor with their swords out of their sheaths. In the sky above the square, tens of thousands of mermaid water mages formed a large circular formation, cooperating with the Ironseed warriors to surround Dragon Queen. You were careless. The golden-armored spirit's deep and proud voice came from under the helmet. Dany looked around and said coldly, You've decided? Inami was silent. Plop, plop, 8 corpses fell from the sky, falling beside Dany and landing on the white jade floor. The old scholar of the Drum family, Bruno, Asha, Tanner Drum, Dunstan Drum, and the other 7 Ironseed. In fact, there was another soul floating in front of Dragon Queen. It was the 3rd drowned man, Thale, who had finally drowned. Oh, he was now the 4th drowned man. What's going on? Priest Thale looked left and right, his expression blank, for a moment. He gradually understood the current situation. The old priest quickly kowtowed to the golden armored mermaid on the throne. Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. Her Majesty Dany Rise has no ill intentions. She is here to negotiate. Idiot, isn't my attitude obvious enough? Inami said coldly. Supreme God, listen to me. The night is long, and the only one who can save the world is the Dragon Queen. Although she is domineering and arrogant, all right, your mission is complete. Stand aside. Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and waved her hand. The old man floated to the ground involuntarily. Your Majesty, don't be stubborn. Although it's unpleasant to hear, your life is more important. The old priest was unwilling to be left alone. He continued to stomp his feet and yelled, "We are here to negotiate. Any conditions can be negotiated. If a brother-sister alliance doesn't work, we can form a brother-sister alliance or an uncle-nephew alliance. If that doesn't work, a father-daughter alliance will work too. We have to ensure that the overall situation is not ruined. When two tigers fight, even if there is a winner, there will be heavy casualties. Supreme God, your Majesty, please consider, for the sake of all humans." "You idiot! I am the queen of the human race and can represent the human race. But she is a mermaid, and the human race is not as important as her face. Furthermore, even if I want to save the world, a brother-sister alliance, a father-daughter alliance, such a humiliating alliance, do you think I don't want my face anymore?" Dragon Queen berated loudly. She even reached out her hand and sucked the old priest into her palm. She squeezed him into a soul ball. Everyone's expression was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a man with long hair and an aquiline nose squeezed out of the Black Armor Army and ran to the side of the corpse pile. He shouted, "Dragon Queen, please let me take Asha away." Danny took a closer look. It was a familiar person, the human swine Iron that she chopped off his head. However, his limbs were intact now, and he was much younger. Without waiting for her reply, another middle-aged bearded man quickly came out of the formation and carried Asha away with Iron. Following that, two men in golden robes came out and picked up two living people. Danny frowned and snorted. She activated Soul Suppression Strike and hit the mindscape of the remaining people. For time in, and one scholar groaned as they got up. What is this situation? How did we come to the battlefield?" Old Dunstan looked around blankly, shocked and scared. Chapter 1037. In this world, magic was not systematic. Ordinary extraordinaires were weak and seemed to have very low magic. However, there were two types of magic in this world that were rare even in high magic planes. They were prophecy and blood witchcraft. Night Lion and Inami's method of mastering the supreme law was one of the pinnacle of blood witchcraft. Reverse evolution. Generally speaking, evolution only appeared in the descendants. From father to son, it was a positive evolution. However, the gods of the Song of Ice and Fire had achieved the reverse evolution of son to father through blood witchcraft. Using Night Lion and Lady of Light as an example, they were limited by their bloodline talent and were unable to master two laws of opposite attributes at the same time. However, through natural reproduction, as long as there were enough descendants, there would always be children who would inherit both talents at the same time. At this time, prophecy began to work again. Night Lion and Lady of Light did not need to imitate sows and really give birth to countless children. They only needed to make the most correct choice on the River of Time. For example, they saw on the River of Time that AI would give birth to a mentally retarded child at noon tomorrow. Naturally, they would not love AI and thus complete a selection of children. On the River of Time, they could see the birth of Son of Heaven, the name of Night Lion and Lady of Light's son. Then they chose this line of fate and followed the will of heaven to give birth to Son of Heaven. Compared to his parents, the chosen Son of Heaven had achieved the evolution of his bloodline. When Night Lion and Lady of Light extracted the Son of Heaven's bloodline genes and completed the transformation of their own bloodlines, wouldn't it be equivalent to the reverse evolution of son to father? Bran carefully suggested, "Perhaps Jon is a good choice. He has the destiny of ice and death. Your child, when the long night ends and the River of Fate shows its traces again, it will be easy for you to do." "Jon," Danny frowned in thought, "this is your destiny." Bran said softly, "The temptation of the supreme law is too great. Lalo naturally wants to learn from Night Lion and Lady of Light. However, he seems to have some misgivings about what happened to Lady of Light and Goddess of Wind. Thus, he chose you and John in fate. Of course, this is the choice of the world's will. Lalo is only relying on his contributions as the savior of the world to seize control of the trajectory of destiny. You're mistaken. I don't seem to have any bottlenecks when it comes to fusing the Song of Ice and Fire. Danny told him about how she had learned the Song of Ice and how she had seen the secrets of the universe through the Song of Ice and Fire. At that time, my Song of Fire and Song of Ice naturally fused into the Song of Ice and Fire. There was no conflict of attributes. Are you sure it's not an illusion? You don't even have the Song of Ice. So how did you fuse it into the Song of Ice and Fire? Bran asked doubtfully. Danny shook her head. Hallucinations are different from premonitions. At my level, how could I be confused by hallucinations? Perhaps the Frost God's Song of Ice is too low level and is not worthy of my Song of the First Fire. She guessed. Bran was speechless. What kind of reason was this? The more Danny thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. As everyone knows, the songs of law of the same attribute can also be divided into noble and lowly ones. We all made a mistake before. Because the Song of Ice is very rare, we subconsciously thought that the Frost God's Song of Ice was unique. Danny pointed at herself and said with certainty, reality has proven that not only is it not unique, but it's also relatively low level. Its level might be as low as Lalo's Song of Fire. Door God put in so much effort to teach me the Song of Wind, and in the Wind of the World, it still took me more than a year. After a lot of fortuitous encounters, I was lucky enough to get the Song of Wind to the top. Now, I've only heard half of the Frost God's Song of Ice without any fortuitous encounters, and my heart is already restless. What does this mean? It means that the difficulty of comprehending the Song of Ice is much lower than the Song of Wind. It means that the Frost God's Song of Ice is too low level. That seems to make sense, Bran muttered. Human marriages are about matching social status, and the pairing of laws must be balanced. The lowly Song of Ice is not worthy of the noble Song of Fire. The two are out of balance, and my Song of Fire is suppressing the birth of the Song of Ice. Danny concluded, even if the Frost God's Song of Ice is low level, you're the one who comprehended the Song of Ice. Bran said hesitantly, this isn't contradictory. If I learn from an elementary school teacher, even if I surpass him, I won't be able to get into a famous university. No matter how talented I am, if I learn from the Frost God, I won't be able to sing the highest level Song of Ice, Danny said. Bran roughly understood what she meant. But the Frost God is the only God in the world who can sing the Song of Ice. My Song of Fire is like a judge, helping to filter out the unqualified songs of ice. If I continue to study it, as my understanding of the laws of ice deepens, I'll be able to sing a high-level Song of Ice that can be accepted by the Song of Fire. Danny said. Bran said, maybe John can help you. Danny disagreed. The Night Lion's method can only be a knockoff, and they'll never be able to sing the real Song of Ice and Fire. Think about it, and you'll understand. The first flame is like the world, and the world can't directly give birth to a life of the same size. Just like a pregnant woman weighing 120 pounds, she'll never be able to give birth to a baby weighing more than 120 pounds. For example, Danny, even with the support of the world's will, she only had the talent of spiritual bestowment. From spiritual bestowment to mastering the first flame was tens of thousands of miles away. Even at her current level of cultivation, she had only mastered a trace of the first flame's characteristics. To put it simply, before she surpassed the world, she would never be able to give birth to a descendant who could naturally master the first flame. However, I can't waste John's talent for nothing. Danny's mind was filled with thoughts. The dwarf had lived through Journey to the East, and he was currently doing well in barren land. He did not seem to have any signs of dying, so there was no need for him to fill the hole for now. However, it was not a good idea to stay idle. Perhaps he had to come out and move around. Bran's heart suddenly turned cold, and he had an ominous feeling. "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Now that we've fallen out with the Frost God, if we can take away his Song of Ice, how big of a blow would it be to him? However, the seed of the Song of Ice that I've comprehended is suppressed by the Song of Fire, and it can't break out of the ground. Why don't we remove the seed and leave it with John, so that he can help incubate and cultivate it? When the Frost God loses the Song of Ice, he'll be like the Light King without the Song of Light. It'll be so awkward that he'll die of embarrassment. Let's see how he can still be so arrogant. Ha ha ha." Thinking of this, Danny could not help but laugh out loud. "How do we leave it with him?" Bran asked in surprise. "John is a believer of the old god, and now I'm the old god. Isn't it common for the main god to divide a part of his Song of Laws and give it to his believers or subordinate gods to observe and learn?" Danny said with a smile. Was Prime Minister Turtle's Song of Water not a gift from Mother Lone River? In the early days, Wrath Howl, and now Danny had also received gifts from the Door God. In the Door God's inheritance, there was his Song of Wind. In theory, Danny had always controlled 100% of the Song of Wind. However much her Song of Wind grew, the Door Gods would decrease, but the total number remained the same. It was also because she had been learning the Door God's Song of Wind that Danny's growth was so fast. In just a few years, she had even developed the space polarity. "You want to give the Song of Ice to John?" Bran could not believe that the Dragon Queen would be so kind. "My goal is to gather the supreme law Song of Ice and Fire. How can I give the Song of Ice to someone else? Even if you provide the seed of the Song of Ice, once John sings the Song of Ice, then the owner of the Song of Ice will be him, right?" Bran said, "He's my believer, and he used my seed to sing the Song of Ice. When the time comes, his Song of Ice will have no secrets from me. In the end, the Song of Laws is also a kind of knowledge, and knowledge can be shared by more people. With my ability, if I grasp all the information of his Song of Laws, I should be able to sing a more advanced Song of Ice. Then, won't the Song of Laws return to me? Of course. Only the most advanced Song of Ice is meaningful to me. If it's not the most advanced, then I'll give the level 2 Song of Ice seed to John. John will obtain new insights from the Song of Ice from me, and sing the Song of Ice for the second time. This cycle will continue. One day, when we combine our talents and wisdom, we'll be able to sing the most advanced Song of Ice. Then I'll be able to sing the most powerful Song of Ice and Fire in the universe." Danny did not hide her thoughts. To a smart person, her goal could not be hidden for long. "This is really—" Bran did not know what to say. "Your idea is genius, but John's sacrifice is too great. He spent countless time and effort to improve the Song of Ice, but in the end, it was all for you. He's your brother Rhaega's son. Did you know that?" he said hesitantly. "Sigh, after mastering all the Green Prophet seals, I knew about John's background. It was shocking." Danny was filled with emotions. "But in order to save the world, someone has to sacrifice more. I'm willing to sacrifice my own nephew. You can do that." Bran was shocked. This isn't fair to John. He could not help but say it. "Let me ask you, if I don't give him the Song of Ice seed, even if he has the mandate of heaven, will he be able to comprehend the Song of Ice before the end of the long night? It's almost impossible. He's not even a demigod, and his meditation technique is not compatible with the Ice Law. But given time, after a few thousand years, he might be able to sing the Song of Ice." Bran said, "You really dare to say that? It's already extremely difficult to survive the long night, let alone a few thousand years. Now, we need to use the great struggle to strip the Frost God of his position as a true god. Fine, he has many laws, and we can't strip him of his position as a true god. But losing his position as the true god of ice will definitely be a heavy blow to him. Forget it, I'll ask him himself. With a thought, Danny traversed hundreds of kilometers and found the King's Landing. Oh, John had left the King's Landing and was leading his troops to set up camp in Twilight Valley. On the cliff castle overlooking the entire town and port, John was holding the Sisters of Darkness in his hand, sparring with the Volunteer Corps soldiers in the open-air training ground. "Why did you leave the King's Landing?" Danny asked casually. John was shocked and almost dropped his sword. He hurriedly said a few words to the knight opposite him and took off his heavy combat gear and came to the empty armory. "Your Majesty, is there anything I can help you with?" he asked softly. "I have a glorious and great mission, and I'm not sure if you're willing to accept it." Danny explained everything, and finally added, "If you can take away the frost god's song of ice, even if it's just the beginning, the difficulty of ending the long night will be greatly reduced." John did not expect the Dragon Queen to say this to him. He was stunned for a long time, and then said hesitantly, "Can I ask Bran?" Chapter 1038. Just as they were about to attack, Night sure stopped them and warned the Dragon Queen, "Danny Liz, to tell you the truth, this is the Smoke Sea, the core area that seals Beleriand, and the Valeglia Peninsula. 400 years ago, the 14 fire peaks erupted at the same time. The Valeglia continent was like cow dung under a firecracker. It collapsed, and an immeasurable amount of chaotic high-energy magic gushed out from the core of the earth. Whether it was the tsunami, the volcanic smoke, or the high-energy magic that cursed everything, they could easily destroy all living creatures in the world. The tsunami caused a flood that drowned the entire continent. The volcanic smoke covered the sun, and the world entered a cold and dark night ahead of time. The chaotic curse magic was even more terrifying. Even the gods did not dare to touch too much of it. If the catastrophe was allowed to ravage the world, no one would survive except the gods. It's us, hundreds of us, who set up a super sealing formation around the Valyrian Peninsula, sealing off the long summer and the nearby seas within a few thousand kilometers of it. Just the aftermath of the tsunami destroyed the Free Girls Island in Slaver's Bay, washing away the coastal buildings in Slaver's Bay, Newgith, Sosrose, and Volantis. Now the tsunami is gone, and most of the volcanic ash has settled. However, the chaotic high-energy fire magic did not leak out at all. It is all gathered in the sky above Long Summer. You should have seen it before. Speaking of this, Night sure gave Inami a look. The two demon gods drew a mysterious trajectory in the air with their fingers at the same time, chanting an ancient magic spell. Danny held the weirwood staff tightly and looked at them coldly. Pop, pop, pop. The dome that enveloped the battlefield exploded with bubbles one after another. Every time a bubble exploded, it would reveal a different scenery outside. Danny looked around and found that this space was surrounded by dark red magma. The flowing palace stopped at the mouth of the volcano. Below, it was a magma pool. There was boiling seawater and thick black smoke in all directions. "Rise!" Night sure shouted. His hands seemed to be lifting something heavy. Because he was using too much strength, his furry face started to distort. Along with his actions, a set of magic circles that looked like the atomic structure of organic macromolecules rose from the bottom to the top. The atoms were the size of footballs and colorful. Their spacing varied from a few meters to dozens of meters. There were millions of them covering the entire battlefield. Watch carefully. The night lion roared again. The bright red atom closest to Danny was suddenly enlarged by hundreds of times. After the fine lines on the surface of the atom were enlarged, countless tadpole-sized mysterious runes appeared. This is the sealing formation. We are all at the core of the formation. Danny sneered. "So, Night Lion waved his hand, and Adam shrank back to its original size. He said solemnly, "Since we want to kill you, of course, we have studied all your trump cards. You have the Wind Raven, so you can use the spatial blade that can cut through god nations. I have to say, your cultivation level isn't particularly high, but your strength is exceptionally strong. Even Old Fish and Liang Mu couldn't use the sword that pierced through the cage of wind and the hall in the clouds. Facing it, we can't handle it alone. Even if we swarm you, we will suffer heavy casualties. Besides the Wind Raven, there are also the Fire Raven. Back in Winterfell, only a few dozen Fire Ravens were able to interrupt the Frost God's forbidden spell. If 1,000 Fire Ravens self-destruct at the same time, at least 60% of our 300 gods will die. Besides the Wind Raven and the Fire Raven, you also have the Megalosaurus. You have surpassed Balerion and can use 5 dragon souls at the same time. If you overclocked the 5 dragon souls, even someone as strong as me will ignite the divine power in my body. With just a glance, we will be ignited like torches and suffer heavy casualties. Besides, you have also absorbed more than 80% of the green prophet seal. Now, you are not inferior to any of the previous three-eyed crows. With just a glance, more than 90% of the gods will be affected by your, oh gods, is the Dragon Queen really that strong? Old scholar Bruno howled excitedly, even interrupting the words of the gods. No wonder the gods want to form an alliance. Tanner clenched his fists and was extremely excited. He can easily defeat a large number of deities with a single move. Moreover, he only needs a single look. Dunstan's body swayed, his face blank. Are the gods too weak, or is the Dragon Queen too strong? It must be the Dragon Queen that is too strong. Look at the situation around us, and think about the lion-headed evil god. He can destroy the world at any time. How can the gods not be strong? Timon said from the side, "Shut up, ants." Night Lion roared, his voice like thunder. "Who are you to interrupt?" Thump, thump. Even without using any divine ability, just the pressure of a powerful god caused the group of mortals to fall to the ground and pee in their pants. So strong. The gods are really strong. Dunstan muttered, "Then how strong is the Dragon Queen?" Night Lion's face was gloomy as he continued, "Maybe you still have the Storm Giant, the extraordinary sword art, and many other methods that can cause great damage to us. But let me tell you, since we know all of this, how can we not take precautions? We know that you will definitely devour Balerion and step into the trap of the Smoke Sea. So we have modified the formation here. As long as you use a witchcraft with a strength of more than 0, 2 Bailey PS, or if you dare, to forcefully open the space door." Night sure pointed at the colorful seal rune arrays around him and smiled coldly. The core of the seal will collapse. The volcanic ash and chaotic energy will pour down like a flood from the mountaintop. The whole world will be doomed. This is just the beginning. The external pressure will be removed, and the cracks in the ground below the Smoke Sea will shoot out magma rapidly. It will be like squeezing half an orange, and the juice will spill out. A cataclysm greater than 400 years ago will erupt, and the world may be split in half. We have already told you the consequences, and you were the one who broke the seal. Naturally, you will bear all the sins. He. Even if you don't die, you will lose everything. The kingdom, your family, your friends, your people, the responsibility of saving the world, the favor of the world will, the hope of singing the song of the first flame. Danny was dumbfounded. Too vicious, too shameless. Count Dunstan shouted in disbelief. How can the gods be more shameless and self-degrading than the nobles of Westeros? Bruno murmured in shock. So, the true world of the City of Knowledge is right, but the scholars are working in the wrong direction. Not only should we not slay dragons, but we should use the megalosaurus as a ladder to increase our power to strengthen ourselves and kill all the evil gods. No one cared about the words of ants. The gods only stared at the Dragon Queen proudly, waiting for her choice. I have said from the beginning, no matter what trump card you have, it will be useless, Lalo said with a sinister smile. You once saved the world, Danny said with a sigh. Not me. The savior is the king of light. Shadow Devil shrugged and said sarcastically, that guy didn't agree with this plan, so as you can see, he didn't come. Night Lion said, he is hiding in the depths of the Earth's core, just in case. If you are willing to destroy the world and run for your life, that guy can stabilize the power of the Earth's fire and naturally replace your destiny as the savior. No matter what you choose, we have already calculated every consequence. I personally suggest that your best choice is to surrender, give up your true blood and understanding of the laws, and let the King of Light become the savior. You will die happily, the world will be saved, humans will continue to live, the big shots in the Justice Alliance will benefit, and the ordinary gods will be relieved of the eternal night of the gods. You will be good, I will be good, and everyone will be good. Everyone will be good, and that will be good. What do you think? Danny looked at Inami with a complicated expression. You are a true god, different from them. If I resist and destroy the core of the seal, the volcanic ash and chaotic magic energy will leak out, and the cataclysm will follow. You will be hurt as much as I am. I have the responsibility to save the world, but I am not a true god. If the world is destroyed, the true gods will be the first to suffer. How many true gods are left alive in the world? You are the only one. You idiot! The mermaid pursed her lips, and her face behind the mask was a little pale. The gods and mermaids around her also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Night Lion saw this and quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. She is just bluffing. With her personality, she will definitely sacrifice herself to save the world. Yes, don't bluff me, I know you. Inami swallowed and pointed at the Dragon Queen. Danny Liz, I have seen through you. When you were 3 years old, you saved stray kittens. When you were 4 years old, you helped an old granny pick vegetables. When you were 5, you gave your sausage to your brother, who was drooling. When you were 6, you helped an old man cross the road. When you were 7, you cried when you saw a slave girl being separated from her parents. When you were 8, when you were 14, in order to save the zebra women and children who were being bullied by the centaurs, your husband was cursed to death by a witch. Even so, you still have a kind heart. When you were 15, in order to free the slaves, you temporarily gave up on your plan to return to the Westeros. You stayed in Slave Bay and fought for the countless oppressed slaves. For them, you were willing to challenge the entire world. Then, when you were 16, you rode a dragon back to the Westeros. When you saw the nobles fighting and suffering, you couldn't bear to see it. You gave all your gold royals to the Great Sparrow so that he could save the people of King's Landing. That was when you decided to build the Crabclaw Peninsula Rescue Station in Maribad because you pitied the refugees. You also mercifully let go of Madame Stoneheart, Stannis, Jon Snow, and the other relatives of blood feud. When you were 17, you knew that the night was coming. Your kindness had already begun to benefit the common people. No one knew the real reason why you signed the food plan with Bravos, but I knew. You were using the economy to control the world's food production. Because of your plan, the world's food reserves had at least doubled. When you were 18, you drowned God blabbered on and on about the Dragon Queen's deeds. Danny blushed as she listened, and her expression became awkward. I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so great. Timon and the others opened their mouths, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. The more the mermaid spoke, the more determined her expression became. The worry in her heart completely disappeared. She announced with a tone of certainty, "Kindness is your nature. Sacrificing your own interests for the greater good is your code of conduct. I see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. In your left chest, there is a sacred red heart that shines with a kind golden light. Danny, rise, be honest. You will sacrifice yourself to save the world. This guy is shameless, but I have to admit that he's right. What do you think, Bran?" Danny said shyly. Bran hummed. "Can we change the topic? For example, I'm already prepared and can start at any time." Chapter 10:39. Now, I finally understand why the future powerhouses would carve a boat and send a sword to you. Bran's tone was complicated. Unless you completely give up on the plan to devour Balerion, the smoke sea will always be a death trap. You can't avoid it, and you can't resist it. Only when you merge with Balerion can Valeglia's 6,000 years of civilization be considered the final achievement. Once you give up on Balerion, the incomplete, you may never be able to sing the perfect song of the first flame. That's cruel and decisive. Danny sighed. So, have you made your decision? Night Lion asked in a low voice. Sigh, you guys are so meticulous that I don't even have a way out. What else can I do? Danny looked helpless. She raised her weirwood staff as if she was surrendering. Very good. Inami smiled happily. The other gods also smiled. Your Majesty, sob, sob, sob. Bruno cried. He looked up at the sky and cried, "Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why did you allow this to happen? The greatest queen in the world, because of her own righteousness, will die in the hands of thieves. Where is the justice?" Clang! Dunstan's blood boiled. He pulled out Red Rain, an ancestral steel sword, from his waist and roared at the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, don't give up so easily. I don't know what Zero, Two Belly, is, but I'm willing to fight with you until the end. Even if I kill one more demon, I'll feel better. Your Majesty, please let me die before you. Tanner Drogo's gaze was firm. Your Majesty, we're willing to die for you. The other two Taimen didn't hesitate either. They pulled out their swords and glared at the gods above them. Mere ants, how dare you pull out your swords against the gods? Get away from me, don't be an eyesore. Lalo roared. His powerful aura once again bent the knees of the five mortals. But this time they straightened their backs. Even if their faces were twisted and bleeding, they still struggled to point their swords at Lalo. They are your believers. What do you think we should do? Night Lion held back Shadow Demon, who was about to go berserk, and turned his gaze to the mermaid. When you kill ants, do you even care about what they're doing or saying? Inami's expression was impatient. This is more important. Don't get distracted. Yi Shur and Lalo both calmed down and nodded in agreement. You're right. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Crackle pop, without any warning, Gray Sea King suddenly turned his head and blew at Inami's left temple. The slender stream of air was like a sharp sword, emitting the sound of burning wood and flashing an ear-piercing white light. Strangely, when he saw the white light, he didn't feel anything in his eyes, but his ears hurt. Inami did not expect her subordinate god to betray her main god, but the moment the Gray Sea King attacked, the line of faith between the two was completely broken. Therefore, although he was caught off guard, he was not completely defenseless. Bastard! He still had the chance to curse. Then, the golden helmet exploded like a piece of paper, and a handful of blood with white brain juice burst out of the temple. It was a terrible wound, but the deadly witchcraft that Gray Sea King learned from the spear shrimp did not achieve the expected effect of a headshot. The change was too sudden. Danny and the other gods were stunned. Gray Sea King, you're asking for death. They were stunned. The giant beside Inami was furious and subconsciously swung his stick at Gray Sea King. Gray Sea King was tall, close to 5 meters, but at this moment, he was like a slippery loach. His thick waist was like a thin willow branch in the wind. He bypassed the giant stick and found the right opportunity to blow at Inami for the second time. But this time, the mermaid was more prepared. Splash! The water waves condensed into a green water wall beside her. Pop boom! The airflow blew a hole the size of a wine glass in the water wall. Inami's expression was ferocious. She waved the sword in her hand. Gray Sea King was 7 or 8 meters away, but he couldn't control himself and fell under the blade of the serrated sword. Chi! The sword was cut in half. Gray Sea King was cut in half at the waist, and his blood soaked the nearby seawater. Plop! The two halves of the corpse rolled down the royal stairs. There was still a mist of blood at the cut of the corpse like a ribbon, floating towards the wide serrated black sword in the mermaid's hand. Gray Sea King's blood and soul were constantly being absorbed by the demon sword, just like when Gray Sea King used it to fight against the sea dragon Naga. Why? Inami's left temple was covered with a layer of water film, and the white skull and broken brain inside could be vaguely seen. It was extremely terrifying. Even ants have a temper. Gray Sea King's mouth was bleeding, and the light in his eyes was dimming. I'm your master god. How dare you be angry with me? Inami was furious. I'm the first Iron King of the Dawn Era. I represented the humans and fought against the godlike children of the forest, giants, and monsters. I also killed the sea dragon that ravaged the Iron Islands and swallowed the Iron Seed at will. I lived until the Hero Era, and I was called a hero by the humans. Gray Sea King was dying, but his tone was sonorous and powerful. Even the juniors dared to draw their swords and point at the gods. I don't want to lose the title of hero in front of them. Then, he used the last of his strength to turn his head and look at the Dragon Queen. He said intermittently, do you know why, cough cough, the last 4,000 years of the last era was called the Hero Era? That's because we're all just like you. Gods. Gods are nothing. After saying that, he widened his dark eyes that were as big as pebbles. He was dead. A huge foot quickly enlarged in the corner of his eyes and landed heavily on his face. Crack! Hero? Bullshit! The giant spat at the corpse and moved away the foot that was covered in brain and flesh. White staff. Garen's veins bulged as he held the white staff. His expression was almost twisted, but before he could say or do anything, TCH, black lightning flashed, and the legendary priest's expression froze. Why? TCH, 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 blood splattered, and the sword was split in half. Inami shook off the blood on her sword and said coldly, I'm not happy with your thoughts right now. This was the difference between a priest and a normal believer. If Gray Sea King attacked, Inami wouldn't be able to react in time as long as he was fast enough. But Garen was Inami's priest. He couldn't even hide his thoughts from Chizong and Holy Mother Dani. Of course, Garen was still a priest. His loyalty to Inami was not something Gray Sea King could compare to. He was only suffering in his heart. He was angry at Inami, and his faith had decreased. He didn't plan to rebel immediately, but Inami was still angry. She couldn't accept this level of betrayal. The whole process was long, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Dunstan and the others had just expressed their stance. Dragon Queen was about to praise them when Gray Sea King suddenly went berserk. He failed to kill Inami and was killed instantly by Inami. Dragon Queen, Iron Seed, and the gods were still in shock. The mermaid had completed another 2 kills. One was a scholar, and the other was a warrior. Ah, father! Grandfather! Your Majesty Sea King! No, Priest Garen. Dragon Queen was still in shock. The Iron Seed in black armor and white robes surrounding the battlefield were excited. Gray Sea King had 100 sons. White Staff, Garen, was the faith of the people. Gray Sea King was the faith of all Iron Seed nobles and civilians. Now that the two had died so miserably, many Iron Seed couldn't accept it. They looked at Inami with hesitation. You are all Iron Seed. Inami noticed the change in emotions of the oarsmen below. She was very angry. I created you to rape and pillage. You are not saviors or heroes. You are only my warriors, my oarsmen. You only need wine, women, and blood. Her voice was like thunder. She hoped that her words would be like the morning bell, waking up the lost Iron Seed. Silence filled the square. The Iron Seed looked at each other, not knowing what to do. No. Suddenly, someone stood up. It was Blackheart Haluan, who was knocked out by Dragon Queen's soul-extinguishing strike. He staggered to his feet and put on his helmet as he shouted, "What we pursue is honor. Killing, strengthening, pillaging. We use blood and fire to please you in order to gain your approval and praise. Your approval and praise is the highest honor of the Iron Seed. We fight for you. We dream of becoming your oarsmen because you are the source and representative of the highest honor." Haluan, I am still your highest honor. The mermaid said coldly. She was a god. She could feel that Blackheart Haluan's devotion to her was quickly decreasing. Haluan shook his head and pulled out his sword. He shouted with a sobbing voice, "No, you are now our shame. The dead will rise again if they do not die. They will be even stronger. This is the Inami in my heart. You have destroyed my faith. My whole life, my 300 years of dedication, have been betrayed by you. The Iron Seed is proud of using schemes and tricks, but," he pointed at Dragon Queen, "but what do you prove by using the most despicable methods to exploit a king's kindness and sense of responsibility to his people? It only proves that you are weak, cowardly, lowly, and lowly chi." Inami stood where she was and waved her sword. The water around Blackheart Haluan stirred up waves and brought him to the bottom of the black sword. The sword was parted in the middle and stopped abruptly. Who else is dissatisfied with my actions? Her hair and beard stood on end. The flowing water palace rippled with her roar. Let the otherworldly chicken tip your eyelids. It was unknown which Iron King in history howled at Inami. Then, like Blackheart Haluan, he was swept up by the water and sent to the bottom of the black sword. The sword was parted in the middle. Danny watched from the side with a serious expression. Not only did she not stop them, she even stopped releasing her ultimate move. This group of non-mainstream heroes who were not considered heroes were worthy of her giving up the stage for them and giving them the opportunity to shine brightly in their lives. Who else? Suddenly, the flowing water palace became gloomy. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Fuck you, Chi. Fuck Chi. A mermaid without Hiba Chi. 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 Hundreds of thousands of black, armored Iron Seed swarmed toward the divine throne in the center like ants. Inami didn't say a word. Her eyes were red. She was like Lubu, who had his chi return restriction removed by the modifier. She held the 3-meter-long black sword in her hand and kept cutting grass. The gods, who had been ignored, were at a loss for what to do. This wasn't the right script. Damn it. Inami is suffering from the backlash of her faith and has lost her mind. Red Bull, Akun's expression, was terrible. That idiot. He should have made things clear to his believers before this. Could she have kept it a secret? Lalo sighed. Why don't we help Inami suppress the rebellion first? An evil god suggested. Shit, what if Danny and Rise take the opportunity to escape if we are distracted? Akun scolded in a low voice. Sai, Danny, and Rise agreed to be executed, but this happened. What should we do now? Pale Holy Child said, helplessly. Danny heard her name and looked up. At the same time, Night Lion looked over. The two looked at each other. Danny smiled, but Night Lion was very embarrassed. Why don't we let Inami do her own thing, and we can talk about our own? He forced a smile. Chapter 1040. Look at these Iron Seed. They sacrifice themselves for you without fear of death. Aren't you touched? Now, you should be able to sacrifice yourself for the humans of the world, right? Nightsure stared into Dragon Queen's eyes and said slowly, what kind of logic is this? Danny's mouth twitched, not to mention that they are all doing it for their own righteousness and beliefs, even if part of the reason is because of me. But if they sacrifice themselves for me, and I sacrifice myself for them, won't everyone be sacrificed? Or do we humans deserve to be sacrificed? Do you want to drag the whole world down with you? Shadow Demon, Lalo shouted in disbelief. How can you be so vicious? Danny was speechless for a moment. If you want to distort black and white, just say it. I didn't expect you to believe it yourself. What do you want to do? Nightsure said coldly, it's very simple. I want to clean up all of you demons and return the world to a peaceful state. Danny said righteously, if the strength exceeds 0, Tubei Li, it will destroy the Seal Core. You saw it. I didn't lie to you, Nightsure said in a deep voice. I believe you didn't lie to me. Do you plan to kill all of us with witchcraft that is lower than 0? Tubei Li? Lalo laughed and said, if 1,000 fire crows self-destruct together, more than half of our gods will die. If 1,000 fire crows self-destruct one after another, I alone can swallow them all in one gulp. Why bother? Isn't it better to die quietly? Nightsure was worried. What if you get emotional during the battle and don't control your strength well? If it exceeds 0, Tubei Li, won't it be too late for regrets? It's better to die peacefully, die a worthy death, and die without regrets. Don't talk nonsense with them. The power projected from upstream is too vast. My soul is almost annihilated, Bran said with difficulty. What power? Danny asked curiously. I don't know, but I have a hunch that it was prepared for this scene. You can use it without worry. You don't have to worry about the core seal. You don't have to worry about anything because the future experts will definitely know about today's battle and make the best choice, Bran said. Danny nodded and landed on the ground beside Dunstan and the others. Under the puzzled gazes of the gods, she raised the weirwood cane with both hands. My eyes are filled with joy. It's time to clean up, she said faintly, but her voice spread in all directions. Although she didn't know what the ultimate weapon was, there was one thing that she was absolutely certain of. It was something that could sweep through 300 gods and demons. It was something that couldn't be faked even after 10,000 years. She definitely couldn't let it go so easily. Arrogant. Everyone, let's attack together. Even if the world explodes, we must kill her today. The horseshoe military god said angrily. Yishur hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and said with hatred, according to the previous plan, the powerful heavenly gods who have comprehended 2 laws will stand at the front. Everyone, prepare your strongest sorcery. Let's focus on 10 waves of attacks. All right. 300 gods and demons answered in unison. Then, more than 50 demon gods stepped out from the crowd and formed a defensive system according to the formation. At the same time, the Dragon Queen's side was also going all out. For the first time, Blackie, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red, the 5 Megalosaurus dragon souls, entered their bodies and fused with Danny with their respective 9-colored vortex meditation foundation. Buzz, buzz, the 5 dragon souls were overclocked. The power was too strong. The space around Danny trembled violently, and pitch-black cracks that looked like broken porcelain bowls appeared. Even the drowning god, whose eyes were bloodshot from killing, shuddered and woke up from his stupor. After she woke up, she shouted in horror, "How is this possible? Just the violent aura alone is close to zero. To Bailey, the core of the ceiling formation is really going to break. Danny Leasy, don't go crazy. Where's your kindness? Damn it, we were all wrong about her. She's just like us. Her face is black, but her heart is even blacker." Red Bull Akuan left the defensive formation formed by the powerful heavenly gods and flew away, without looking back. "Akuan, what are you doing?" The gods didn't understand. "The formation is going to explode. Why aren't you running?" Akuan sped up. "Fuck," Night Lion scolded. "You stupid bull. The formation isn't broken yet. Danny Leasy is deliberately mystifying things." "What?" Akuan slammed on the brakes and looked back. As expected, Dragon Queen's aura had reached its peak, and in an instant, her divine power had been exhausted. It was like she was holding it in with all her might, but all she did was let out a fart. "Are you scaring us?" He ran back again. "As expected, we weren't wrong about you. You are the kind of great hero who is willing to sacrifice yourself for others." "Ha ha ha." Shadow Demon Lala laughed proudly. "Sigh, if only everyone was as smart as you. How good would that be?" Danny was exhausted and sighed dejectedly. "Where did your divine power go?" Akuan asked in shock. "It's all here." Danny's own divine power and spirit, together with the divine power and spirit of the 5 Megalosaurus, were like a time-space pump, drawing the sword from the other end of the pipe to the present. Yes, Bran was like a plastic pipe that connected the present and the future. An extremely weak but extremely powerful energy was transmitted from the future to the present. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if a steel ball with a diameter of 8 centimeters was stuffed into a 5-centimeter pipe. Wherever the steel ball passed, the tunnel cracked. Bran's soul was torn into countless pieces. Because his soul passage connected the present and the future, the torn soul fragments all fell into the future. Now, he was letting out a heart-wrenching cry. It was more painful than a real heart-wrenching cry. "Your Majesty, today I have fulfilled my promise to you." After leaving this sentence, Bran's soul scattered. When the steel ball fell into Danny's hand, it meant that the entire Bran's plastic pipe had shattered. On the river of time, from the present to the future, Bran's soul ashes were scattered evenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Once again, pitch-black cracks appeared in the space around Dragon Queen. This time, it was even more terrifying. The spiral-shaped space cracks surrounded her, forming a huge space tornado. The infinitely enlarged ceiling formation that looked like a macromolecular structure diagram was instantly crushed like a delicate flower that was sucked into a space shuttle turbine engine. Fuck. Danny was dumbfounded. Was she tricked by the people from the future? Fuck. Red Bull Akuan was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen finally broke her persona. Night Lion, Inami, and the others were dumbfounded. Then they flew into a rage out of humiliation. Let's fight it out with her. Even if the great cataclysm breaks out again, we gods will at most suffer great losses. If I don't vent my anger today, I won't feel at ease. The Horseshoe War god roared. First, he used the Great Plague Poison technique. The 5-colored umbrella-like cloud swooshed and enveloped Dragon Queen. Whoosh! But in the next moment, the space tornado was like a hood. In an instant, it sucked all the poisonous cloud into a certain space. Let's retreat. Red Bull Akuan said nervously, "We've already planned this beforehand. We can't fight Danny Rise to the death. The Frost God knows about the Misty Sea plan. He'll definitely sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for a chance to catch us all in one fell swoop. The alliance of justice and order was never stupid. After the frost god knew about their plan, not only did he not expose it to the Dragon Queen, but he also secretly helped them to hide it. Was he doing a good deed every day? Impossible. The gods didn't give up on the Misty Sea plan because according to this plan, the gods could easily take down the Dragon Queen without any losses. As long as the gods didn't suffer great losses. If the frost god dared to be the fisherman, they would dare to make him into fish soup. Don't rush. At least 10 waves of fire. If we can't kill Danny Rise, we'll run. Night Lion stopped Red Bull, who was preparing to run for the second time. It's too embarrassing to run without even fighting. Akun thought it made sense. The alliance of justice and order had been established for many years, but they had never fought the Dragon Queen head-on. Then, more than 300 demon gods floated in the air like stairs surrounding the Dragon Queen. They used all their strength and used their strongest divine spells. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They were colorful and strangely shaped. It was as if 10,000 barrels of fuel had been poured on the Dragon Queen. The space tornado around the Dragon Queen continued to expand. The seawater, the red coral, the white jade slabs, the white-robed and black-armored rowers standing in the square, the various powerful divine spells of the gods, and even the illusory broken seal runes were all sucked into the tornado. It was as if the Dragon Queen had become a black hole. As long as it existed, it would be sucked in. I can't sense the midnight and noon precepts. Night Lion suddenly shouted in fear. My plague precepts have disappeared too. It seems to have been eaten by something, the goat hoof war god said in disbelief. Mine has disappeared too. I can't use any divine spells. It's as if my precepts have gone blank. It means that the precepts of my divine spells have been erased. Me too. They had planned to attack 10 times, but before they could even attack 5 times, the gods suddenly realized that the precepts they were chanting had disappeared. They couldn't even use their divine spells. What's going on? Night Lion looked at Inami. Of the hundreds of gods and devils present, only Inami was still going by Yubi. The mermaid also stopped attacking. She looked at the space tornado in the center with a serious expression. She shook her head and said, I don't know. My precepts are also vibrating violently. It's as if a huge mouth is trying to chew them up and swallow them. But my true god status is like a layer of armor, blocking the huge mouth from chewing. Danny Alice, what did you do? Shadow Devil Lalo roared. Damn it, my flowing water palace is being devoured by something. Inami said angrily. Bam, bam, bam. Just then, the sound of a rope snapping came from the void. It's over. It's all over. Inami's face was pale. The seal is broken. The chaotic high-energy magic is pouring in from all directions. There will be no more living people in this world. Even the deviant ghosts will be deformed. The world is going to be destroyed. Devil, I'll kill you. In desperation, the mermaid's divine power surged. Giant waves rolled up the lava in the underwater volcano and poured it down on Dragon Queen. But no matter how much lava and seawater came, they were all absorbed by the space tornado around Danny. What kind of space divine spell is this? Akun asked in shock. No, it's not space divine spell. Lalo, Inami, Night Lion, and the other gods who understood the fire chant shook their heads. It's fire. The space can't withstand the power of the fire. Cracks are appearing in it. What fire? The army god asked. The fire that can ignite the entire world. The most powerful fire in the universe. Danny laughed triumphantly. The space tornado disappeared. This meant that she had gained initial control of her new power. It was a light red flame the size of a soybean. Its color was so faint that it looked like a drop of red ink in a basin. It was illusory and looked as if it would be extinguished at any time. That's. Night Lion's eyes widened. He was terrified. Chapter 1041. The Dragon Queen pointed her middle finger at the gods, and the bean-sized flame burned on her finger. It was as light as smoke and as thin as mist, as if it would be extinguished in the sea in the next moment. However, none of the gods dared to underestimate it. Instead, their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies were trembling. This was because it was the flame that had swallowed all of their divine attacks. Now, the flowing water palace was still being destroyed. Large pieces of the building had turned into threads of nothingness and became the fuel for the flame. What was even more terrifying was that the flame had burned and swallowed all the laws of heaven and earth nearby. There were no laws in heaven and earth, so the gods had lost their ability to sense their songs of laws. Only Inami was spared. She was a true god, and the songs of laws of a true god were imprinted in the position of a true god. It was like a piece of information that was not only engraved by heaven and earth, but also left a copy in a higher floor. What kind of fire is this? Night Lion asked. Although he was asking, his eyes were filled with fear and greed. The other gods, who had comprehended the laws of fire, looked at the bean-sized flame. Just as you think. Danny smiled. Impossible! How could you suddenly grasp the power of the first flame? Inami shouted hysterically. What, the first flame? The other evil gods were in an uproar. You only had a trace of the characteristics of the first flame before, and you were still a long way from perfecting the Song of Fire. Even if you were talented, it would take you at least 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years to comprehend the first flame, Lalo said bitterly. That's right. Even if the Song of Fire was perfected, it would take 1,000 years to grasp the polarity of the first flame. This thing was sent by me 2,000 years later, crossing the river of time. How is it? Are you surprised? Danny laughed heartily and revealed the secret without hesitation. Dead people were the best at keeping secrets. You're lying. The river of time and the river of fate are blurry. There is no clear path at all, and the future is uncertain. A powerful demon god who had comprehended several songs of laws exclaimed, Idiot! If I control the first flame, it means that the entire world is in my hands. Your so-called uncertain future is nothing more than a pre-planned game progression for me. Danny boasted. Anyway, now that she was awesome, no one could doubt her no matter how much she bragged, so she might as well brag to the sky. He could show off and scare them so much that their faces turned ashen and they peed their pants. Why not? Sure enough, the gods were scared shitless. What she said makes sense. If she grasps the first flame in the future, then the fate of the world will become a zither in her hands. She will be able to play any song she likes. Akun's face was deathly pale. He was so scared that he turned into a white bull. Even someone as strong as Yishur had lost his mind and was about to go mad. Why? Why is this happening? Why would the heavens betray those who have put in so much effort? Could it be that all of our efforts and schemes have been in vain? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the pitiful looks of the gods on the verge of collapse, the Dragon Queen laughed even more happily, and all her previous grievances were swept away. She's lying. Inami suddenly shouted. In the current world, even true gods can't be born. As long as she doesn't become a true god, she won't be able to control the true first flame. The power level of the first flame must be higher than that of a true god. To go up to the 5th floor, one must first go up to the 3rd and 4th floor. This is common sense. She can't even go up to the 3rd floor. How can she ignite the first flame on the 5th floor? Yishur and the other powerful demons were shocked. They immediately calmed down, and release their spiritual energy, carefully examining the middle finger that Dragon Queen gave them. However, the middle and low-level demons didn't understand the common sense that Inami mentioned. They pointed at the flame on their middle finger and shouted, but she clearly ignited the first flame. Maybe that's not the first flame. Yishur turned to Lalo. You've seen the ember of the first flame? Is it an ember? Its size is far inferior to the ember of the first flame, but its quality seems to be one level higher than the ember. Lalo's face turned pale. Whoosh, Red Bull. Akuan heard this, and without another word, he burned his essence blood and turned into a red light, escaping into the distance. Whoosh, Yishur's left and right eyes turned white and black. He was as fast as lightning, quickly escaping into the distance. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, the powerful demons fled in all directions, leaving the middle and low-level demons looking at each other. I can't fly. Someone help me. A demon wailed. Demon, where do you think you're going? Dragon Queen hesitated for a moment, but still used her middle finger to gently blow out the fire bean that she had been suppressing. Boom. It was like pressing the switch of a lighter in a warehouse full of flour and gas. In all directions, up, down, left, and right, everything was ignited in an instant. Everything was burning. However, Danny couldn't control it at all. Previously, when she was arguing with the gods, it wasn't to show off. It was mainly because she realized that she couldn't control that little thing. She even had the terrifying feeling that she would be burned to death. Hence, while bragging and bragging, she tried to use her willpower to sense and control it. However, the gods weren't stupid. Seeing that the situation was bad, they immediately fled. Helpless, Danny could only throw it out. No, Tiamin's heroic spirit in the square wailed and was licked away by the flames. Nothing was left behind, and it didn't stop them for even a second. No, the flowing palace was like a ping-pong ball that had fallen into a steel furnace. It turned into nothingness in the red flames. Inami was in so much pain that she cried out loudly. However, in the next moment, the flames attacked. The water barrier around her was useless. Instead, it was like opening the door to a thief. The moment it came into contact with the flames, it turned into flames. As for Inami, a true god, like Tiamin's heroic spirit turned into nothingness without any resistance. Oh no, there was still a difference between a true god and an Iron Seed heroic spirit. The burning of a heroic spirit didn't seem to help the flames. However, the burning of a true god made the flames rise by more than 3 feet. Oh, no, Dragon Queen, spare me, I'm willing to hiss. Inami's subordinate gods, the mermaid wizards in the air, and the evil gods in the sky were all caught up by the flames in a flash. They didn't even have time to beg for mercy before they were burned into nothingness. Not ashes, but nothingness. After burning the flowing palace and the gods, the flames burned even more fiercely. Due to the loss of the ceiling formation, the suppressed underwater volcano was agitated. Huge waves rose in the magma pool. However, as the flames spread, everything was turned into nothingness. The thick smoke was gone. The evaporating seawater was gone. The magma was gone. Even the volcano in the trench and the trench itself were turned into nothingness in the flames. Everything was gone. The center of the sea of smoke was instantly lit up by the red light. Then it was turned into nothingness. Only the flames were left, soaring into the sky and spreading in all directions. The seawater, rocks, promontories, sea monsters, and fish all disappeared in the flames. It wasn't just objects visible to the naked eye. Wherever the flames passed, even the laws were turned into nothingness. It was true nothingness. Nothing was left. Damn it, Danny Lilith wants to return the world to its original state. Night Lion and the other powerful gods knew more. When they saw the scene of flames wreaking havoc in the world, they were even more terrified. "I can't accept this." With a howl, Night Lion was caught up by the flames. With a light lick, he was turned into nothingness. Hiss, 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 Shadow Demon Lalo, the goat hoof war god, and many other powerful gods were ignited one after another. "Dragon Queen, I'm willing to surrender. Almighty Lord, I'm willing to follow you to reopen the world. Don't burn me." Red Bullakan, who ran the fastest, was scared to tears. He was really crying. His face was covered in tears. "Sorry, there's nothing I can do," Dragon Queen sighed. "Even someone as merciful as me feels pity and sorrow when I see this scene. However, this fire is too uncontrollable." Dani was truly sorrowful. She didn't want to kill those Iron Seed heroic spirits. She also heard Asha and the others' cries for help. However, she was now like a bomb disposal expert facing a bomb that had already exploded. She was helpless against the shock waves after the explosion. "Shameless, weren't you the one who set this fire? If it wasn't your fire, why can you talk to me?" Akun cursed. Even the laws were burned by the flames. Naturally, divine thoughts and souls couldn't survive in the flames. Therefore, when Akun communicated with Dani, he could only pass the message to the flames behind him. Then he was burned. However, not only could Dani hear him, she could also pass the message to him through the flames. This phenomenon could only mean one thing. The original flame that burned the world was her divine technique. Of course, her consciousness was included in her divine technique. "I was the one who set this fire." Dani calmed herself down and tried to control the flames while chatting with the dying Akun. "Weren't you guys wondering where my divine power went? Even with the overclocked divine power of a level 5 dragon soul, I could only ignite a weak and almost transparent initial flame the size of a soybean. The future peoples engraving boats and sending swords also had limitations. Not only did it require a conduit like Bran, but it also seemed that it couldn't transfer energy, matter, or souls. It could only cast an illusory projection. The projection of the initial flame. It was like a person standing upstream of a river, holding a mirror and reflecting the sunlight into the dark forest downstream. For people, there was the future and the present. For a river, there was also upstream and downstream. However, for the sunlight itself, it illuminated the earth, and the entire river was on the earth. For the initial flame, its existence had nothing to do with time or distance. It was the world itself. It was very magical. Receiving the projection of the initial flame from upstream, Dani filled it with the power of her soul and imprinted a small initial flame. But no matter how small it is, it's still the initial flame. It's several levels higher than my level. It takes time to control it, but you guys just had to run. If you're not in a hurry to run, give me half an hour. Hey, Anyo, where are you? Anyo had already been burned by the flames and was burned into nothing. He didn't even leave behind a last word. Dani was a little embarrassed. She could only focus on controlling the initial flame. Gradually, she could roughly control the direction of the flames. The red flames that had burned a hole in the sea of smoke with a diameter of 200 kilometers started to soar into the sky and then spread out in the sky. Boom! The flames crackled and moved like a dragon. In a flash, it went from the center of the sea of smoke to Materis in the north, to the ruins of Valeglia in the south. Streaks of red flames traveled across the sky of the land of Long Summer. In an instant, the entire land of Long Summer was covered in flames. The chaotic high-energy magic power was the world's most terrifying poison and pollution source, but now it became the best fuel for the initial flame. Ah, the curse is gone. The curse is burning. I can feel it. In the land of long summer, beside the main road of Valeglia, Danny and Baristan used to stay in Blackwater Town, chapter 177. The old priest with a twisted nose and mouth looked up at the burning sky. His face was filled with tears and excitement. One day, the noble Dragon King will lead the Megalosaurus to reappear in the world. He will help the people of Valeglia break out of their cage. The dragon flames of the Megalosaurus will ignite the sky. The entire land of long summer will be purified in the flames. We will be reborn. This is the prophecy from 400 years ago. Today, it has finally come true. It's exactly as described in the prophecy. Balerion, bless us. We are reborn. High Priest, it's not good. Balerion's statue has cracked, and my divine arts have been activated. Balerion, he's dead. Suddenly, the little priest's heart-wrenching wail came from the temple in the center of the village. The old priest. Chapter 1042. After the long night ended, the merchants opened up the Smoke Sea route from Slavers Bay to Volantis. The sea journey was reduced by a few thousand kilometers. But until a few hundred years later, an adventurous Targaryen discovered to his horror that under the Smoke Sea there was a 120-kilometer deep abyss under the Smoke Sea when he was looking at the remains of the battlefield where Elder Danny List fought. Even further back in the past, there were 14 fire peaks there. Later on, the hemispherical abyss was named Danny List Canyon. The volcano where Sheep Egg was sealed was at the top of Danny List Canyon. So, his ending was predictable. He couldn't even wait for the Dragon Queen to devour him. At the beginning of the first flame, he was burned into nothingness along with the flowing water palace and Inami. However, the old priest of Blackwater Town didn't have to despair too much. At this moment, there were countless priests wailing with him. Inside the anti-ghost steel fortress, modified from the Bravo's Iron Vault, Sea King Tormo exclaimed, "Isn't the phenomenon in the sky a sign of the fall of a true god? Why did the pale holy child fall?" It had been 2 years since the long night. The Sea King also understood the difference between a demigod, a powerful sky god, and a true god. Just now, the earth shook and the sky cracked. Ghosts cried and gods wept. The rain of blood was majestic. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Although the intensity was greater, the style was similar to when the storm god fell. So, even without consulting the old Zebraman moon singer, the Sea King himself guessed that another true god had fallen. He called the old woman Moon Chan over because he wanted to know which true god had died and who had killed him. All right, he had more or less guessed the murderer. As soon as the old woman entered, another priest of the Pale Holy Child came over and cried, "The statue is cracked. The divine arts are gone. My Lord Pale Holy Child has been killed." There was a huge change in the Valeglia Peninsula, an unprecedented upheaval. The Sea of Law is almost. The old zebra man tilted his head and thought hard, trying to find the right words. The entire Sea of Law has evaporated. The crying Pale Holy Child priest choked. It's a bit like evaporation. The old woman nodded reluctantly, but I'm not sure if it's evaporation or a rising tide. I don't care about the Sea of Law. Just tell me what happened and how it affects us. Sea King said anxiously, "Your Majesty, my main god's statue has cracked and the divine technique has disappeared." The priestess of the Fisherman King's church ran over with tears on her face. The Fisherman King is Inami. It seems that the dead true god is him. The old zebra man said immediately. The Sea King furrowed his brows and nodded. The Fisher King's church had been of great help to Bravos. They had to rely on them for long nights, fishing in the coastal waters, and guarding against deviant ghosts in the water. Now that Inami had been killed, Bravos was in deep trouble. "Do you know who the murderer is?" the Sea King asked bitterly. "Your Majesty, Sea King, my master, Red Bull Akuan, "Your Majesty, my Lord Lalo," before the priestess of the Fisher King could answer. Another large group of priestesses ran into the main hall while howling. "They're all dead?" The Sea King was shocked. The others nodded with tears on their faces. Only the Red God priestess shook her head and said hesitantly, "My main god statue hasn't completely cracked, and I haven't completely lost my divine technique, but I can't use it. I don't know what happened." The Sea King furrowed his brows and scanned the crowd before asking, "Where's Archbishop Stellan?" The chief swordsman whispered, "Archbishop Stellan isn't here." Then, "Has the Tower of Holy Light been extinguished?" The Sea King asked again. "It's brilliant, shining in all directions." "It seems to be even brighter," the chief swordsman replied. The Sea King nodded silently. He knew what was going on. After that, he tried his best to persuade the priestesses who had lost their god to leave. Then he tiredly ordered his attendants, "Invite the keykeeper and the professors here." Now that most of the nobles were hiding in the iron treasury mine, everyone arrived very quickly. The Sea King did not hesitate and said directly, "I've decided to convert to the 7 gods. Tonight, I'll find Archbishop Stellan to be baptized into the church." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The keykeeper, Bisara, was puzzled and said, "You can decide on this matter yourself. Why do you need to bring us here?" Even before the outbreak of the faceless ghosts, the Sea King's decision to convert to the 7 gods would only cause a commotion. It was not a big problem. The religion of Bravos was very open because everyone came from different races. Each race had their own beliefs. "It's not just me. In the future, no one who is not a believer of the 7 gods can become the Sea King." The Sea King said in a deep voice, "Ah, you want to establish the Church of the 7 gods as the national religion?" This time, everyone was agitated and expressed their opposition. The Sea King did not think it was enough. He pressed down with both hands and waited for the keykeeper and the professors to calm down. Then he said in a deep voice, "I think the statues of the 7 gods of the Holy Church have been there for a long time. Most of the wood is rotten and the paint is mottled. I plan to use gold, jade, and the best gems to recast the Holy Mother's golden body. If possible, the Titan statue at the entrance of the Great Lagoon should be modified to look like the Holy Mother. Well, it should be completely based on Danny Leesy's appearance." This. Everyone was stunned. "Why do you have to do this? In addition, the Holy Church is too small. It is not worthy of the majesty and great achievements of the Holy Mother. I want to draw a new piece of land on the island of gods and build a great holy church that surpasses the Moonchanter Temple. It should be more luxurious and magnificent than the great holy church of Baylor at the King's Landing. In addition to the gold used to repay the Dragon Queen, 90% of the remaining gold in the Iron Vault will be used to decorate the great Holy Church of the 7 gods." "Your Majesty, are you crazy?" the professors cried out. "Why don't you understand? The school of black and white is abolished. Bravo's strength has been greatly reduced in the corpse tide. We can't keep so much gold. It's better to put the gold in the Holy Church of the 7 gods. Who dares to touch the gold in the Holy Church? Who can touch it?" The Sea King sighed helplessly and continued, "In addition, the Archbishop of the Holy Church will have the authority of the professors and the leader of the keykeepers. In other words, the power of the School of Black and White will be transferred to the Church of the 7 gods. Of course, from now on, the nobles of Bravos will choose the best children to enter the Church of the 7 gods and try to occupy the positions of bishops and archbishops." This time, everyone's reaction was not too intense. After all, 90% of the gold was taken out. What else could move a merchant more than gold? Why so radical? Bisara was puzzled. The Sea King first told them about the fall of the gods, then smiled bitterly. "The other gods and devils are all dead. Only the Holy Mother is alive. It's obvious that the Dragon Queen and the Alliance of Justice fought, and she won. The world from now on belongs to her, and the Church of the Seven Gods. We should take a side. Everyone was silent and tacitly agreed with the Sea King's decision. Bravos was still too far away from the Smoke Sea. They could only guess that the Smoke Sea had undergone a great change through the death of the evil god and the fluctuations in the Sea of Law. The city-states 2,000 kilometers away from the Smoke Sea, Volantis, and Slave Bay, could see the Sea of Fire with their naked eyes. The entire sky of the land of Long Summer was ignited. Even the Free Girl Island was included in the flames. The first flame burned almost everything, including the air. After burning up the chaotic magic in the sky of the land of Long Summer, the fire became even fiercer. It started to spread across the land of Long Summer and flowed in all directions. If Dany did not control it, in less than 2 days, the entire world would return to its original state in the first flame. However, it was obvious that Dany did not want to repeat the same thing. With her current level, she could not use the first flame to create a world. Even if she could create a new world, she would be the only one in the new world. Was it fun to be the god of creation? Hence, she tried her best to limit the range of the first flame. At the same time, she used her old woman clergy to analyze the characteristics of the first flame. Only by knowing it like the back of one's hand could one control it freely. At the same time, she looked around with a pair of sneaky eyes, searching for the frost god who wanted to be the Oriole. She made a decision in her heart. As long as she found his breath, she would immediately release the first flame. Even if it burned through the sky, she would take him away. Unfortunately, the frost god was indeed paying attention to the Smoke Sea, but he quietly hid his main body outside the world. Lalo's greed, Sheep Egg's explosiveness, my creation, all of them are in the first flame. 3 days later, Dany opened her eyes that had been closed for a long time. Countless shadows of flames flashed across her eyes. The combination of the polarities of the Song of Fire is the true first flame. Lalo, Sheep Egg, and I only took a part of the first flame's characteristics. However, creation is the most important characteristic of the first flame. The first flame that created the world can also bring death to the world. If I don't stop it, the entire world will be reduced to nothingness by the first flame. The limit of life is death, and the dead ice universe can give birth to the first flame of creation. Is this reincarnation from death? Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang. Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. The so-called Song of Ice and Fire was so similar to the Yin-Yang study of the Eastern Xianxia universe. Was it a coincidence, or were they two ways of expressing the same principle? As Dany's understanding of the first flame deepened, her control of the first flame also became stronger. With a thought, the flames covering the land of Long Summer suddenly shrank. The flames formed a long line, as fast as lightning, and collapsed toward Dany's palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Sea of Fire that covered an area of nearly 1 million square kilometers and was more than 10 kilometers thick only condensed into a flame the size of an egg yolk in Dany's palm. Hundreds of evil gods, one true god, hundreds of thousands of Iron Seed heroic spirits, the Smoke Sea, the volcano, and the boundless chaos magic energy above the land of Long Summer only allowed the first flame to grow to this size. At first, the bean-sized flame was very illusory. Now, the egg yolk was unusually solid. Its surface flashed with a strange red light, like a drop of blood from a god. Dany swallowed. What should I do with you? Give it to me. Who's talking? Dany looked around in surprise. She had already burned a hemisphere with a diameter of 200 kilometers in this sea of smoke. The bottom was all bright red magma, and there was seawater on both sides pouring in like a waterfall. Smoke rose into the sky, but when it approached Dany, it immediately turned into fuel for the first flame. And other than herself, only Dunstan and the other 5 Timon survived. They were very close to the Dragon Queen and were not touched by the first flame. But when they saw the first flame, their spiritual power was burned out and they fainted from exhaustion. Mortals did not even have the right to see the first flame. The will of the world. Looking around, Dany suddenly had an epiphany and realized something. Give it to me. I want it. The world was very mechanical and weak when it spoke of its desire. It could not communicate with Dany anthropomorphic, but she could completely feel its weakness and desire. It was like an old man on the verge of starvation seeing a bowl of fragrant sweet potato porridge. Dany looked at the first flame in her hand, and then looked at the cracked land of long summer. She suddenly had an epiphany. As the final achievement of Valeglia's dragon and magic civilization, it was not a coincidence that she removed the seal of the land of long summer and burned out the chaos magic energy. She was completing Valeglia's karma. Now, it was her turn to use the first flame to compensate for the damage Valeglia had caused to the world. I am the last Valeglia Dragon King. When I was born, you turned the remaining first flame into a destiny and gave it to me. Now it belongs to you. Dany sighed and swallowed the first flame that was the size of an egg yolk into her stomach. Then she waved her hand, and a green spatial door opened. With a whoosh, Dunstan and the other 4 were taken away. Finally, her figure blurred and disappeared. Thousands of kilometers away from the surface, Dany's eyes were closed, and her limbs were spread out, floating and sinking in the bright red magma. Leave me what I need, and you can take the rest. Chapter 1043. The ground was filled with cracks, and one could even reach in with one's hand. Large chunks of soil turned into sand, and the vegetation on the ground was sparse. It was difficult to see any greenery within 1,000 miles. There was also a sandstorm from afar. That was how Dany felt about the world after her consciousness sank into the Earth's core. The world was about to die, dry and die. At that moment, wisps of red mist rose from her body and merged into the earth fire. The Earth's core was shaking, and the world was singing. It was like a spring flowing into the dry earth. Spores sprouted, greenery was born, and the earth was nourished by clear water. The cracks slowly healed. The world gradually regained some vitality. The Earth's core, the heart of the earth, was the source of the world's vitality. When the Earth's core began to recover, the magic of the underground fire immediately became condensed. Because the condensation of the earth fire gradually became orderly, the wounds of the entire world began to heal. The most direct manifestation was the sea of smoke thousands of miles above the Earth's core. In the 120-kilometer deep pit created by the first flame, the Earth's core restrained the fire magic, and the lava spewing out of the cracks gradually quieted down. Without the fire magic that continued to surge out from the ground, the lava gradually solidified into a thick layer of rock at the bottom of the pit. The seawater that slanted down was no longer evaporated, and the hemispherical pit with a radius of 100 miles was gradually filled up. The worlds will extracted the first flame from Dany's body to nourish the Earth's core, and also left behind what she needed according to her request. The sheep's egg was instantly devoured by the first flame. If she did not devour it, she would not be able to complete the top-notch fire wizard's constitution in Valeglia's prophecy. The first flame devoured the sheep's egg, and the worlds will help her absorb the first flame, which was of a higher level than the sheep's egg. The world was equal to the first flame, and the world's will was almost equal to the first flame's will. Moreover, this first flame belonged to Dany. With her and the world's will's combined efforts, the first flame burned away the impurities in the cells, allowing the genes of the fire element to evolve to a higher level. It was a bit similar to the evil god's reverse evolution. First, determine the goal to give birth to a child with the bloodline evolution, and then use this goal to fine-tune one's genes to evolve oneself. In fact, Dani had learned this technique a long time ago. Back in Sosros, when she burned the Vajra ancestor's body in the Vajra's cave, she used the dragon's flame to burn herself. This was the most basic directed genetic evolution. Dani, who had burned in the King Kong cave abode, once had a higher level of genes than before she went to Soros. The will of the world exhausted all its resources to bestow the talent of fire creation to her and no one else because she was the last Valeglia dragon king, and her bloodline was the pinnacle of the Valeglia civilization. Right now, her genes in the Song of Fire cultivation had become even more powerful, even higher than the prophesied evolution rate after absorbing the sheep egg. This was because she was modifying her body to adapt to the first flame. The first flame not only returned her the inheritance of her sheep eggs, but also bestowed her with many more things. What a powerful reaction of fire devil power. Deep in the earth's core, a ball of flames formed the shape of a human face. It was the Light King Lalo. He did not participate in the hunt for the Dragon Queen at all. Therefore, when the first flame broke out, only Lalo the Shadow Demon was burned to death. The King of Light was in the depths of the earth fire and luckily escaped. Dani was worried that the first flame would burn through the core of the earth, so she changed the direction of the first flame. She's using the power of her first flame to nourish the dry core of the earth. Lalo sensed carefully and was surprised and suspicious. The falling speed of the world has stopped, but it's not rising. This is not right. The first flame should be able to bring the world to a higher level. Did we guess wrong before? No, the first flame must be able to pull the world to a higher level. Since it's only stopping the falling of the world, it means that what she created is not the first flame at all. Oh, that's not right either. This energy level is too high. The golden red fire cocoon in the distance made the old fire god tremble in fear. Lalo was born earlier and had experienced the high energy level dimension at the beginning of the world's fall. Even so, he had never seen such a vast power. It should be a high imitation of the first flame. She hasn't even finished chanting the Song of Fire. Lalo had a realization in his heart. Then he started to retreat because a crack appeared in the fire cocoon and it started to peel off layer by layer. The Dragon Queen was coming out. He had to run away. The Justice League is finished and wiped out. But in the deepest part of the dark world, there's still a group of ancient demon gods guarding the edge of the world. Let's ask them what plans they have. And the Frost God, Lalo was conflicted. As the Frost God's lifelong enemy, he thought, Lalo did not want to work with him. But the world was so difficult that he had to compromise with reality. The Frost God is still my mortal enemy. I'll only work with him to plot against Jon Snow and kill that bastard. I'll find a chance to stab the Frost God in the back. After finding a reason to comfort himself, Lalo gradually made a decision in his heart. The Shadow Demon was completely annihilated, and not even ashes were left. Lalo's power was reduced by 60%. The Shadow Demon had the Song of Law, but the Light King did not. The destiny that was entrusted to Jon became more important. If he could devour Jon, he could at least split out another Shadow Lalo. Kacha! The eggshell-like flame shattered, and a bright red flame floated out. Someone seemed to be spying on me. Could it be Lalo? The flame muttered. Boom! The flames exploded, and Dani's body slowly condensed from nothing. There was a red light flowing under her white skin, and her silver hair seemed to be covered in a layer of boiling flames. She looked elegant and mysterious, and there were 2 dreamy fire circles in her big purple eyes, as if she had double pupils. Compared to before, her height did not change. She was about 173 centimeters, but her body was more in line with the golden ratio. She was beautiful, but did not lack power. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she gathered the remnants of the fire cocoon and set up a powerful seal. Lala was right. Her first flame was an imitation. If it was the real first flame, she could use it to devour the world and spit out the world again. More directly, if the first flame devoured Asha and the Iron Seed hero spirit, Danny could easily extract them from the fire. It was like recording and playing a tape. Danny could not do it now because this first flame was a shadow of the first flame 2,000 years in the future. Keeping this imitation first flame residue, Danny could sing the complete song of fire and control the real first flame in the future. Then, she could save the Iron Seed hero spirit in the residue. This included Grey Sea King and Garen, whose soul and bloodline were absorbed by the Inami demon sword. Danny felt that she should give them an explanation, or rather, give herself an explanation. She wanted to clear her mind. She wondered if Asha would feel uncomfortable when she returned to the new world a few hundred years later. After doing all this, half a month had passed. Jumping out of the magma layer naked, Danny found her armor, great sword, and weirwood staff at the bottom of the sea before heading to the Hell's Gate. It was a black reef island at the entrance to the Smoke Sea, from the Bay of Sorrows. Prime Minister Turtle led a group of Slavers Bay Navy to the island to catch fish that swam to the Smoke Sea. The Hell's Gate was less than 300 kilometers away from the center of the battle. After the battle, Danny opened the dimension door and sent a few time in over. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" As soon as Danny landed, the giant crab Eris Setiga led a group of fishermen to surround her. Even Prime Minister Turtle's 3-story turtle head emerged from the bottom of the sea. Because Dunstan and the others had arrived early, the soldiers and civilians of Hell Castle had a rough idea of what happened in the Smoke Sea. This saved Danny a lot of trouble. "I'm fine. The Cthulhu Alliance is finished this time." Danny briefly explained the result of the battle. She did not mention much about the first flame. "Next, we will focus on dealing with the deviants. After some time, when I've adjusted my condition, we will gather all the soldiers in Slavers Bay and wipe out the deviants in Ursos." After comforting the civilians, Danny told Prime Minister Turtle about what happened in the Smoke Sea in detail. "It's the first flame." No wonder. Prime Minister Turtle was shocked. He was also glad that he had not been stubborn back then and obeyed the Dragon Queen. He was so lucky to become a vassal god who had comprehended the first flame. His future was bright. After his excitement, Prime Minister Turtle asked expectantly, "Did you leave a bit of the first flame to deal with Frost God?" If she could deal with Frost God as well, Dragon Queen would be invincible and become the Divine King, without a doubt. "I want to, but my level is not high enough. I can't split the first flame," Danny said regretfully. She could create the first flame that was the size of a soybean, not because of her high level. In fact, it was difficult for her to even control it, let alone split it. Splitting the first flame was like splitting the world into two, but it could ensure that each half of the world was independent and complete. The difficulty was second only to creating a new first flame. Danny even suspected that the real first flame could not be created out of thin air. "I don't need the first flame. I'm confident that I can deal with Frost God." Danny looked up at the dark sky and sneered. "That guy lost his position as true god of ice, but I gained countless insights from the first flame. Even my bloodline has evolved by at least 3 levels. Give me 3 more years. In 3 years, I'll be able to sing the complete Song of Fire." 3 years. Prime Minister Turtle pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Inami's life mark still there?" "No, nothing is left," Danny said helplessly. "After the death of the drowning god, another celestial phenomenon of a true god's death appeared between heaven and earth. I'm very worried." Prime Minister Turtle's tone turned serious. Your Majesty, I've thought about it carefully. Although Frost God is a true god, he's an ES god from the outer realm. His support for the Sea of Laws is almost zero. Dani closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the Sea of Laws. Countless laws flowed before her eyes as her consciousness went deeper. Finally, in the deepest part of the Sea of Laws, she saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet's essence was a complete song of laws. It was like the foundation of a house, supporting the entire Sea of Laws. That was why it looked like a solid stone tablet. The earthen yellow stone tablet was singing a song that was full of vigor and contained all things. Earth God, Mother Earth. Dani opened her eyes with a complicated expression. Of the 4 elemental gods, only Mother Earth is left. Mother Earth's condition is not good. Old Turtle's eyes were blurred as he recalled. 30,000 years ago, Mother Earth predicted that she would not be able to hold on for long. To ensure that the Song of Earth was passed down, she even sent King Crab, who had the talent of earth and water, to the Jade Sea to be Mother Earth's subordinate god for 10,000 years. However, King Crab was ignorant and incompetent. He spent all his time with the evil gods in the neighboring land. In the end, he could not even sing the chorus of the Song of Earth. Sigh, I thought that she was an evil god. No wonder. Dani smiled awkwardly and said, I'll go back to Slave Bay first, then go to Thunder Island to see Mother Earth. Even if I can't heal her injuries, I have to ensure her safety. Yes, I've taken in another vassal god in Sauce Rose and let it be Mother Earth's bodyguard. Kaboom, Kacha. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a blood-red sea of lightning. The wind howled like a ghost's cry. The crisp sound of biscuits breaking came from the depths of the earth. The Sea of Laws collapsed in an instant. The last true god had fallen. Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Chapter 1044. In the dark and empty stomach, the chewed food particles would move in a disorderly manner, but they would also move in an orderly manner along with the stomach's peristalsis. There were cakes, apples, and roasted meat in the stomach. The food particles would often collide with each other. Sometimes they would separate after a collision. Sometimes they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes they would merge together. Sometimes the apple particles would collide with the roasted meat particles. Sometimes the apple particles would collide with each other. Sometimes the food particles would meet the stomach acid. A part of it would melt and continue to be transported randomly. Then it would meet the stomach acid a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But finally, the food particles would completely melt in the stomach. In the dark and empty void, the broken worlds that had fallen from the higher dimensions were moving in a disorderly manner. They would also move in an orderly manner in accordance with some unknown laws of the universe. There were worlds in the shape of galaxies, planes, and worlds that existed in various ways. Broken worlds would often collide with each other. Sometimes they would stagger after a collision. Sometimes they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes one world would merge into another world. Sometimes the astral world would collide with the plane dimensional world. Sometimes the astral bodies would collide with the astral bodies. The broken worlds would encounter white frost. Every time they encountered it, the world's fire would dim a little. They would continue their celestial bodies' movements. Then they would encounter white frost a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But one day, the broken worlds would enter the end of the world in the ice of death. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not low-level or ordinary. It had its own characteristics. It allowed the birth of the supreme law of the universe, the Song of Ice and Fire, in the world. Even Dani did not realize how precious this characteristic was at this time. However, The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not the most special one. Every world, just like every person, had its own characteristics. There was once a world called Ain Woodod. The fate of the world was very similar to that of Danny's world. They both had great potential, but before their potential could be transformed into strength, they began their journey of falling worlds. The characteristic of Ain Woodod's world was space-time jump. To put it in simpler terms, it was planar travel. In some novels, plane travel was the protagonist's golden finger. But for Ain Woodod's elves, plane travel was an inherited talent that was branded in their blood. This kind of bloodline was known as the ancient blood. If Danny collected all the songs of ice and fire in the future, her descendants would have a chance to awaken the Song of Ice, Song of Fire, or Song of Ice and Fire talents. The future Targaryen could also call his bloodline the Ancient Blood. Unfortunately, Ain Woodward only had people like Dany, Rhys, and Jon, but there was no Holy Mother Dany who could change her fate. This world continued to fall until it finally entered the Ultimate. After that, there were still people from the Ain Woodod clan who had awakened their ancient blood, and there were quite a few of them. Thus, they had their differences and chose to travel to different worlds. Ain Woodod was split into two, the Ain Shitty clan and the Ain clan. Although their clans were separated, they did not lose contact with each other due to the innate ability of the ancient blood. The elven world, where the Ain Elk clan settled. It was as beautiful as the elven capital, Ternalia, which was blessed by the gods. Two suns hung in the sky, and in the lush green forest, the lake rippled. Under the sunlight, there were fragments of golden light like fish scales, and the white marble buildings were perfectly embellished in the middle. Dom, a beautiful girl with pointed ears, leaned on the railing, her eyebrows furrowed, as she threw pine nuts into the lake. A graceful woman wearing a crown walked over and stroked the girl's head. She said softly, "Laura, as you can see, Avarak is a handsome, noble, and knowledgeable wise man. In Ternalia, who knows how many elven girls are infatuated with him?" The elven girl, Laura, pouted. "That guy is like a piece of wood. I don't have any feelings for wood." The woman sighed. "Your union is not only because of love, but also because of a more important responsibility. The Ain clan has lost their ancient talent, but we don't know when the next white frost will come. We need your descendants to inherit the ancient blood. In this way, when this world is destroyed in the ice, the clan can migrate to a new world." Laura lowered her head and said sullenly, "Mother, I can open the world gate now. Otherwise, I can leave this world before I die of old age. Then I won't have to marry Avarak." The elegant queen smiled bitterly and shook her head. "But what will happen after you die? 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years later? Our descendants also need the ancient blood. It would be best if the ancient blood could be passed on from generation to generation, never ending." The girl's mood was depressed. She turned around and waved her hand. The space gate opened, and one could clearly see the mountains on the other side. This was not a space gate, but a higher-level world gate. On the other side of the gate was another planet. "Since I have seen him, I should continue my journey," the girl said as she stepped out and arrived in another world, the wizard world. Before the world gate closed, the elven queen hurriedly reminded, "Laura, your ancient blood needs more training. Don't be addicted to only one world. Although the universe is dark and cold, it is vast and boundless with bright stars. The sea of stars is your future." "I know," Laura replied casually, and subconsciously raised her head to look at the starry sky. The sky was dark and snow was falling, but it could not block her sight. "Hey, there is a big star in the sky." "No, it is a shadow. It hasn't solidified yet." Laura rubbed her eyes and said in surprise, There are no stars in the sky now. I am seeing the future. For the elven sages who had awakened their ancient blood, seeing through the timeline and predicting the future was almost instinctive. It was easier than eating or drinking. However, they could not interfere with fate like the three-eyed crow. They were more like Zhu Jian's green dream. The new world is approaching us. The girl looked up at the sky again, and her eyes shone with a strange light. She was amazed. Oh my God, it is so bright. Then Laura turned to look at her hometown, Ain Air. Among the fireflies, it was as dazzling as a bonfire on a summer night. However, the new world that was approaching was as bright as an erupting volcano. Even the powerful Ain Air was just a bonfire. And the new world was as vast as a volcano. The female elf Laura was stunned. How can there be such a bright star? Perhaps it can become the new home of my people. No, I can't be reckless. Father said that the brighter the star, the more powerful the origin power. There must be powerful natives living in that world. Thinking about the history of the elven world and the sorcerer world, the girl's excited heart gradually calmed down. I will first use the astral projection to explore the path and see what races live there, what the geographical environment is like, and whether the people are friendly. Laura made a decision in her heart. She gave up on her plan to wander around and looked for a valley that was sheltered from the wind and snow. Her line of sight was locked on the supernova. Her spirit left her body and crossed an endless distance to arrive at the dark void. Then she leaped towards the shining star. Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Originally, after absorbing the high imitation first fire, the falling of the world had stopped. However, because the last true god had suddenly fallen, the broken three-wheeled motorcycle that was braking on the steep slope directly broke the brake and stepped on the accelerator. With a hysterical and unstoppable momentum, it rushed towards the abyss at the bottom of the slope. I was worried that someone had lost and attacked Mother Earth. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Turtle Prime Minister said sadly. Danny pulled out the steel greatsword at her waist with a clang. She said angrily, I swear anyone who attacks Mother Earth, be it a god, don't even think about living. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I will catch all of them, pull out their tendons, and skin them alive. Their souls will be suppressed in hell forever. 3,000 years ago, when Mother Earth was still alive, she said that Mother Earth could last for at least another 40,000 years. I didn't expect her fate to be broken. Turtle Prime Minister said helplessly, You continue fishing here. I will go to the Jade Sea. Maybe she would have to chase the culprit to the ends of the earth. Seeing that Danny was about to leave, Turtle Prime Minister hurriedly called out, Wait, Your Majesty. I have a few brothers and sisters who came from the Rhone River to seek refuge with you. They hope to become your servants. A group of little turtles? Danny stopped in her tracks and asked in confusion. No. Turtle Prime Minister moved towards the depths of the sea. His voice was long and heavy, spreading tens of kilometers away. Splash. The next moment, water splashed up high on the surface of the sea. A large creature swam towards the reef island. Your Majesty, I am Sea Dragon. A red-scaled carp that was as wide as a bed and 5 meters long bowed its head and wagged its tail respectfully. Judging from the voice, it was a female carp. Your Majesty, I am Hammer. A black fish that was as thick as a train carriage shouted. Danny gulped. She couldn't help but think of boiled fish. Your Majesty, Danny Alice, I am Water Caltrop. I am willing to serve you. This was a clamshell demon. She wasn't too big, only as wide as the door of the central room. Danny suddenly remembered that when she killed the Crab King, Turtle Prime Minister said that there were still a few sprouts in the Rhone River that survived the battle between Valeglia and Nuenar. When I accompany the fleet back, the three of them help to fish. Turtle Prime Minister explained. Turtle Prime Minister was the only one who could borrow the power of the wind god to change the direction of the wind. Therefore, every time the fleet went back and forth, they had to rely on him to escort them. Danny nodded. She left her god's mark in the minds of the three demons. From now on, they could also borrow her wind, fire divine art. Your iron seed should be able to adapt to the environment here, right? Stay here for a few days. I have something to do in the Jade Sea. After that, she comforted Dunstan and the others. She disappeared and reappeared at, "Why are you hiding here?" Danny teleported to the top of King Kong's head. It had been more than 20 days since the meat boat strength. That guy crossed thousands of miles of sea and came to Oldgith. Roar. My lord, I saw the sky in the west was lit up. I was scared and didn't dare to go near. Then I came here. King Kong sat on the Great Pyramid. As it explained, it fearfully glanced in the direction of the land of long summer. Obviously, it was scared out of its wits. You idiot, didn't you sense my presence in the fire? Danny landed on its shoulder and kicked its neck. King Kong was stunned for a moment. It immediately turned over and prostrated on the ground. It said in awe, "My lord, you are so powerful." Danny's mood improved. Go to Slaver's Bay. Cooperate with the Megalosaurus and Fire Raven to resist the possible frost god. At least hold on until I return. Chapter 1045. The Thunder Island in the south of the Barren Land was covered with dense forests. It was in between spring and summer all year round and was like a big piece of jade in a sea of jade. However, this was all a long time ago. Now, it was covered in snow like countless other city-states. The whole world was only left with a monotonous grayish-white color. When Danny arrived at the Thunder Island Palace, it was less than half an hour since the fall of Mother Earth. The dark and gloomy sky was like a big pot covered with a thick layer of ashes that was placed on top of everyone's head. At this moment, the Thunder Island Queen's imperial city was exceptionally lively. Heads were moving and voices were chaotic. Torches came from all directions like a long dragon, shuttling between the palaces like greedy snakes. Finally, they gathered near an altar-like structure in the West Palace. Battle cries, the clashing of swords, the whistling of arrows, the thunderous roars of the gods, and the sound and light effects of large-scale divine spells. When the Dragon Queen arrived, she was just in time to see the battle between the gods and humans. Thousands of long-legged warriors of the Thunder Island were risking their lives to besiege the army formed by more than 30 demigods. The average height of the people of the Thunder Island was between 1 m and 2. For M, they had long legs and slim limbs. Their skin was brown, like oiled teak. The altar was not a high platform. Instead, it was similar to the centaurs. The altar was built lower than the ground. It was 10 feet deep and had a radius of 200 meters. There were steps leading down to a huge pentagram at the bottom of the pit. In the center of the pentagram, a round hole with a diameter of 10 meters was opened. The evil gods rushed out from the hole, trying to escape. Under the command of the general, the guards of the Thunder Island attacked the evil gods who had intruded into the sacred land of the Thunder Island. The long-legged warriors were equipped with armor. The sword-shield soldiers were in front, the spear-wielding soldiers were in the middle, and the archers were 100 meters away from them. They stood on the higher steps and shot wildly at the center of the battlefield. Almost all of the evil gods were hit by arrows and were injured. However, they were also releasing acid, poisonous fire, and black smoke in a large area. The soldiers' eyes were blinded by the smoke. Their exposed skin was festering and rotting. Their battle robes and capes were ignited by the demonic flames. It was a horrible sight. An evil god with a chicken head and a human body was shot in his left eye. He howled in pain and said with resentment, "Bastard, how dare you provoke the gods? I swear, your dynasty has come to an end." Another one-eyed black-scaled giant with one eye between his eyebrows smashed 3 or 4 armored warriors into meat paste with one swing of his stick. He shouted towards the outside of the altar, "Galoya, the ancient god is dead. The outcome has been decided. There is no point in stopping us. Let us go, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, or else what?" A female voice that could not suppress her anger appeared in his ears. "Otherwise, who are the Black Mountain and the Son of Heaven?" The Cyclops sensed that something was wrong and turned around abruptly, only to see a silver-haired woman in blue and white armor looking at him coldly. "Who are you?" The giant raised his wooden club in front of his chest and became vigilant. The person who came was naturally Dani. When she saw this scene in midair, how could she not understand who the murderer of Mother Earth was? Some of the soldiers outside didn't see Dani, and some saw Dani suddenly appear like a phantom, but they still didn't care. The attack didn't stop. The sky was filled with arrows and steel crossbow bolts, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. Dani only stretched out her left hand slowly and clenched it in the air. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" The arrows seemed to have hit an invisible turbine blade. Whether it was the hardwood arrows or the steel crossbow bolts, they all broke in the air. The steel was cut into several sections, and the wood and bamboo arrows were crushed into powder, as if they were biscuits in scallion oil in the hands of a strong man. This time, everyone was intimidated. The battlefield seemed to have been paused by someone, and all eyes fell on the tall, silver-haired swordswoman. Who are you?" The giant swallowed his saliva and stepped back with a trembling voice, leaning against the sword and shield formation of the Thunder Island soldiers. "I don't like to be looked down upon." Dani looked at the giant's thick and long black legs and sighed. No one saw clearly what she did. It seemed like she didn't do anything. The giant's 3-meter-long thigh, which was as thick as a pillar, was cut off inch by inch from the ankle upwards, just like a whole steak. "Roar!" The giant wailed miserably, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible rope and nailed there, being cut into sections of steak. In the end, only a neck and a head were left on the spot. The giant was one, 5 meters in total, shorter than the Dragon Queen. There was a headless corpse beside it, a human figure that was reconstructed using pieces of steak, like building blocks. The whole process seemed long, but in fact, the steak was cut just as the Dragon Queen's voice fell. "Wind, it's a wind blade, an invisible wind blade. A wind blade with the ability to cut space, and this appearance, suddenly." A Cthulhu widened his eyes and pointed at the Dragon Queen with a distorted expression. "She's Dani Lilith." His voice was hoarse from shouting. "Ah, the King of Cthulhu, Dani Lilith? The demon that slaughters the gods is here? Run!" The Thunder Island soldiers were in an uproar. The Cthulhu howled and rushed out desperately, completely ignoring the mountains of swords and spears. "Run! Where do you think you're going?" Dani sneered. The invisible wind blades were like Shao Li's flying daggers, accurately locking onto every Cthulhu. TSK, 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 TSK. The remaining 29 Cthulhu were instantly sliced at the waist. Their upper bodies dragged their intestines as they crawled on the ice-cold altar, creating a long trail of blood. They kept wailing, "How tragic!" "Gods, this is the legendary Dragon Queen. She's so terrifying." At the edge of the altar, the Thunder Island Empress Galoya was shocked, as expected of the existence that destroyed the righteous alliance. But Wangfu's face was filled with reverence. She's already beyond the scope of humans. No matter how many armies there are, it's useless against her. The long-legged, square-faced Wangfu said with a complicated expression. The sound of armor clashing rang out. The Thunder Island soldiers shrank back in fear. The way they looked at the Dragon Queen was far more frightening than when they faced the 30 demon gods. I want to know who planned this murder, and who are the murderers? Danny's indifferent voice spread everywhere. King of Cthulhu, you slaughtered my master god. I will not live under the same sky as you. And Cthulhu shouted, TSK, tisk, TSK. Danny glanced at him. Hundreds of wind blades slashed over, slicing back and forth. Within a few seconds, there was a pile of dark red meat stuffing on the ground. Dragon Queen, I don't know, TSK, 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 TSK. Another pile of meat stuffing. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I really don't know, TSK, 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 TSK. The third pile of meat stuffing. Danny Leasy, fuck, TSK, TSK, TSK. Fight it out with her tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't beat you. Can I kill myself? TSK, TSK, TSK. I won't talk nonsense. I'll kill myself immediately. Is this good enough? TSK, 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 TSK. She didn't even let go of the corpse, and it was still a pile of meat stuffing. I'll talk tisk, tisk, TSK. Oh, sorry I failed. Danny smiled without sincerity. She glanced at the remaining Cthulhu. Resist or confess? I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. The Cthulhu cried with snot and tears all over his face. Empress Galoya was in a daze. The great being in front of her did not seem to be a god. Instead, she seemed to have become a cowardly child. She and the people around her started to have a breakdown in their worldview. I am His Majesty Night Lion's vassal god. He died in the smoke sea. The Son of Heaven brought me here to take revenge on you. However, I was only responsible for clearing the seal in the underground palace. I did not enter the residence of the ancient gods at the deepest part. I am Pale Holy Child's vassal god. Lord Black Mountain told me the cause of his death. I came here to guard the door for Lord Black Mountain and the others. I only know that the masterminds were Lord Black Mountain and Lord Darim. I am the 36th son of Red Bull Kuan. Father God left a will 20,000 years ago. If he were to fall one day, whoever could avenge him would be able to obtain his bull's head mountain in the dark world. Lord Black Mountain told me that killing the ancient gods would send you to hell. So I came. However, I was only responsible for breaking the seal and clearing the guards in the underground palace. They were all vassal gods, or relatives of the big shots in the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, they were also cannon fodder. They could not even get close to the depths of the underground palace. They did not even know who had murdered the ancient gods. In reality, there were more than 30 evil gods who came to kill Mother Earth. Those who were proficient in flying and escaping had already escaped. They were unlucky. They could not fly and were stopped by the guards. The Son of Heaven is still alive. Danny frowned as she pondered. With a wave of her hand, thousands of wind blades appeared out of thin air. They rose and fell suddenly. At this moment, the Thunder Island Empress in an emerald green cape walked down the steps with two fully armed royal husbands. I am Galoya. Greetings, Your Majesty. Danny rise. She took the initiative to bow. It was also the first time in her life that she bowed to a living person. It could not be helped. 60 meat stuffing was still emitting white smoke. She had heard the Dragon Queen's words earlier. She did not like being looked down upon. Galoya, on the other hand, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island person. Just her pair of long legs was 1. 3 meters tall. How many evil gods have escaped? Dany waved her hand casually, gesturing for Galoya and her royal husbands to rise. She was not very enthusiastic. The Thunder Island Empress's main wife was a Thunder Island person who controlled the Thunder Island army. The concubine was from the barbarian Bow royal family who commanded the fleet. The long-legged royal husband was the one who answered her. After the phenomenon of the true god's death appeared, we immediately noticed that the entrance to the underground palace at the center of the altar was occupied by outsiders. When the soldiers went in to check, a black shadow darted out. It was too fast. No one could see how many gods and devils there were. However, when the second wave of evil gods flew out, we counted them clearly. There were 7 demon gods in total. The ballista even shot down one. The long-legged royal husband pointed to the west. They landed below the wall. Although they resisted fiercely and caused hundreds of deaths, they were still chopped into pieces by the soldiers after their divine power was exhausted. The third wave was the one you saw. Dany nodded and said, "Almost all the evil gods said the same name. Black Mountain. You know him?" The long-legged royal husband and Jialuoya shook their heads. Bu Wangfu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I once heard from President Butian that in the depths of the dark world, some gods and devils rarely enter the light world. It's very likely that Black Mountain is one of them." Dark world. Dany looked to the east with a cold gaze. "Do you know the true identity of the ancient god of the underground palace?" she asked again. Jialuoya was puzzled. What true identity? Who do you think the ancient god of the underground palace is? Why did he build an altar at the entrance of the underground palace? Dany asked in a different way. The long-legged queen, looked hesitant. "My family is the descendant of the ancient god. Have you read Summary of the Jade? See? Most of the content is ridiculous, but it also reveals part of the truth. The book says that your royal family will intercede with the ancient god of the underground palace. The ancient god even asked you to sacrifice the foreigners on the island." Dany frowned. Jialuoya was a little embarrassed. It's not intercourse as humans understand. The ancient god gave the ancient empress a divine seed. The empress gave birth to the pure-blooded, powerful Thunder Islanders. Basically, we Thunder Islanders are the descendants of the ancient god. Chapter 1046. Dany came to the secret chamber of the underground palace for the second time and saw the familiar exorcism circle. However, last time it was a spiritual projection, but this time it was the real person. Up, down, left, and right, there were stone walls on all sides, and the corners and the top were covered with a thick layer of withered moss. The floor was soaked with water, and now it had solidified into a hard and smooth ice stone road. Dany felt like she had entered the intestines of a dark beast. The underground palace was dark and gloomy, without any light, but there was chaotic magic power seeping out from the stone walls, and strange sounds were constantly in her ears. It was illusory, like catkins by the river. Once you tried to listen carefully, the chaotic magic power would merge with your spiritual power like sugar and water, and then flow back into your mind through your spiritual power and finally contaminate your soul. This was the terrifying plague of the ancient gods in the underground palace of Thunder Island, also known as Whisper of the Evil God. Long before the human civilization was established, the underground palace and the city ruins near it had already existed. In the recent 10,000 years, countless forces and adventurers had tried to explore the secret of the underground palace, but no one succeeded. They seemed to have become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Except for the ancient Queen of Thunder Island, no one could return alive from the depths of the underground palace. But the Queen of Thunder Island was also immersed in the whisper and lost her mind, and she often did horrible things like eating people alive. After they returned, they didn't know what they had done or who they had met. Powerful sorcerers like Kuei Shi and Butian, who set up the seal for the underground palace, only dared to build the seal door on the periphery. At this time, Danny was listening carefully and collecting every strand of chaotic soul power in the passage. She felt that those voices were trying to tell her something. This was not an illusion, and she was not bewitched by the whisper of the evil god. Back then, she was only a dragon spirit, and she was not afraid of the magic power contamination of the true god level, not to mention that she later obtained 80% of the Green Prophet seal and washed her soul and body in the first fire. The stone door with the magic circle had been shattered by the evil god. Danny flew into the void, and like a fiery meteor, she quickly flew to the deepest part of the maze. About 5 minutes later, she was 40 kilometers underground and came to a huge cave full of gray stalagmites. In the center of the cave, there was a broken grave. The 10-meter-tall black mound looked like someone had stuffed a detonator on top of it and then detonated it. There was also a ring of radiating black soil around it. It looked more like a type of black flesh. Along the way, Danny condensed a grayish-yellow chaotic soul in the palm of her hand. After she entered the cave, the divine soul began to stir. She let go of her hand, and the chaotic energy flew into the grave. A deep voice sounded in the cave. "You're here, Danny Leasy." Danny knew that he was dead. His current state was similar to that of Door God. All that was left of them was a wisp of consciousness that lingered in their divine bodies. "Are you Mother Earth?" Danny asked despite knowing the answer. She wasn't asking the obvious. She really had a lot of questions about the ancient evil god. A long time ago, she had heard of the famous Thunder Island underground palace. In the beginning, it was through Kuei Shi that he first came into contact with the underground palace. After that, she flipped through books such as Overview of the Jade Sea and researched the history of Thunder Island and the underground palace. Later on, she came to the underground palace as a spiritual projection and personally experienced the mind-disturbing evil god's whispers. At that time, Danny even suggested to Kuei Shi, with a smile, "Why don't I help you kill the evil god deep in the underground palace?" Thinking back, it was a little awkward. As you can see, I'm the Earth Demon who comprehended the Song of Earth. Because of the Song of Earth's special polarity, I'm also called Mother Earth, the consciousness said with difficulty. "I've never seen the Earth Demon," Danny said honestly. "That's not important. Hurry up and dig out my divine body. My Song of Earth has been taken away. With my divine body, you should be able to catch up to them." The Earth Demon said hurriedly, "You're not small. How do I get it?" Danny was puzzled. The Earth Demon thought for a while and said, "I originally had a soul core that contained a divine kingdom. Unfortunately, it was taken away by Black Mountain. So use your method to devour the rest of my divine body. Then, through divine resonance, find the demon god who took away my divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. All of my inheritance should belong to you. Thank you for your gift, but my method..." Danny had a strange expression. "After burning you into spiritual substance, you'll really be dead. 100,000 years ago, I should have rested. I've only been at death's door all these years. I still have a lot of questions," Danny said. The Earth Demon said helplessly, "Time waits for no one. I heard that group of ancient gods say that after this, they will wander outside the realm. You need my crystal core to stabilize the sea of laws. You must not let them take it away from this world." Danny thought for a while and said, "Let me see if I can let you take a few more breaths." Then a flame ignited in her purple eyes. The earth demon's mud body was like an oily sponge, instantly igniting into a raging fire. There is indeed a trace of the characteristics of the first flame. If only it had appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The earth demon sighed with joy and regret. His mental waves gradually returned to nothingness. When the grave mound was ignited, Danny realized that the stalagmites protruding from the ground around the grave mound were actually the earth demon's tentacles. As the stalagmites at the entrance of the cave were burned to ashes, Danny saw countless skeletons in the deep pits left behind by the stalagmites. They were all explorers who had lost contact with the underground maze. These ancient gods. Each and every one of them likes blood sacrifices so much, Danny sighed and searched around. She found a stone tablet with words so ancient that she could not recognize them at all. She casually recorded the inscriptions on the tablet and flew all the way back. The underground maze of Thunder Island was a maze with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The whispers of evil God could be heard in all the passages. In other words, other than the passage she came from, Danny could also go to other passages to search for the earth demon's chaotic divine power. Divine power contained the power of the spirit. She was extremely fast. She circled around the underground maze. When she returned to the surface, she collected a mass of chaotic divine soul again and used the earth demon's own divine essence to endow it with a spirit. A new earth demon's remnant soul was born. You're Danny Lilith. You're finally here. I think I've seen you before. But that's not right. I remember. The earth demon was a little stumped. Forget it. That's not important. Danny Lilith, Danny took out a mass of divine essence with a wooden face. You've already absorbed my divine body? The earth demon was a little confused. However, he was no ordinary person. He quickly figured out the reason for this through his own state. Good technique. Fire creation is too powerful. No wonder the gods covet it. The earth demon sighed. After fusing with a certain amount of the earth demon's divine essence, Danny could vaguely sense the location of her target. The waves emitted from it could slightly resonate with the earth demon's divine essence. However, this was the first time Danny tried this method of sensing. She could not lock onto the target's spatial location. She could only fly quickly in that direction while familiarizing herself with the divine essence's resonance. When you were in the underground maze, you seemed to have lost your mind. How did you know about the outside world? She was multitasking. The earth demon sighed. I was severely injured in the world pendant. My divine soul fell into a deep slumber, and my divine power leaked out. My divine body can only act on instinct. In order not to affect the survival of the creatures on the surface, I left the continent and came to the Thunder Island. I even built an underground maze to seal myself in. However, I didn't completely cut off my connection with the outside world. When you chant the Weirwood Song of Wind, you can listen to distant information from the wind. I have the Song of Earth. The earth can also bring me fresh information. What's your relationship with the Thunder Island Empress? Why do people call you Mother Earth? With all due respect, you seem to be very evil. You're like Mordor. The earth demon was not ashamed or embarrassed. Instead, he said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I'm a demon god of the dark world. Everyone is like that. It's only because you're a human that you feel that our behavior is abnormal. If one day the food that you humans eat, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows, becomes a divine spirit with the same status as you, they will also feel uncomfortable with your behavior. Oh, that's true. Danny thought of the Turtle Prime Minister's group of followers. Letting the fish to catch their own kind for the humans to eat seemed very evil. Do you know Greenhand Garth? He's my priest. This was a bombshell. Danny was shocked for a moment. I see. The polarity of your Song of Earth must be related to the nurturing of all creatures. Yes, the polarity of my Song of Earth nourishes all creatures. The Earth Demon sighed and continued, I know the description of me and the Empress in the Human's Jade. See overview. It said that I and the Thunder Island Empress had intercourse and gave birth to an evil baby. That's wrong. I only instinctively summoned the Thunder Island Empress into the underground maze and left the seed of divinity in her womb. When she leaves the underground maze and intercourse with her husband, she will give birth to a girl with my blessing. The girl will be the Thunder Island Empress and have the king's blood. When she dies, my divinity will bring her bloodline into the earth and be absorbed by me to extend my life. Very evil, as expected of a dark demon god. Danny said bluntly. The Earth Demon explained, I'm not afraid of death. It's simply torture and humiliation for me to live on like this. But I have to live. I have to live to wait for Locke, for you to be born, or for the world to lose all hope. In the end, a group of demon gods came to assassinate me. I thought it was an old friend who came to visit me. Don't you have a sense of danger? Danny asked curiously. The Earth Demon said helplessly, I don't even have consciousness. My mind is muddled. Also, I'm not proficient in prophecies. For example, I once thought that Lalo would devour you and the Savior master the power of ice and fire and become the world's first divine king and the final savior. Who knew that he was no match for you? To be honest, I've always seen you as Lalo's chess piece. If I knew you would have today's achievements, I would have chosen you as my successor earlier than Old Wood. Unfortunately, at that time, I even predicted that I would be able to live for at least a few thousand years. Who knew that I wouldn't even be able to see the sun of the next era? Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. After a long time, she asked again, Who are the old friends who murdered you? What are their ultimate moves? How should I guard against them? That group of bastards. Old Demon was full of resentment as he introduced the several leaders of the group. Whoosh! The next moment, Danny locked on to a target and appeared in a palace in Asha. Boom! The shadowy Asha exploded into fireworks. Then, she ignored the many extraordinaires who were attracted by the flames and explosion. Without stopping, she came to the Daybreak Mountains after killing 7 evil gods who divided the Earth Demon's divinity of death. Danny stopped at the border of the Dark World. Chapter 1047. A month after the fall of the Earth Demon, at the border between the Dark World and the Outer Realm on the summit of the Lone Peak, there was a blazing fire, as if many suns were resting on it, dispelling the darkness and coldness within 100 kilometers. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see the shadow of a person in the fire, and there was also the sound of hammering coming from inside. What is she doing on the sacred mountain? 3 dark creatures hid in a crack in the ground, carefully peeping at the sun on the summit. Seems like she is forging a powerful artifact. I once saw the 5-colored light piercing through heaven and earth, the demon in human form said. Asia was the ideal home of all the dark wizards in the world. In the shadow of Asia, they could unscrupulously and openly carry out the most unethical, bloody, and cruel sacrifices and experiments. And the Dark World was the final destination of countless dark wizards. Some dark wizards took the initiative to go to the Dark World to seek power, while some were followers of evil gods, or had borrowed the power of evil gods when they were alive. After death, their souls returned to the kingdom of evil gods. There were also wizards who rushed to enter the Dark World before death to accept the transformation of evil gods and dark rules, turning themselves into dark monsters. Therefore, there were many human-like monsters in the Dark World. They used to be human wizards, and there were even descendants of gods from the last era. For example, the purple-black, toad-skinned monster peeping at the Lone Peak was a necromancer who came from the barren land 10,000 years ago. Its companions were the Cerberus and the blade demon, who looked like a hunched old man and had arms made of bone blades. The Cerberus had a complicated expression on its face, and there was deep fear in its hatred. She is too savage. This is the dark world, but she lit up a big fireball. She purposely placed it on the Lone Peak. The Lone Peak is our sacred mountain. The blade demon said, helplessly, not to mention the sacred mountain. Even the council of ancient gods on the sacred mountain was wiped out by her. She is ruthless and merciless. But what can we do? My ancestor was guarding the gate at the foot of the mountain. I know some of the situation on the sacred mountain. The ancient gods have all gone to join the alliance of justice and order, so the Lone Peak is empty. The Cerberus said, no matter how empty it is, there is still your ancestor. He is a powerful demon who has comprehended the law. So what? Isn't he burned to ashes? The necromancer sneered. The Cerberus bared its fangs in anger, but it was unable to retort. The old ancestor's cries for mercy spread out for dozens of li, and everyone heard it. The woman's disdainful snort of trash also spread far and wide in the quiet plains at the foot of the mountain. It's not like there are no powerful demon gods besieging her. The necromancer sighed and said, not only do we dislike her arrogance, but some of the surviving ancient demon gods also can't stand such naked provocation. However, they were furious and attacked with torrential demonic flames, but after a series of mournful howls, they could no longer walk down the lonely peak. That woman is too scary, the necromancer said in awe. She's a living person from a world of sunlight. Why would she come to the world of darkness to cause trouble? Cerberus asked curiously. After the Righteous Alliance collapsed, Lala was unwilling to admit defeat. He joined forces with Black Mountain, Tianzi, and a bunch of other reclusive demon gods to slaughter the last true god. The world was slipping uncontrollably into the abyss of destruction. The woman was furious and chased them all the way to the edge of the dark world. I heard that some big shots saw that they couldn't hide and directly fled to the outer realm. Blade Demon said. Cerberus said in disbelief, the outer realm is a void. It's easy to leave but hard to come back. Is it necessary? The dark world is so big, where can't they hide? I'm not sure. It seems that the woman has a way to locate their tracks. Blade Demon shook his head. Those big shots from Black Mountain deserved it. What good would it do them to kill the only true god? Now, not only are there 10,000 years of cultivation gone up in smoke, but they also implicated us. Cerberus complained. The necromancer said, the Righteous Alliance was completely annihilated. So many big shots died. Every big shot is not alone. They have their own gods, friends, and children. Just like the son of Night Lion, the Tianzi of Dawn Kingdom, shouldn't he take revenge for his father? The Tianzi also has sons and grandsons. They want revenge, but they can't beat her. Since that woman wants to save the world, they will destroy the world and let her feel pain and helplessness. In addition to some benefits, killing the last true god is simply a matter of course. Moreover, that woman is going to direct the long night of the gods. In the battle at the Yen Sea alone, one true god and more than 300 powerful demon gods died. What does that mean? It means that the prophecy of the gods was not wrong. That woman is the terminator of the gods. If we don't act now, after she passes the long night and summons the sun again, do you think she won't purge the big shots of the dark world? The demon gods must have sensed the danger, so they took the risk and directly pulled the world into the dark and cold abyss. But they still died. The gods wanted to avoid the long night of the gods, but in the end, they brought their own destruction. Does this count as the gods themselves pushing the long night of the gods to come? Blade Demon said, awkwardly. Hearing this, The necromancer and Cerberus were also very embarrassed. Rustle! In the silence, the soil on the ground suddenly trembled. Under the vigilant gaze of the three demons, a tentacle that looked like a black tree root drilled out. Earth Demon? Who are you? Why are you here? Blade Demon asked. Brother Johnny, it's me, the tentacle said. It's Stone Whisker. Cerberus sighed in relief and explained to his two companions, I'm a friend. When we were young, we ate people under the sacred mountain together. I didn't know you were here. I just came down from the sacred mountain and heard Big Brother's voice when I passed by. The tentacle said, Came down from the sacred mountain? You joined that woman? The three demons exclaimed. No, Danny Lily, shoo. The Cerberus hurriedly rushed forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle, while the other head looked around with fear and alarm. The third head cursed in a low voice, Are you looking for death? How dare you call out that feared demon king's name directly? If she senses it and comes over, we'll be dead for sure. Blade Demon also trembled. That woman's name must not be mentioned. Otherwise, this month, many big shots died without knowing why, don't you know? That name is cursed. Whoever says it will die. Necromancer said with difficulty. Chi-Chi. Another black, root-like tentacle drilled out of the ground. Earth Demon Stone Whisker was displeased. What are you talking about? Those big shots were. A woo Cerberus leapt forward again and bit the tentacle, begging, Brother, Big Brother is begging you. Can you not say that name? I'm scared. Chi-Chi. A third tentacle drilled out and spoke helplessly. Brother Chong, let me go. I won't mention Danny again. A woo Cerberus had no mouth to speak, so he could only wink. Chi-Chi. A fourth tentacle drilled out and spoke. That woman, I understand, that woman. Cerberus finally let go. There's no curse. That woman was able to find the big shots because they divided up my ancestors' divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. In truth, she's gentle, kind, and polite, a good person. Stone Whisker sighed. So that's how it is. The three demon brats suddenly realized, then looked at Earth Demon in disbelief, exclaiming, You really joined her? I wanted to, but she didn't want to take me in. Earth Demon sighed in self-pity. Cerberus' face twisted. Do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity? Big Brother, do you know why I immediately rushed over as soon as I heard your voice? Without waiting for Cerberus to answer, Earth Demon continued. Because you're my brother, I thought of you first when something good happened. What good thing? Cerberus asked curiously. I want to join that woman, but she thinks I'm not vigilant enough and wants a Cerberus to guard the door. Since you're not willing, I'll find someone else. Don't, brother. I'll go. I'm willing to guard the door for the Almighty Lord. The Cerberus took another step forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle and shook it vigorously. The other two heads said excitedly, Good brother, you are my blood brother. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Bastard, do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity? Blade Demon cursed with righteous indignation. A wise man submits to circumstances. I want to be a wise man. Cerberus raised his head and said, That woman killed your ancestor. Do you want to be a traitor? Necromancer was full of resentment. If my ancestor knows that I've surpassed him, he'll definitely smile in the underworld. I'm afraid not. Earth Demon shook his head. Why? Your ancestor's blood, divinity, and 3 laws were drained by that woman. If you're willing to join her, she'll give you all those things. Your ancestor definitely won't be willing to be devoured by a junior. Earth Demon explained. Cerberus' 6 eyes were shining, his voice trembling. He prostrated himself on the ground facing the holy mountain and kowtowed again and again. Danny Lilith, my lord, thank you. I swear I'll be your dog forever. Why did you call her by her name? Earth Demon was surprised. If I don't call her by her name, how can she feel my sincerity? Cerberus said matter-of-factly. Necromancer's face changed. He asked in a low voice, Brother Earth Demon, does the almighty Lord need a butler? I was a wise and mighty king back then. Blade Demon's eyes widened. He pointed at his companion in disbelief. If possible, I also want to be a hero. Being a hero is better than hiding like a mouse. Necromancer said helplessly. Earth Demon shook his head. I only spoke a few words with that woman. I can't represent her, let alone help her recruit a butler. How did you meet her? Cerberus asked curiously. I was originally serving His Majesty Black Mountain on the Holy Mountain, then she came. Because of Earth Demon's identity, I was lucky enough to survive. Well, you may not know, but the true god who died before was Earth Demon's ancestor, Mother Earth. Oh, it's 9 feet tall and 8 feet long. Its fur is glossy, and it's even dyed with a strand of blood-red demonic markings. Not bad. Its bell-sized eyes are filled with malevolence and malice. Good. Its teeth are sharp like daggers, and it can crush an iron sword with a single bite. On the peak of the lonely mountain, Dragon Queen threw her iron hammer aside. Like an old farmer in a cowshed, she carefully looked at the guard dog, who volunteered himself. Wong Kai, you're accepted. Cerberus was both happy and suspicious. Master, my name is Johnny. Now you're called Wong Kai. Is there a problem? Danny glanced at it. Cerberus immediately prostrated on the ground. Wong Kai is willing to serve you. I heard that the Hell Dog's sense of smell is the sharpest. It can even smell the fluctuations of divine sense. Danny said, Chapter 1048. Wong Kai said, Master, not all Cerberus have the same ability, just like how not all humans are as noble as you. I'm considered to be talented in the Cerberus race, but I can only smell and sense life aura. I can find any mortal within a few hundred miles through body odor, and I can also smell whether the other party is alive or undead. But to sense the fluctuation of divine soul power, other than my ancestor Belos, the guard dog you burned to death under the holy mountain, no one can do it. Sigh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have burned him, Danny said regretfully. At that time, I thought that there were no good people on the Lone Peak, so I teleported over and saw his ferocious appearance, baring his teeth and opening his bloody mouth to pounce at me. I subconsciously ignited him. It's also his fault that he was too weak. He died before he could even struggle and beg for mercy. Wong Sai's face contorted. My ancestor is an ancient god who has comprehended 3 laws. Danny had killed Belos the same way she had killed the 3-eyed raven in Outer Wall. There was a reason why the Lone Peak was called the Holy Mountain by the Dark Monsters. This was the border between the Outer Realm and the Dark World. The Lone Peak blocked the door. The front mountain was the Outer Realm, and the back mountain was the Dark World of the Song of Ice and Fire. A long time ago, when the demon gods in the Dark World were still alive, they created the Dark Parliament. The main duty was to guard the Lone Peak and prevent life forms from the Outer Realm from entering. They also prevented life forms from leaving the world. Preventing outsiders from entering was easy to understand. If 7 or 8 gods, like the Frost God, entered, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Preventing people from leaving the world was to prevent assets from escaping. Just like now, Danny had chased him to the edge of the Dark World, but she still let Tianzi escape with the Earth Demon Core. Losing 1 or 2 ordinary people was almost no loss to the world, but losing a true god who could chant the Song of Laws, or losing people with special bloodlines like Danny and John, the world's loss was too great. The Lone Peak and the Dark Parliament were equivalent to the Sanctuary and the 3-eyed crow in the Far East. However, the times had changed, and the responsible demonic gods had all died. The Dark Parliament had changed its name to the Ancient Gods Parliament, and the responsibility of guarding the border had been completely forgotten. That Belos, in name, was the guard dog of the Holy Mountain, but in reality, he was a police dog at the border gate, guarding against evil beings from the outer realm. He also prevented the songs of laws, precious bloodlines, divinities, and other high-energy substances from flowing out. Danny didn't know about this at first, and at that time, Tianzi was running away. She was burning with anger, and the three-headed dog didn't know what was good for it and came over to bite her. And then, seeing that Dragon Queen's expression kept changing, Wonkai said carefully, "My ancestor, Belos, comprehended a law of smell called God's nose. He can smell the difference in smell, mental power, divine power, and life aura. As for me, I'm just an ordinary three-headed hound. I can only sniff out sense and life auras, but I'll work hard. I believe that one day I'll be able to awaken my ancestor's bloodline and inherit his songs of laws." Danny tilted her head and looked down at the three-headed dog under the stone chair. After a long time, she said, "I can give you a chance, but if you can't even become a demigod, I can only extract your blood and refine your soul, and then look for the second-generation Wonkai. Extract my blood and refine my soul?" Wongsai's hair stood on end, and it was puzzled. Danny flipped her wrist, and a sparkling red blood ball appeared in her palm. Wonkai took a look, and its heart was filled with endless desire. "This is so." Danny flicked her finger, and the blood ball split into three, landing in between the eyebrows of Wongsai's three heads. This is the power of my ancestor. Thank you, Master, for your reward." Wonkai howled and was wrapped in the blood cocoon, starting the evolution of its bloodline. Not long after, on the peak of the Lone Peak, there was a clanking sound. Another 7 days passed. Boom, caw, caw, caw. The sun that was as big as a house suddenly exploded, and hundreds of fire crows appeared in the splashing flames. As the sun turned into fire crows, the sky around the Lone Peak was covered in darkness again. At this time, Wonkai dared to open its eyes and went to the forging table in the center of the sun. "Master, is the divine weapon you forged this water jar?" Disappointment flashed in its eyes. "This is a water jar." Danny lifted one of the copper cauldron's legs and knocked on Wongsai's head 3 times. "This is the three-legged, two-eared God King Cauldron, an existence that will bear the law sea. There is no divine weapon stronger than it in this world." Wonkai was hit until it saw stars, and it lay on the ground for a long time before it could catch its breath. "It is indeed a good divine weapon. It has a soul attack, and it seems to be able to suppress the divinity in my consciousness. Have you mastered the soul search technique?" Danny asked, after obtaining all of Belos' divinity and the three-headed dog ancestor's blood essence. Wonkai became a demigod as expected, and its height and size increased by more than 3 times. Standing on the ground, it was almost as big as a 3-story villa. After that, she even sealed a part of the law of the divine, nose deep in its soul. At every moment, it was comprehending its ancestor's law, and at every moment, its dog nose was evolving. "It's a little difficult. If you give me another 100 years, I should be able to—" "No, not 100 years, not even a day." Danny carried the copper cauldron and jumped onto Wongsai's back and said, "Go to the outer realm now and find traces of the Son of Heaven. I want the Earth Demon Crystal Core to complete the last step of forging the God King Cauldron." Wonkai was shocked. The outer realm is the outer realm, and the law is completely different from our world. What if we meet ES God, or get lost in the outer realm? Cut the crap. Danny carried the 3-legged cauldron again and smashed it on Wongsai's tofu waist. A woof, the 3-headed dog howled and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Endless darkness, other than the darkness, Even the Law Sea was starting to thin. There was a wet swamp under their feet. There was no water, but the soil was very like a sponge. Danny and Wonkai had been in the outer realm for half a month. They had found the Son of Heaven's aura a few times, but the Son of Heaven was very vigilant. Every time, Wonkai would lose track of him in a distorted space. I heard from the ancestor that the law of the outer realm is different from the main world, and the characteristics of matter are also distorted. For example, the soil under our feet is not mud at all, but dark sediment. Wonkai was a dark creature, and it was not affected by its vision. It also got used to the land and air of the outer realm in the shortest time possible. Oh, there was no air, and the space was filled with chaotic dark energy. I thought the outer realm was the universe outside the planet. I didn't expect this world to be so magical. This is also a universe formed by dark energy. Danny lay on Wongsai's furry back, and an ethereal flame gathered in her palm. She was enjoying the scenery of the outer realm. The scenery here was monotonous, and the natural scenery was zero. However, just the law of the outer realm was enough for her to feast her eyes. The east is the dark universe. What about the north, the universe of ice? And the west, the land of the far west, is full of oceans. The universe of water, I heard that the south of Saucerose is the land of infinity. Danny fell into deep thought. If the four directions were connected to four different universes, then what universe was this world in? It was certain that the universe of the Song of Ice and Fire world was different from the four universes. There's the aura of a living person. Master, I smell a living person. Wonkai barked excitedly, interrupting Dragon Queen's reverie. A living person is not the Son of Heaven. Danny turned over and sat up. What a big three-headed dog. A clear and melodious female voice sounded in front of her. Danny could not understand her language, but she had added mental waves to her voice. Wonkai slammed on the brakes and shouted, "How can she be so fast? When I smelled her aura a moment ago, she was at least 200 kilometers away. How can she be here in the next moment? You don't have a physical body. You can talk. You haven't lost your mind yet. You can communicate. That's great." It was a beautiful girl with pointy ears. Her face was delicate, and her silver hair was draped over her shoulders. Her tight leather armor accentuated her curvy figure. When she smiled, there was a dimple on each of her cheeks. Not only can it talk, but it also has a master. Danny jumped on Wongsai's head and stomped her feet. Wonkai crawled on the ground. You're a human too. You're so beautiful. Why didn't I sense you before? The girl's expression changed several times. First, she was envious. Then, she came back to her senses and began to be alert. You're immortal. It would be strange if you could sense me. By the way, are you an elf? Danny sat on the dog's nose. The flame in her hand suddenly expanded. The elf girl's body was like a 3D projection that was disturbed. Ripples appeared on her body. The elf girl looked at the fireball floating in the air with longing. She hesitated and said, "I'm the elf princess of Ein Air." "You said mortal. Aren't you immortal?" Danny turned on her Holy Mother Danny mode and gave a smile that could warm anyone's heart. She explained sincerely, "I'm immortal, a human. It's just that this is the dark universe. There are many powerful monsters with twisted minds. You're just a mental projection, but I came into this universe with my original body. In order to not attract attention like a torch, I deliberately used divine spells to hide my presence. Even ES God won't be able to discover me on the back of the Cerberus." The girl was indeed infected by her smile. Half of the alert on her face was gone. "Are there gods in your world?" How do you define gods? She asked a question that surprised Danny. There was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Danny was not stupid. She quickly thought of something. There are no gods in your world. Have you never seen a god before? The elf girl's eyes flashed. My father lived for 500 years. In the eyes of mortals, he's a god. Danny smiled with a sense of superiority. Wonkai, how old are you this year? 2,200 years old. 300 years old. I can't remember. Wonkai said in confusion. Are you a god? Danny asked again. I'm just a minion. I was lucky to meet my master. The elf girl puffed up her cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction, My father didn't just live for a long time. Danny nodded. Living as long as the heavens is the most inconspicuous feature of a true god. What is a true god? The girl asked immediately. Danny was a little hesitant. Obviously, this female elf came from an alien world. She might be preparing to explore the world of ice and fire because this place was very close to the lone peak, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Don't think that a few 100,000 kilometers is very far. Think about the distance between Earth and the moon. If an alien came to the moon, wouldn't you feel nervous? Now, the alien was asking, what is the strongest weapon on Earth? How should Danny answer? Chapter 1049. The universe is made up of laws and energy. Laws are like the skeleton of a house, and energy is the brick walls, the floor, and the furniture in the house. When one begins to comprehend the laws, the essence of life will sublimate for the first time, and one will become a demigod. Only by fully grasping a law will one be qualified to become a true god. The existence of a true god is like a beam or load-bearing pillar that strengthens a building. In theory, a true god has an unlimited lifespan and can live and die with the world. The oldest true god has existed for hundreds of millions of years. After thinking for a while, Dan and I still decided to be sincere. First, she was sure that there were no true gods in the other party's world. A world without gods would definitely not be as powerful as the Song of Ice and Fire world. Oh, she had subconsciously overlooked one thing. In her world, there were no longer any true gods. The key was that she felt that true gods should be afraid of her, not the other way around. Secondly, the elf girl was not a god and showed no signs of comprehending the laws. She was younger than her, but she was able to project her mind across worlds. What did this mean? It meant that the elf girl's bloodline was so powerful that it would make anyone drool. Danny was not a saint. She was greedy. Of course, she did not want to learn from Lalo and other evil gods and devour the elf girl, compared to an egg. She was more curious about the hen that laid the egg the world where the elf girl was born. Well, Danny was thinking too much. It was not the world that was special, but the elf race. Actually, I don't know much about the world I'm in. Perhaps there are ancient and powerful demigods, but the history of our world's civilization is not as long as yours. Hearing Danny's explanation of the laws and true gods, the elf girl's face was solemn, and there was a hint of desire in it. Don't think that the elf girl was a fool just because she was young and had a pretty and sweet appearance. The elf kingdom ruled the entire world, and as the only heir of the kingdom, she had received a complete royal education since she was young. After she became an adult, she often opened the world gate and ran around. Her wisdom and experience were not much lower than Danny's. Therefore, she understood the significance of the laws and true gods to individuals and the world. The elf girl's ears twitched as she suddenly said, "The true gods in your world should all be dead, right?" Danny was stunned. Then she suddenly realized something and said, "You're from the lower universe?" "Lower universe." The elf girl thought about it carefully and nodded. "That's right. It's very likely that our universe is even lower. Your world is falling from the gap between energy levels to a low-level universe. about 30 years later, your world and our world will be in the same universe. About 100 years later, your world will be parallel to the world I'm in now, and there might be a convergence of celestial spheres. Celestial sphere convergence? Danny was puzzled. When two or more worlds collide with each other, the people of your world will fall into our world, and the people of our world can also migrate into your world. Other than the exchange of species, it could also change the topography of the world and even laws. The elf girl hesitantly uttered the last word. After listening to Danny's explanation of the laws, she wasn't sure if the world they were in still had complete laws. My name is Danny Liz. Danny Liz Targaryen, human, Danny said. The elf girl was stunned. She smiled and said, Hello, Danny. My name is Laura. Laura Doran, elf. Laura, your talent is really powerful. I'm also proficient in spatial teleportation and mental projection, but in this dark universe, the spatial door can't be opened at all. But you can cross worlds and even universes and perform extra-dimensional spatial projection. Amazing! Danny praised with a smile. Danny, your strength is also shocking. Laura pointed at the flame above her head and exclaimed, I was attracted by this flame. In the entire dark universe, only this place has fire and light. If I'm not wrong, only the law of fire can suppress the origin of darkness here, to ignite the flame. Even your flame can interfere with my extra-dimensional projection. You can control such a powerful flame so easily. This shows that your understanding of flame has reached a terrifying level. Also, there's a special aura in the flame that makes me yearn for it, but also fear it. The two girls looked at each other and seemed to see something in each other's eyes. They both laughed. Wonkai was baffled. It had two heads, one looking at its master and the other at the pointy-eared girl. Laura, come and sit with me. Danny warmly invited the elf girl. Wonkai was very tactful and lowered its middle head even more. Laura excitedly jumped onto Wonkai's nose and then climbed onto the back of the blanket with Dragon Queen. They sat opposite each other. The two chatted as Wonkai continued to move forward. My world is in danger. Dragon Queen's face was full of worry. She told her about the Cold God's invasion. She didn't hide her own experience in the past few years. Laura's face turned pale. She said in horror, The Cold God can casually release white frost that can freeze the world. White frost? Danny was stunned. She did not expect that the female elf would only be sensitive to the unremarkable forbidden spell, white frost, after all the legendary stories she had told her. The Cold God can only gather the power of ice from other areas. It can't freeze the entire world. If there is white frost here, the temperature of other places will increase. Overall, it can only move the power of ice. What if the Cold God can move the infinite power of ice from the universe? Laura asked. It can't, Danny said with certainty. Laura's expression was dignified. It couldn't before, but it doesn't mean it can't in the future. In our universe, there is an infinite gap between the worlds. In this empty void, there are infinitely small particles that absorb warmth like a sponge absorbing water. Countless particles gather together to form a storm, which is the white frost. It has already destroyed countless worlds. In fact, in the lower universe, the destruction of all worlds originated from the white frost. As long as the white frost approaches a star system or plane, in just a few decades, the entire planet or plane will turn into a lifeless ice lump. The world's fire has been taken away by the white frost. Laura pointed at the fireball in front of her and emphasized with a complicated expression. Danny was shocked. She muttered, Every time a world falls, the cold air from beyond the Great Wall is the white frost. In your world, how often does the cold wave that freezes the world appear? Laura asked. The last time it appeared was 8,000 years ago. The last time was at least 50,000 years ago. Laura smiled bitterly. Take a guess. How long has the history of the wizard world that I'm currently in? The recorded history is only a little more than 1,000 years. It is said that civilization began 3,000 years ago, but it is only a legend. No one can be sure. Danny's heart moved because of the white frost. The white frost and the sky sphere converge. The white frost can destroy civilization, and so can the sky sphere. It is like two carriages meeting at a crossroads and then colliding. Would shavings fly, and the carriages are damaged? In the upper universe where you were before, the white frost should be rare. But as the world falls, the lower the level of the universe, the higher the density of the white frost. When we reach the lower universe, the void is full of white frost, and the sky sphere converges often appear. Catastrophes are too frequent. What can be done in 1,000 years? Danny said with a dignified expression, "What do you want to do? Lead the world to ascend and break away from the lower universe. The so-called lower universe is likely to be the graveyard of the world, the stomach of the universe," Danny said in a deep voice. Graveyard of the world. It is really appropriate. Just 1,000 years ago, the wizard world had a sky sphere converge. About 100 years later, it will appear again, and the white frost may descend. I don't know if the world has successfully ascended, but we elves will open the door of the world before the white frost arrives and migrate to a new world. Laura said faintly, "You are here to find a new world. You have your eyes on our world." Lauren lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Your world is very advanced. It is the brightest star in the night sky. Everyone can see it. The humans in this world are very cruel. Many powerful races were destroyed by the humans. Even the gods were ended by the humans," Danny said strangely. Wonkai resisted the urge to bark and ran with its head down. Laura smiled awkwardly. "No matter how cruel they are, they can't compare to the white frost. We elves, the Ein Air clan, is also very cruel. They slaughtered most of the native humans, and the rest became slaves of the elven kingdom. However, I am different from my ancestors. I firmly believe that the day will come when elves and humans live in peace will come." Speaking of this, the elven girl became excited and said in an impassioned voice, "Danny, let me tell you, I have traveled to many cities and found that there is no essential difference between humans and elves. There is nobility and lowliness, and there is also courage and cowardice. If a bond of love and trust can be established between humans and elves, peace is not a delusion." Danny's mouth twitched a few times. She asked, "Laura, how old are you this year?" 17 years old, almost 18. Laura said doubtfully, "I am 20 years old this year. I am older than you, so I will call you sister." Dragon Queen patted Laura's shoulder and said with emotion, "Listen to your elder sister's advice. Never believe in love and trust. Those luxuries do not exist between races." "But you call me sister while saying that there is no love and trust between races. What is this hinting at?" Danny waved her hand. And humans are two different concepts. Between humans and elves, there can be love and trust. However, a race represents countless people. Everyone cannot have the same hobby, but they can have the same goal, which is survival. Survival information is limited. There are many elves and few humans. Therefore, there will inevitably be competition between races. Unless one day you are like me, suppressing the world, and your personal will and ability surpass the entire race. Only then will you be qualified to resolve the grievances between races with great love. It doesn't matter if you fail, because you can suppress the world and no one can hurt you. Although I don't understand, I believe that elder sister Danny is doing it for my own good. I will keep it in mind. Lauren smiled perfunctorily. Danny saw the disapproval in her eyes. She sighed secretly and changed the topic. Why did you choose to enter our world from the dark universe? The dark dimension is the gate to your world. You can only take this path. Laura said, when you go to other worlds, do you use the gate? Danny asked. No, at present, I only see the gate in your world. Danny said thoughtfully. Actually, our world should have 4 gates. Laura frowned and thought for a moment. She said tentatively, perhaps after entering the inner part of the world, I can sense other entrances. I can even use your world as a springboard to find a higher level universe and world. Your talent. Danny was itching and said tentatively, blacksmiths teach carpenters how to forge, and carpenters teach blacksmiths how to do carpentry. Blacksmiths and carpenters don't lose anything. Instead, they gain a unique skill. Blacksmiths and carpenters are not in the same city, so they won't compete for business. Laura, what do you think? Chapter 1050. Sister Danny, do you want to learn my space-time travel technique? Hearing Dragon Queen's explicit words, Lauren didn't play dumb and directly asked. Danny first fiddled with the fireball that was suspended between the two of them, making it brighter and warmer. The fire of creation was recklessly manifested, causing Laura's eyes to shine with splendor. She then nodded and said, Yes, I want to exchange witchcraft with you. Laura looked at the fireball and fell into contemplation. After a long time, she asked, Sister, what is the foundation of your spatial teleportation technique? Wind. When the law of wind is comprehended to the limit, one can comprehend the polarity of space. Danny said, Our world doesn't seem to be able to cultivate the law. My innate talent is branded in my bloodline, so I can only develop my bloodline witchcraft. I can't teach others how to travel. Laura shook her head. So it's like this, Danny thought for a while, and said, Actually, my witchcraft also has a bloodline requirement, so I can't let you learn it directly. Perhaps we can use another method to exchange witchcraft. Laura looked at her doubtfully. Danny clenched her teeth, clenched her fist, and then opened it in front of Laura. Bang! Red light flashed, and Little Mist appeared. Wow, so beautiful! The beautiful little fairy, with dragonfly wings, immediately captured Laura's heart. Your ears are pointy. They are also very beautiful. Little Mist flew in front of Laura and curiously touched her pointy ears with her small hands. Laura also touched Little Mist's face and hair and excitedly said, Sister Danny, is this the legendary flower fairy? She is called Little Mist. She used to be a fire crow, then became the fire spirit king, and now... Danny thought for a moment, then smiled slyly and said, She has now evolved into a Neru, the representative of holy light and fire. After saying that, she quietly poured her own fire and light divinity into Little Mist's sea of consciousness, directly condensing it into a divine title seal. It was similar to the godhood that could be found everywhere in fantasy novels. In the Eastern Xinxia world, the divine title seal was also called God Summon. With a god's gift or a god summon condensed by heaven and earth, a mortal could ascend to godhood in one step. Little Mist was a fake demigod. Little Mist, show Laura your strength. But in the next moment, Xiao Wu's entire body ignited like a ball of red and scorching lava. The red light gradually faded, and the temperature dropped. In the dark universe, the light seemed to have solidified into a solid substance, quickly pushing the nearby darkness in all directions. In the end, the area within a radius of a few kilometers was transformed into a world of golden, holy light. Dainamita, this... Laura was shocked. Not only did she feel warmth and tranquility in the holy light, She also felt a strange healing power. This is the purest one we have ever seen, just like Dinamida's eyes. She exclaimed in fascination, "Is Dinamida the god of the elves?" Danny asked. Yes, Dinamida has three forms: a carefree young girl, a mature pregnant woman, and a hunchbacked old woman. Not only the elves, even the humans believe in Merit-Lay, and the dwarfs believe in Blom Magda, which is another name for Dinamida. Danny asked with a strange expression, "Have you seen Dinamida? Does she often show miracles? Does her priest know divine magic?" The three questions made Laura's expression change several times. After a while, she shook her head hesitantly and said, "No, no, but we believe in Dinamida's teachings, not a real god." Even Merit-Lay's priest made it clear that Merit-Lay symbolizes the mother of all people. She represents birth, love, labor, and the stove. In Merit-Lay's temple, the nuns learn about herbs, medicine, and biology. They will become herbalists, doctors, and midwives in the future. Laura explained Dinamida's teachings, the church, and the range of its spread. Generally speaking, Dinamida was a feminist version of the seven gods. In the teachings, the three men, the father, the warrior, and the blacksmith were deleted, keeping the female faith. But in function, Dinamida's priestesses were a combination of medical scholars and monks. So to say, our world also has a Dinamida. Danny also explained the teachings of the seven gods. What a coincidence! Well, it's not a coincidence. Every world has women and children. Every woman will also experience the three stages of life: a young girl, a mother, and an old woman. Laura said thoughtfully, "The seven gods don't just have faith. Look at this Neru. She is the source of holy light." Danny pointed to the little sun. Laura's expression was complicated. There was expectation and hesitation. "Does Sister Danny want to give Little Miss to me? Let Little Miss be your soul partner. Through the soul link, you can feel the laws of light and fire. At the same time, you can also borrow the power of your soul partner to use holy light and fire divine magic." Danny smiled. Laura was happy at first, but then she frowned and asked doubtfully, "What can Sister get?" "Little Mist is your soul partner. You can feel her laws of light and fire, and she can also learn your planar travel technique. If Little Mist has some achievements, she can pass on her insights to me," Danny said. When Laura heard this, she looked hesitant. "My talent comes from the ancient blood. The ancient blood is the greatest secret of the elves. It is related to the future of the elves." Danny thought for a moment and said, "First, let Little Mist form a soul contract with you. Then you can take her to see your parents and explain the reason to them. If they firmly oppose, you can immediately cancel the contract with Little Mist and leave her in the sorcerer world. After 100 years, I will take her home. If your clansmen agree to exchange their law insights with me, the soul contract will automatically take effect and be upgraded to a holy oath. After 100 years, I will invite the elves to my world. You can choose to settle here or use my world as a springboard to ascend to a higher dimension." "Right, do you pay attention to holy oaths?" Danny suddenly reacted. Every world had different traditions. The holy oath that they regarded as the highest law might be worthless in the sorcerer world. "Of course, we understand the sanctity of oaths." Laura said affirmatively. Danny said, "In our world, oaths are recorded in the river of fate. No one dares to break an oath. Those who break an oath will be punished by the heavens. Dinamida will bear witness to our oath." Laura said with a serious expression. All right." Danny was stunned. She reluctantly accepted and asked, "What do you think of my proposal?" "I don't know much about soul contracts." Laura said awkwardly, "It's very simple. You give Little Mist a part of your soul, and she will give you a part of her soul. Then you will integrate each other's soul into your own. Isn't that too simple and crude? Laura's mouth twitched. This is just the basic principle. The optimization of the details will be very complicated. I just learned it from an ancient god. If your relationship with Little Mist gets better, your souls will be more compatible. The compatibility between your souls will promote the fusion of your bloodline. With this virtuous cycle, one day you will be able to truly grasp the power of light and fire. Danny said seriously. Let me think about it. Laura hesitated. Right, Sister Danny, what are you doing in the dark universe? She asked curiously. Danny said, I'm chasing a devil. The reason why our world fell into the lower universe was because it joined forces with other devils to murder the last true god. Ah, doesn't it know the danger of a falling world? Laura said in disbelief. It did it on purpose. Danny then explained her conflict with the Justice League. However, she didn't explain in detail how strong the evil god was. She also didn't explain the first flame and the engraved boat sword after 1,000 years. I didn't expect Sister Danny to be so strong. Even so, the elf girl was very shocked. She looked at Danny with eyes full of admiration. Master, I found that guy's aura again. Suddenly, Wonkai howled and began to madly accelerate. Danny immediately waved her hand and collected Little Mist. The fireball floating in the air was also extinguished. Cerberus's sense of smell is far beyond the area affected by the flames. But once you get close, it will alert him. Seeing Laura's puzzled expression, she casually explained, Bastard, get lost. After running for another 200 kilometers, Danny heard the man's angry shout. The next moment, a circle of dazzling white light suddenly exploded in the darkness ahead. It was as if 10,000 flash bombs had exploded at the same time. This light, Laura was shocked. To be able to explode with such dazzling light in the dark universe. This is the power of law. Danny nodded with a strange expression. It is indeed the law of light and darkness. But the black shadow that looked like a standing wolf howled in pain and turned into nothingness in the explosion of light. Laura, wait for me for a moment. Laura heard this and subconsciously looked back. However, she had lost track of Dragon Queen. She quickly turned her head and looked forward. The dazzling white light had disappeared. After blinking a few times, Dragon Queen's voice came from behind her. Are you the son of heaven or the night lion? Laura looked back blankly. She didn't know when the Dragon Queen had returned. Under her tall silver boots, she was stepping on a handsome young man who looked like a prince in a girl's dream. Just as she turned back, Sister Danny had finished fighting and stopped. Laura was somewhat at a loss. But then her attention was attracted by the pitiful prince under Sister Danny's feet. His figure was taller than the male elves. Compared to humans, he had a more dignified appearance and was extraordinary. His face was as bright as the rosy moonlight without a trace of flaw. Just a glance was enough to make people intoxicated. His body also had the aura of a king who had lived for a long time. He was more domineering and dignified than his father, the Elf King. But at this time, his skin was sickly pale, making people feel pity for him. Boom. The godlike man's head exploded. His dignified body was set on fire, and his illusory soul twisted and howled. Laura, who was blushing and feeling hot, shuddered. The romantic thoughts in her mind were frozen by the white frost. Sister Danny, why did you kill him? She cried. I came to kill him, Danny said strangely. Saying this, she pinched the Son of Heaven's soul in her hand in front of the female elf and forcibly pulled out a yellow crystal from it. During this time, the Son of Heaven's handsome face twisted into an evil spirit's appearance. His mouth let out the most hysterical howls. He looks like an elegant prince. Is there some misunderstanding? Laura couldn't bear it. This body is indeed the king, but his soul has long been refined by his father. Laura didn't understand, but Cerberus exclaimed, "So, the legend is true. The Son of Heaven is actually a clone of the Night Lion." Chapter 10:51. At first, I was prepared to decline, but then I met the Son of Heaven. It is said that he was the founding emperor of a powerful empire and ruled the world for 10,000 years. The key is that the Son of Heaven can also light a fire in the dark universe. Father, sages, you should understand what this means, right? Under an old oak tree covered in wisteria, Laura stroked Little Mist in her arms as she spoke to the king and the sages behind the pine table. The sun shone through the dense branches and leaves, casting spots of light on the elven girl's bright and charming cheeks, quiet and beautiful. Law cultivation is normal in that world, and more than one creature can control the power of law. It is a terrible world, and we should avoid it. Elven King Oberon said, with a dignified expression. Laura frowned. Father, you are right, but you still haven't grasped the main point. Princess Laura, you want to say that the human called Dany Rhys didn't lie, and that even without the Targaryen bloodline, the power of fire and light can be controlled by others? A young sage with slick-back hair whispered. Yes. Laura looked at her fiancé with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, We all know that even if the elven witchcraft is completely open to humans, they can't master the technology of plane travel, because the ability to open the world gate comes from the ancient blood. At first, I was hesitant about Dany Rhys's suggestion of an exchange, because I suspected that she was lying. I thought that her power of fire also came from the ancient bloodline. But that Son of Heaven certainly doesn't have any blood relationship with her, but the two of them have mastered similar powers of fire and light. Laura's perception was too sharp. The similarity she spoke of wasn't the powerful law of fire that Dragon Queen and Son of Heaven had mastered, which could suppress dark energy, but the aura of the supreme law of the Song of Ice and Fire. There must be similarities between the counterfeit and the original. What moved her was not ordinary fire. In the sorcerer world, there were warlocks who played with fire, but it was the first time Laura had encountered a high-level fire involving the Song of Ice and Fire. She had encountered it twice in a day. After Laura explained her feelings about fire, she concluded, since Son of Heaven can do it, why can't we? The elven sages gently nodded, satisfied with her rational analysis. You let this narrow, right? The elven king pointed to Little Mist. Laura nodded. Let this not display the strange flame you speak of, the king of elves said. Little Mist glanced at Laura, and after getting the hint, it immediately jumped high into the sky and exploded into a fireball. It was Dragon Queen's first flame divinity. Buzz, the thin void began to distort. Ah, a third sun has appeared in the sky. Oh my God, the sun is so close to us. It's so hot. The leaves are burning. The elves of Tyrnalia clamored in fear. Clang! The elven sage's teacup fell on the table, but he didn't notice it. He looked at the small sun in shock and excitedly said, Princess Laura was right. This isn't an ordinary fire. It's the legendary eternal fire. The elf king's eyes were filled with fervor. According to the ancient records, the eternal fire will never be extinguished. It can dispel the cold and darkness and lead the world to hope and new life. Nera's fire is not the eternal fire. We have never seen the eternal fire, but it does have a trace of aura that surpasses all the flames in the world. Avarak also lost his usual calmness and said with a trembling voice, There is no flame more noble and powerful than this. After the excitement, an old sage hesitated and said, Neru is very good, but do we really want to reveal the secret of the ancient blood to outsiders? What do you mean? Laura frowned. The Elf King slowly said, Laura, you have been to the wizard world. You know how our cousins, the elves of Einshitty, live. In the beginning, they were like us, ruling the entire world. When the humans began to grasp the magic knowledge of the elves, and when the human warlocks rose, the elven empire was immediately destroyed, and the elves were wantonly massacred. Now, only a small number of elves are left. They are like lowly beggars, struggling at death's door in the most desolate corners of the world. Oberon's tone was heavy. Father, this is a fair trade. We also have the opportunity to control the eternal fire. Laura looked at the sages around her and said, If you don't agree, I can cancel the soul contract with Little Mist. That's not necessary. Whoosh, Little Mist turned into a small spirit and flew back. The elven sages looked at each other and gradually reached a consensus in secret. In the end, the Elf King said, We need the law of fire. It is very possible that Danny Liz's flame is related to the first flame of the ancient legends. You also know about the first flame? Little Mist asked curiously. The Elf King looked at Little Mist with surprise. I didn't expect your world to call it the first flame. What do you call it? The humans call it the eternal fire. The Elf King explained. Many civilizations that have lost their inheritance only know some general descriptions of the first flame, but they have forgotten its original name. However, our elven race has existed for millions of years. Our world has ancient gods that have lived for tens of millions of years. They have always been pursuing the power of the first flame. Little Mist said, Are you really the first flame? The elves were startled. Little Mist shook her head. Of course not. I only have a trace of the first flame's characteristics. It is very, very small. Can you help Laura control the power of the first flame, even if it is only a trace of its characteristics? The Elf King eagerly asked. I will continue to transform Laura's bloodline and guarantee that she will become a demigod of fire. However, whether she can comprehend the law of fire or not depends on her comprehension of fire magic. The law of fire is only the starting point. It is still very far from the first flame. Little Mist honestly said, That is very reasonable. The Elf King's expression dimmed for a moment. Then he looked strangely at Little Mist and said, I thought that you would try your best to facilitate this transaction, and then say that Laura will definitely be able to comprehend the power of the first flame. I made a sacred oath that I would never deceive Laura. Sacred oath. The Elf King didn't understand. The people of that world attach great importance to oaths. As long as one goes back on an oath, they will never have a good end. Laura explained. You also made a sacred oath to Danny Liz? Backcomb suddenly asked. Of course, the oath is mutual. Backcomb frowned as he looked at the Elf King. The Elf King also frowned as he looked at his daughter and slowly said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to fulfill your oath for the time being. Laura's heart thumped as she hugged Little Mist and asked, What do you want to do? The Elf King slowly said, We aren't natives of this world. I don't even know how many worlds the elves have migrated to. In the world where we were first born, our ancestors were extremely fanatical about obtaining the power of the first flame. Therefore, Laura, we can't give up this opportunity, but seeing the Elf King's ugly expression, an elf sage spoke for him. But the ancient blood is the foundation of the elves' existence. We can't let others get it. We will seal this Naru and let you extract its power to obtain its comprehension of the law of fire. However, its power and comprehension will only be released. It won't be able to come in contact with the secrets of the ancient blood. Ah, you want to break your oath. Little Mist covered her mouth with her small hand. Her apple-like face was full of shock. Laura patted her little head to appease her and sternly said, Father Sages, are you sure you understand the consequences of offending Danny Liz? We can leave this world ahead of time. The universe is so big, where would she find us? A sage asked. Auburn raised his hand to stop his daughter's angry words and said, "We won't completely break our oath." "What?" A sage was shocked. "Didn't we just— We need the first flame." But this Naru also said that Laura might not be able to comprehend the law of fire. "We might have to deal with Danny Liz in the future, so we can't go too far." Auburn helplessly said, if the Naru itself was a first flame, they would certainly snatch it and run. The Elf King stood up and said to the Fire Elf, "Little Mist, I will seal you for 10 or 20 years until Laura becomes a demigod. Don't blame me. Laura is just a mortal. The difference between your realms is too big. It's like an elephant and a mouse. Each person gets a bite, a big piece of cake. It's obviously unfair to the mouse. I believe that even if Danny Liz knows about this, she would understand the difficulties of the elves." Little Mist has been sealed. What a powerful sealing technique, completely isolating me from her. In the dark world, on the summit of a lonely mountain, Danny suddenly stopped what she was doing and closed her eyes to meditate. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Laura, that little bitch, dares to break her oath. Wonkai bared its teeth, its eyes revealing an ominous glint. "Master, wait for the sky sphere to converge. Then I will go to that world and help you kill all the pointy ears." Danny glanced at it indifferently, a dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. "Remember, your task is to guard hell forever." Wonkai looked at the doghouse left behind by its ancestor, with some reluctance, a short but wide cave. "Master, I'm willing to go to the 7th layer of hell to guard the gate, but this sacred mountain, don't you care about it? As a small boss of hell's first level, it's too difficult for the dog to bear the burden of guarding the world." Dragon Queen sighed. "What do you mean?" Wonkai was puzzled. "Previously in the Dark Universe, we encountered 7 or 8 waves of dark evil creatures, but you were beaten to a pulp every time. Even fighting one-on-one was difficult. Isn't letting you guard the gate the same as giving a hot dog to the evil creatures?" Danny said helplessly. "If you recruit a group of warriors in the dark world in your name, I should be able to guard the sacred mountain." Wonkai said. "Can you fly?" Danny asked. Wonkai shook its head. "I can run fast." Hiss, a loud and clear dragon's cry suddenly spread throughout the lonely mountain. "Megalosaurus?" Wonkai was surprised to see an emerald green dragon flying from the west. "Hiss, Danny, I'm here." Little Green landed on the summit and took the initiative to stretch its head to let Mother Dragon stroke it. It spoke Chinese. "You've recuperated well." Sensing Little Green's vigorous breath and vigorous vitality, Danny couldn't help but be very happy. That time in the smoke sea, she used 5 overclocking, and the 5 Megalosaurus souls were injured, and their blood essence was greatly damaged. But at that time, she was busy dealing with the first flame and didn't have time to personally endow them with spirituality and recuperate. She could only let the Megalosaurus learn to be priests of the 7 gods, and use the dragon spirit to replace the line of faith, and borrow the divine spell slots of the main gods to heal themselves. This process involved the complicated application of divine spells, and humans needed more practice to master it. Megalosaurus. Maybe they weren't so stupid that they couldn't even learn divine spells, but they were too young, only 6 years old. Divine spells were much harder to learn than talking. And now among the 5 dragons, only Blackie had obtained a primary school diploma. Chapter 1052. Edu, South City, Wizard Legion's encampment. In the courtyard of the Royal Wizard Legion's leader. Master Kuei, why is the potion's effect getting worse? At first, it could last for 5 minutes, but since a month ago, it's been 4.5 minutes, for minutes 3.5 minutes. Last night at Green Fragrance Pavilion, it only took 30 seconds. The dwarf's face flushed red. He waved his hands around unconsciously, and his expression was extremely embarrassed. Today, when I was walking on the street, there was a bastard who called me Prime Minister for half a minute. I slapped him a few times, and this matter spread throughout Edu. Everyone started calling me that behind my back. Kueishi focused on the work of configuring the wildfire in his hands and said lightly, "Since you can't use it anymore, then don't use it anymore. I think you can learn the white bone meditation method from Master Qizong, completely abstain from lust, and convert to the Holy Mother with peace of mind." The dwarf rolled up his wide Edu long sleeves and pulled Kueishi's arm, begging, "No, Master Kueishi, I'm still young. I can't stop using it so early. You're the number one of the young generation in the transcendent world. You can definitely make a more powerful potion." Kueishi's body stiffened slightly for a moment and said, "You're the Prime Minister of Edu, the great general of the empire. Don't just think about visiting brothels all day long. If you pay more attention to the wizards in the Wizard Legion, you'll know that the same witchcraft is getting worse and worse recently. With you in the Wizard Legion, I'm completely at ease." The dwarf first complimented, and then asked doubtfully, "Why is the witchcraft's effect getting worse?" Kueishi said helplessly, "In the past 6 months, there have been 3 celestial phenomena of the fall of the true gods. You should know what this means, right?" "I know, my sister one, and the evil gods were wiped out." The dwarf became excited. "I didn't misjudge her. She's scheming and cunning, far better than the alliance of gods. The gods are all dead, and the Targaryen family is the strongest. The first divine king and the first great emperor are both my sister. 7 gods above are good days. Sigh, a beautiful future is clearly waving at me, but the heavens are unfair, letting me get this disease." The dwarf suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon. His face was filled with sorrow as he wailed, "I only wanted to try out the exotic scenery. Why did I encounter a demonic woman who plucked flowers?" Kueishi coughed a few times, interrupting the dwarf's howl, and said sternly, "After the last divine meteorite phenomenon appeared, the Sea of Laws crumbled, like a wooden bucket filled with water shattering into dregs. And the Sea of Laws was also called the demonic sea by ordinary transcendents. The demonic sea was just an appearance. The materialization of the world's laws was its true essence. It's just like how the sun looks like it's glowing, but it's actually a fireball." The dwarf gradually calmed down and asked with a frown, "You mean without the Sea of Law, the magic power of extraordinaires is constantly weakening?" Kueishi's expression was solemn. "When the bucket is broken, the water will flow out. The people who drink it will slowly dry up and die. And the significance of the Sea of Laws to transcendence far surpassed the wooden bucket. It could be said that the foundation of all transcendence was the Sea of Laws. Therefore, with the destruction of the Sea of Laws, the effects of the transcendent potions concocted by transcendence would be greatly reduced. For example, your ego-redeeming potion, the composition of the potion and the incantation used to concoct the potion did not change, but without the support of the Sea of Laws, the potion and incantation became rootless trees." The dwarf was puzzled, "But I did not lose my magic power. And there's also that bald donkey Qizong. He's having a lot of fun being a sage master. The number of sacred healing techniques he gives out to others every day did not decrease, but instead increased. There's also Hound, Alia, and Varys. After the Battle of Smoke Sea, they all felt that their power was increasing crazily." "That's not your power," Kueishi said solemnly. "My sister? Yes, all of you are borrowing her power." At this point, Kueishi paused for a moment, sized up the dwarf, and said, "Other than priests who rely on gods, warlocks can also retain most of their power. You are a warlock who relies on your bloodline. I retained all of my power. I did not even notice the collapse of the Sea of Laws." The dwarf said. Kueishi shook her head. "Your power is also weakening, but your bloodline rank is increasing rising and falling, and it remains the same. I don't know what Dani Rise experienced in the Smoke Sea, but her realm has increased by several levels. Perhaps the time it takes for her to chant the Song of Fire will be shorter than the expected 10 years. I see. The dwarf pondered for a moment and asked curiously, the destruction of the Sea of Laws did not affect her at all? In theory, it should have an effect. However, looking at all of you, she seems to have broken common sense again. Kuei, she said with a complicated tone. The dwarf had a thought and asked again, will the deviant ghosts become weaker? I've checked the samples in the laboratory. The power of the frost magic has weakened, but because the world has fallen, the magic power in the deviant ghosts' bodies is more vigorous than before. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? The dwarf was a little agitated and also a little angry. If I told you, would you be able to solve it? Kuei, she said lightly. No, but I can ask my sister for help. The dwarf puffed out his chest and said with his head held high. Kuei, she nodded. I've looked for her. She told me to calm down. The dwarf was stunned and laughed awkwardly. You should have told me earlier. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly. A 3-foot-tall green flame exploded on the experiment table in front of Kuei. The intense heat wave forced the dwarf to cover his face and take 3 steps back. Holy Mother, you can encounter a wildfire explosion as well, he shouted in disbelief. When creating wildfire, a wildfire sorcerer needed to precisely control every strand of magic power. If there was a large magic wave, or if there was a mistake in the operation, it would cause the wildfire to burn and explode. Some unlucky people might even lose their lives on the spot. However, Kuei, she had always been Tyrion's #1 transcendent and had never encountered any problems before. Do you need my help? Seeing that Kuei, she was not set on fire, the dwarf heaved a sigh of relief. Kuei, she ignored him and quickly chanted an incantation, trying her best to control the scattered wildfire to gather at the clay water trough beside her. Did you sense it? When the fire was under control, the Shadowbind sorcerer asked in an uncertain tone. What? The dwarf was confused. The Sea of Laws suddenly surged, causing my magic power to go out of control. The dwarf imitated Kuei and increased his mental energy infinitely. The chaotic sea of magic power has reappeared. Strange. There seems to be an additional layer of cover outside the sea of magic power, and my mental energy is blocked outside. It went in. The dwarf was shocked and bewildered. Behind the redwood lacquered armor, Kuei-shi's expression changed several times. What's going on? The dwarf was about to ask when a familiar voice rang in his ears. As you can see, the true gods have all fallen, and the Sea of Laws has been destroyed. To prevent the loss of the world's origin power, I used my Song of Laws and the crystal core of Mother Earth as materials to create a divine king cauldron that contains 10,000 laws and origin power. From today onwards, I am the king of gods. Demigods and heavenly gods who are still alive immediately report to Slave Bay and submit to me. If anyone objects, come and find me, and we will discuss it face to face. From today onwards, until the end of the following week, all gods who are not registered will be excluded from the Divine King Cauldron and will not be able to extract a drop of origin power from the Sea of Laws. Extraordinaires who have not become demigods can continue to use the magic power of the Sea of Laws, but from now on, every time you cast magic, you must recite Holy Mother of Mercy, long live the Queen, Chinese, as the secret key to enter the Sea of Laws. The Prime Minister looked at the shadow-binding knight. This isn't a hallucination, right? Kuei, she shook her head lightly and said strangely, anyone who enters the Sea of Laws for the first time will hear this notice, and it's engraved on the Divine King Cauldron. The dwarf's mouth gradually cracked open, and he laughed foolishly, too shameless, too domineering, Too powerful, too awesome. My sister's invincible. Very invincible, but the price to pay is a little high. Without any warning, Danny's figure suddenly appeared in the room. Ah, the dwarf exclaimed, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Are you a real person or a mental projection? I just finished my business in the dark world and went to the underground palace of Thunder Island, so I wanted to visit you on my way back." As Danny spoke, she sized up the strange-looking dwarf. He wore a golden crown, a purple python robe, and a belt with a Piccio head inlaid with gold and jade around his waist. He actually gave off a sense of suaveness. All right, Tyrion had to thank her for changing his plum face and even adjusting his deformed leg bones. "You're doing well." The dwarf also lowered his head to look at his court attire and sighed in satisfaction. "Today, I finally know how noble the Prime Minister is. Prince Beau is far more obedient than Joffrey, and the court officials all respect and trust me. Without Littlefinger and Old Rose plotting outside, and without someone like Cersei holding me back, it's too comfortable. Is there really a true god sealed in the underground palace of Thunder Island?" Kueishi asked. "The Mother Earth, who sings the Song of Earth." "I thought it was an evil god." Danny nodded. "It is an evil god. His main consciousness is asleep, and he only acts on instinct. He can't control the high-energy, chaotic Earth god power, so he's no different from an evil god." "What's with the cauldron of the King of Gods?" Danny waved her right hand lightly, and a three-legged cauldron with two ears appeared out of thin air and smashed it on the ground. "That's it. You're using this thing to store the Sea of Laws." Tyrion was dumbfounded. The cauldron was made of red copper, and its entire body was red with a tinge of yellow. It was thicker than an ordinary water bucket and looked round and chubby, including the ears. It was about the same height as a dwarf, about 3 meters. There were simple lines carved on the surface of the cauldron. That's it. It was a very ordinary bronze artifact. Kueishi circled the bronze cauldron and said with a complicated tone, "You're really arrogant." There were a total of 8 paintings on the surface of the bronze cauldron, and they recorded 8 glorious moments of the Dragon Queen, Purgatory Wasteland hatching a dragon in the fire, Aposta's uprising, Poplar Slope sweeping through the enemy camp, Slaver's Bay, Myreen's drowning of the 7 armies, Winterfell's resistance against the White Frost, and Sea of Smoke burning the gods. There were only 7 paintings, 7 scenes. The key was in the last painting. The Dragon Queen was sitting high in the clouds, with 5 dragons circling around her, and the sun rising from behind her throne. The gods in the sky were worshipping her, and the countless citizens on the ground were cheering for her. In the future, you will be one of these people. Danny pointed to the citizens on the ground in the last painting. "It's pitch black. I can't see anything." The dwarf tiptoed and tried his best to look inside the cauldron. Kueishi also went over and asked suspiciously, "Is there a different space inside the cauldron?" Danny laughed without saying a word and only flicked her finger on the cauldron. Dong! The sound was melodious like the chime of a bell. It spread out far outside the house, and even spread along the ground for a few hundred kilometers, a few thousand kilometers. At this moment, as long as one's consciousness was in the Sea of Laws, they would be able to hear the sound of the cauldron being knocked. Boom! In the next moment, the cauldron spewed out a 3-meter-tall flame pillar, as though a turbine engine had been activated. The dwarf wailed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 1053. Tyrion howled. His body twitched a few times, as if he had been electrocuted. He fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices and stopped breathing. What happened to him? Kueishi was shocked. Although the dwarf was close to the godly king's cauldron, he had already retracted his head. He wasn't affected by the fire. He shouldn't have touched the godly king's cauldron. The cauldron contains the Sea of Laws. Touching the cauldron is equivalent to touching countless laws. His soul will shatter. Danny narrowed her eyes. She activated soul-subduing strike and sent her thoughts into the dwarf's mind. She spent some effort to repair his soul core that was on the verge of collapse. It's not a big deal. He'll wake up in half an hour. He'll be fine after resting for half a month. Dong. Danny knocked on the cauldron again. The flames retracted into the cauldron, but the cauldron projected a myriad of colors on the roof. It was like a dreamy radiance. Take a look again. Danny smiled. She raised her head and gestured. Kuei, she only hesitated for a moment before carefully stretching her head over. Endless flames entered her eyes. The next moment, boom. It was as if a volcano had erupted in her mind. Countless fire-type insights surged into her mind. Kuei, she felt dizzy. Her body swayed as if she was drunk. Ugh, she had a splitting headache. She held her forehead and groaned. However, she felt as if she had chewed a bunch of peppercorns in her mouth. She couldn't utter a single word. After a long time, the shadow-binding warrior finally recovered from the feeling of fullness in her mind. A dazzling flame lit up on her shadowy meditation foundation. She was probably at the same level as John a few months ago before he started cultivating the Song of Ice. She realized the shadow-binding warrior's dream of cultivating both fire and shadow at the same time. She was no longer afraid of light. Her deathly pale face became normal. She could control the flames more easily. Kuei, she looked at the smiling dragon queen with a complicated expression. She said softly, "Thank you." Danny shrugged. She said casually, "Your level is too low. If you cultivate normally, you won't have any hope of becoming a demigod. I don't want to lose a friend like you in a mere 100 years. That's not what you said back then." Kuei, she was touched and upset. Back then, the Dragon Queen had leaned over and called her Big Boss. Sigh, how many years has it been since then? Danny lamented. For example, Kuei, she was already a prodigy of the generation, but it was still extremely difficult for her to become a demigod. Not even 1 out of 100 geniuses would succeed. The Shadow-Binding Knight's talent wasn't bad. It was just that his luck wasn't good enough. Danny herself didn't need to be mentioned. She had cheated all the way, so much so that she felt embarrassed, as if John, the dwarf, Arya, and even Chizong were all hacks. Since Kuei, she lacked opportunities, Danny would give her opportunities. Although she was not old now, she was stronger than any white-bearded grandpa. Opportunities and whatnot were given out casually. There seems to be a world of fire inside the cauldron? Kuei, she asked doubtfully. You're not mistaken. It's the fire divine kingdom. Apart from the divine kingdom of fire, there was also the divine kingdom of wind, the divine kingdom of light based on the complete Song of Light, and the divine kingdom of earth inherited from Mother Earth. The divine kingdom of earth is the foundation. The divine kingdom of wind is the 4 walls, the divine kingdom of fire is the ceiling, and the divine kingdom of light is the insulation layer. How extravagant! Kuei, she was shocked. Then she asked doubtfully, "How did you think of creating a divine cauldron and collecting the lost sea?" Danny flipped her wrist, and a ball of purplish-yellow smoke appeared in her palm. "This is—" Kuei, she sensed it for a moment and said in surprise, "The evil god's aura in the underground palace. Good knowledge." Danny praised sincerely and explained, "This is a strand of divine soul that escaped from Mother Earth. To others, it's just a chaotic magic power that pollutes the divine soul, but I can extract a true god's soul from it. When the Law Sea collapsed, I had the thought of rebuilding it, but I didn't know how to do it. Coincidentally, this senior also had plans to pass down all of her inheritance to me and teach me how to rebuild the Law Sea." Kuei, she had mixed feelings. "Why did the ancient gods give their inheritance to you? Mother Earth has never seen you before. I stayed in the underground palace for a few years, but I didn't know the true identity of the evil god. I did so much hard work, but I didn't get any benefits at all. Why is there such a huge difference between people's encounters? Because they and I are like-minded fellow travelers. The reason was simple and hard to refute. Kuei was silent for a while and asked doubtfully, "Why did you use bronze to create the cauldron? Isn't steel stronger?" "A steel cauldron is not as good as a bronze cauldron. Also, do you know about the magic metal dragon steel from the last era? Dragon steel is a bronze that is infused with magic power." Danny patted the three-legged cauldron and said proudly, "This bronze cauldron of mine is made from the bronze peak at the edge of the world, fused with the bodies of Mother Earth and dozens of dark demon gods, and forged with the remains of the first flame for 49 days. It is 5 levels higher than the level 4 Earth Fire Energy level tile steel. A normal true god with an energy level of 5. 0 can't do anything to it and can't break its defense." This time, the way Kuei looked at the bronze cauldron changed. "This is a true divine artifact." A weak, fanatical voice came from the ground. It was the dwarf. He had woken up from his sleep and crawled up from the ground while trembling. "The ground is so cold, and you let me lie down?" He wiped the blood from his nostrils, mouth, and eyelids and said resentfully. No one bothered with him. Tyrion mumbled a few more words and then looked at Dragon Queen shamelessly. "There will be a day when the sea of law is restored, right? The King of God's cauldron is very strong, but it is not enough to defend itself. The types of laws and the total amount of origin energy cannot satisfy the demands of too many extraordinaires. When the long night ends and the population recovers, I'm afraid the supply will be limited on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday." Danny looked helpless. Only when a new true god is born, only when they leave the bottom level of the universe, can the sea of law be truly restored. And the restoration of the sea of law is a necessary condition for a demigod to become a true god. The dwarf did not care about Dragon Queen's entanglement, nor did he care about the problem she encountered, and said excitedly, "If the sea of law is restored, will this cauldron be useless? You want it. Try your best to live until the day the sea of law is restored, at least a few hundred years later," Danny said with a cold smile. "I traveled east to spread sutras, and the road was bumpy. I came to barren land, saved millions of people, and presided over the investiture of the gods. These merits should be enough for me to enter the top ranks of the investiture of the gods and become a god with my body, right?" The dwarf shouted, "You can only enter the list after becoming a god, not after entering the list, and also if you meet people on the investiture of the gods, they will kill too much, and their luck will be shallow. They can enjoy a lifetime of riches, but their immortal path will be cut off. This is the fate of an investiture of the gods." "Oh, no, the investiture of the gods is Mazia, and the dwarf can barely be considered as Heishui River Erlang." Throwing away the random thoughts in her mind, Danny cut open the space again, threw the cauldron into the depths of the void, and said, "I came to barren land mainly to repair the Holy Light Shelter, Crabclaw Peninsula's Danny Lilith Girdle." Tyrion said in surprise, "The alliance of evil gods has been broken. I will keep an eye on the frost god, and no one will be able to destroy the girdle. How many shelters do you plan to build?" Kuei asked. "One in the Jade Sea, one in Slaver's Bay, one in the Land of Strife where the Queen's Horn is, and 4 in the Westeros. Slaver's Bay has 3 cities, and there are 4 in the Westeros." The dwarf looked doubtful. 10 cherries and a ripe watermelon, which one will you choose? 20 wind giants formed a circle of plains with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers on Crabclaw Peninsula. There were 50 divine wind crows, which were 100 times stronger than the wind giants. They circled a piece of land with a diameter of 40 kilometers, which was more than 1,000 square kilometers on the edge of barren land. 20 fire crows remained in the sky, and 10 fire spirits held hands and spun at high speed to form a sun that illuminated a radius of 50 kilometers. The sunlight gradually shrank, and only the land within the girdle was covered. Yes, 20 fire crows took turns. Ah, the snow is melting. I see black soil again. The barren land farmers who were lucky enough to witness the miracle kneeled on the ground and dug out a lump of wet soil with their hands, moved to tears. I thought I would never see the sun again in my life. The fat, white-haired son of heaven looked at the sun in the sky with fascination. Even if the sunlight made him cry, he was still unwilling to lower his head. This is a miracle. The Dragon Queen is really going to become the divine king. Great God Lion Strength, who had lost his god, had an extremely complicated expression. Supreme Seven Gods, Holy Mother of Mercy, long live the Queen. Under the lead of Saint Master Qizong, the new believers of the seven gods kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Queen!" Supreme Seven Gods, Holy Mother of Mercy, long live the Queen! All the barren people who entered the Dani Lilith girdle, whether of their own accord, 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 no matter who they were, no matter what they thought in their hearts at this moment, in the face of this scene, all of them kneeled on the ground and offered their knees and praises to the Dragon Queen who was holding up the sun in the sky. The believers of the seven gods will be given the best land and will live in the first ring in the center. Ordinary people will live in the second ring. The other believers will move to the edge of the girdle and live in the third ring and guard the fourth ring. No one is allowed to build a mansion that occupies a large area, including Prince Bo and yourself. If you want to pay attention to grandeur, you can go to the royal palace outside the girdle and dig an underground tunnel between the royal palace and the girdle. Are there any cloudy days, thunderstorms, storms, and other weather? Tyrion asked. This small world is a nearly complete ecosystem. The sun works for 16 hours, and the night lasts for 8 hours. There are dusk and dawn, as well as rain and thunder. Why do we have to guard the fourth ring? Can other ghosts enter? Koichi asked. A small number of other ghosts and ghouls will be sliced into pieces by the high-energy wind blades in the wind wall. However, the number of wind spirits within the wind wall is limited. In order to ensure that the heat does not dissipate, the defensive power it can provide is very limited. Hence, it is best to build another ring of fortresses outside the wind ring. Oh, right. Dani waved at Qizong. Some elemental spirits have already developed divinity and can absorb the power of faith to grow. I will revise the Seven Stars Bible and stipulate that all elemental spirits are the dependents of the Holy Light Maiden, which means they are subordinate to the gods. From now on, all statues of the Holy Light Maiden will have a green and red ribbon. At the same time, a statue of the Wind Fire Spirit will be set up in the side hall. The main hall will consecrate the seven gods, while the side hall will consecrate the subordinate gods of the seven gods. This can be considered as a rule. Oh, other than the Wind Fire Spirit, we have to add a turtle. Dragon Queen finally thought of the Turtle Prime Minister. What does the turtle represent? Qizong asked in confusion. The old man in the river. He has long been a subordinate of the seven gods. It is time for him to enjoy the incense of the mortal world. After giving Qizong some instructions, Dani prepared to leave. Hey, wait! The dwarf had a thought and hurriedly called out to her. What is it? This. Tyrion glanced at the crowd beside him bashfully. He approached the Dragon Queen and said softly, I was seduced by a few evil cult witches, causing me to... Master Kuei, she said that I have lost my source, and spent a lot of effort to concoct a medicine for me. However, I am getting worse by the day. You are powerful. Can you save me? If news of this spreads in the barbarian capital, it will be bad for the reputation of Targaryen and the Church of the Seven Gods. You are Lon Lister. But everyone knows who my father is. Dany looked at Kuei and found that she was looking at her as well. She even had a wandering gaze. She asked curiously, Tyrion seems to be full of energy. His bloodline power is abundant. Which source did he lose? With the cauldron of the King of Gods, the potion has regained its effects. If you hand him over to me, I promise to cure him. Kuei said vaguely. All right, I'll leave him to you. I have confidence in your potion skills. Dany nodded. Her figure disappeared from the spot. Hey, the dwarf reached out his hand, but all he got was air. Don't you trust me? Kuei said coldly. I trust you. Of course I trust you. Let's go concoct the medicine now. Chapter 10:54. 7 gods above. What kind of monster is this? In Astapor, in the square in front of the pyramid, old Ymont looked at Wonkai, who stepped out of the spatial door, his face pale. It was fortunate that the Dragon Queen had told him Wongsai's identity in advance, or else the old man would have been scared stiff. Old man, my name is Wonkai, your family's watchdog. Wonkai lowered its head that was bigger than a bus and said in a muffled voice, Watchdog. Old Ymont was in a daze again. You are the legendary Cerberus. He said in disbelief. It is the greatest honor of the Cerberus to be able to guard the gate for Targaryen. Wonkai said proudly. The old man turned his eyes to King Kong, who was squatting by the bay and taking a bath. Whose honor is this? First, the invincible King Kong took the initiative to help guard the city. Then a 3-story tall Cerberus came to guard the gate. Reality was too magical. The old man's blood pressure was a little high, and his head was a little dizzy. Don't be an eyesore here. Go squat outside the city. Dragon Queen kicked the Cerberus and scolded, If you dare to let a deviant ghost in, I will skin you alive. Master, don't worry. Wongsai's divine. No skill has reached a small level. I guarantee that not a single corpse ghost can come close within 50 kilometers. The fierce Cerberus was as obedient as a little Pekingese, nodding and bowing. It crossed the city walls of Astapor amidst the exclamations of countless people. Seeing that the Dragon Queen really scolded the Cerberus like a dog, old Ymont finally came back to his senses. After he calmed down, he asked doubtfully, Dany, where did you find these 2 godlike magical beasts? You don't know King Kong? I told you a few years ago that I met a gorilla in Saucerose that wanted to ambush me and Blackie. It was burnt bald by Blackie, and then shamelessly wanted to be my servant, Ymont muttered. I thought you were bragging. Then he asked doubtfully, but isn't this King Kong a little too big and too strong? A month ago, the evil god of ice led millions of ghouls to besiege the city. The King Kong roared and held a huge ice sword in his hand. He slaughtered the gods like he was slaughtering chickens. It was too terrifying. Could Blackie defeat him? Ymont was still shocked when he recalled the scene that day. If the beast didn't suffer, would it be so obedient? Dany casually tossed a handful of green beans into the air. They exploded one by one in midair, turning into whistling hurricanes. The largest wind giant stood across the sky and roared angrily, I am the great wind calamity. Shut up, you idiot. Hurry up and prepare to build a wind wall. Dragon Queen shouted, Oh, Master, don't be angry. I'll go now. The Storm King humbly replied before exploding into a formless and infinite belt of wind, visible to the naked eye. Half a circle of wind wall appeared outside Astapor. The Storm King, hundreds of wind giants, and 300 wind spirits covered an area of 100 kilometers. Astapor was near the sea, at the edge of the belt. Only a part of the wind wall could be seen. Beyond that, it was already out of sight. Caw, caw, caw. 36 crows flew into the sky, forming a huge sun. In an instant, the sky above Astapor was filled with light. The city covered in ice crystals reflected a dazzling light under the sun. The blue sky, the white clouds, the golden sun, and the green waves of the bay. All of this was as beautiful as a fairy tale. 7 gods above, I never thought that the long night could be so beautiful. I thought the seawater was black, and so was the sky. So, nothing has changed. The only thing missing is the sun. The people in the People's Square were shocked and shouted excitedly. It's like I've suddenly come from the mortal world to a fantasy world. Old Yamant smiled bitterly. You've always been in a fantasy world. It's just that you've only seen the wonders of the world now. Squeak, little white leaped and flew under the blue sky, screeching happily. Roar, roar, roar. King Kong walked out of the bay step by step, beating his chest like a huge leather drum. Awoo, outside the city gate, Wonkai could not stand the loneliness. Its 3 heads let out a long howl that shook the city walls. Hee hee. Danny laughed. The city that had been frozen for a long time had not seen such a lively scene in a long time. Today, the prohibition on alcohol is lifted. Take out wine barrels and bacon from the pyramid warehouse. Everyone has a share. Everyone has a pound of roasted meat, 2 pounds of bacon, and 5 oranges or apples. The Dragon Queen waved her hand and announced loudly to her officials and subjects, "The long night is coming to an end. Today we'll have fun. Tomorrow we'll go out of the city and start a big production. From now on, the cold and hunger will not trouble anyone in Slaver's Bay. Long live the Queen." Before the Battle of Meereen, a large number of ordinary people in Slaver's Bay had flowed into Astapor. When the long night fell, especially after the faceless demons broke out, Meereen and Yuan-Kai lost almost all of their civilians. Only tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards and militia were left guarding the pyramids. Until now, there were still a large number of living dead in the streets and alleys of Meereen and Yuan-Kai. So before the celebration, Danny had to clean up Slaver's Bay. That night, there was no night. It was right to bring Wonkai to Slaver's Bay. That guy's nose is too sharp. Without its help, it would take 1 or 2 years to clean up the living dead in the deep mountains and forests. The People's Square was crowded with people. The people were singing and dancing. The Dragon Queen was sitting on the 2nd floor of the pyramid. She was drinking wine and chatting with the officials beside her, hearing that the Hellhounds were the natives of the Dark World. Mesai, who was sitting below the Queen, asked curiously, "Legend has it that Star Imazine once saw 2 Hellhounds fighting in the Long Night Fortress. Where did those 2 Hellhounds come from? The Dark World is tens of thousands of years away from the Great Wall." Danny glanced at Simba, who was pouring wine for her, and said casually, "Maybe it's a space crack. The laws of the Dark World are not complete. In terms of space stability, it is far inferior to our material world." Simba grew 3 years older. He was now 9 years old. He was 6 meters tall. Other than his childish face, his temperament, eyes, and body shape were all like a young man's. His once chubby face had started to elongate. One could vaguely see her shadow. In fact, if he did not have a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were unique to centaurs, he would look more like her. Beside Simba, there was a silver-haired maid who looked a little silly. She was his sister in name. She was short and chubby. She was wrapped in a thick sheepskin jacket and looked like a fur ball. Her face was as thin as 2 pieces of pancakes. She clumsily knocked over the wine pot on the Queen's table. Her 2 big blue eyes were staring at the grapes on the plate and drooling. The Dragon Queen placed the porcelain plate in front of her. She was stunned. When she saw the Queen nodding, She grinned and quickly took the plate. She squatted by the table and started eating. She looked like a silly girl. Are all hellhounds as big as Wonkai? What kind of food do we need to feed it? Yimont also noticed the maid's rudeness. He had an awkward expression. Messiah was in charge of the etiquette in the palace. However, Simba and his sister were her students. Wonkai can grow even bigger. It doesn't need to eat. Demigods don't need to eat every day. After the banquet, they returned to the queen's study. The two talked about Simba and his sister for a while. The old man then mentioned Messiah. He reminded the Dragon Queen, Danny, Messiah is already 16 years old. It's time for her to get married. She was sent to Slave Bay as a hostage. According to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, she is also your adopted daughter. Danny was speechless. I'm only in my early 20s. Tyrion is her uncle. Logically speaking, you are also a generation older than her. You want me to find a husband for her? Danny asked. Old Yimont nodded and sighed. Messiah is a good girl. She's more than qualified to be the mother of a kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that Simba is too young, I would want the two of them to be a couple. However, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Little Rose is a classic example. Danny pondered and said, Messiah was once engaged to Prince Dowlung's youngest son. Cersei wanted to break off the engagement. However, before she could do so, Tyrion sent him to me. I will find an opportunity to ask Messiah if she has anyone she likes in Slave Bay. If she doesn't, I will bring that boy here to stay for 2 years. If Messiah still has feelings for him, we will continue with the engagement. If that boy becomes ugly, I will help her reject the engagement. That works too. Old Yimont nodded and asked about her recent experiences. Danny did not hide anything. She told old Yimont everything that happened in the past few days. After killing so many gods and demons, you have also become a god. The old man was so shocked that he was at a loss. Danny did not think much of it. The 5 Megalosaurus, King Kong, Wonkai, they are all demigods. Even Jon has become a demigod. I am the emperor of the mortal world and also the king of gods, the divine king. She declared solemnly. Old Yimont opened his eyes wide and mumbled, You are the divine king. Then what about the Holy Mother? You want to give up the faith of the 7 gods? Danny thought for a moment and said, Even Tyrion knows about this. I will not hide it from you. The Holy Mother is me, plop. Before she could finish her explanation, the old man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Danny hurriedly waved a gust of wind and helped the old man to a chair. Then she used the soul-subduing spell to help him stabilize his scattered soul. Finally, she used the saint healing spell to perform a large-scale, comprehensive examination on the old man's body. This is too exaggerated. It's like a dream. Even a dream is not as crazy as this. The old man stared at the Dragon Queen carefully, as if he was seeing her for the first time. What's so exaggerated about this? Someone has to save the world. Someone has to defeat the Frost God. Someone has to be the Divine King. Why can't it be me? Aemon took out a crumpled atonement scroll from his bosom and said with a bitter smile, I was thinking that after Simba grows up and gets married, I can go to heaven in peace. What should I do now? Heaven is not fake. When the long night is over, Wonkai will go north. The entrance to the 7 hells is there. If you are interested, you can go take a look. Yimont shook his head and said sadly, I thought I could see Aegon in heaven, see my family and friends. But since there is nothing there, what hope do I have? Aegon is in heaven. Your great-grandfather. Yimont was stunned. My cheap nephew. Him. The old man smacked his lips a few times, and his expression was a little strange. You don't have to worry about being bored in heaven. When you die, I will arrange a divine position for you. You can freely travel between the human world, heaven, and hell. You can play in the human world, fight for justice, and help those who believe in heaven and hell. I guarantee that your future life will be colorful, and you will never be lonely. Danny smiled. All right, now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to heaven again. Old Aemon carefully folded the scroll and put it away in his bosom. Since you have wiped out the gods, shouldn't you restore Simba's identity? Danny frowned and thought for a long time before shaking her head. Let him grow up as a normal person. When he grows up, I will give him a chance to make a name for himself and let him rise step by step. When he becomes a duke, I will reveal his identity and let him become king. What about you? Of course, I am the empress. I thought you were going to abdicate. The Son of Heaven has been the emperor for 10,000 years. God Sarodurin has also ruled the Stormlands for 1,000 years. With my achievements, 500 years as empress isn't too much, right? Then shouldn't you teach Simba witchcraft? Otherwise, he won't be able to live past 500 years. The old man mumbled. Let's wait for him to grow up. Grasping extraordinary power too early will affect the shaping of his worldview. Hum, hum, hum. The obsidian magic mirror against the wall suddenly flashed with a dark red light. Danny casually opened it, and a jaw-dropping message popped out. In the past month, the other ghosts had launched a frenzy of attacks. The King's Landing was the most affected area and was besieged by hundreds of thousands of other ghosts. Stannis summoned Jon Stark to lead reinforcements. For some reason, there was news that Stannis was burned to ashes by the Duke of the Northern Territory. Chapter 10, 55. Are you kidding me? Why would Jon kill Stannis and burn him to ashes? How cruel! Old Ymont said in disbelief. The message came from Dragonstone Island, but it was not specifically reported to the Dragon Queen. Black Girl and Marwyn, who controlled the Mage Tower on Dragonstone Island, did not know that the Dragon Queen had returned from the east. The message on the magic mirror explained the cause and effect of the incident in detail, but it did not make too much of a subjective comment on Jon's actions. Maybe he had no other choice. Danny pondered. Then she contacted Dragonstone Island and the Cathedral of Baelor in front of Old Ymont and ordered them to take action immediately. They had to ensure Jon's safety at all costs. She also told them that he was the illegitimate son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. I'll return to Dragonstone Island now. Before returning to Dragonstone Island, she also went to Hell's Gate Island and asked the Turtle Chancellor to lead all the fishermen back to Astapor. She then opened a portal and teleported to Dragonstone Island with Dunstan and the others. After 3 to 4 hours, Danny finally returned to Westeros, which she had been away from for many days. The situation in King's Landing was very tense. The Red Lala believers and the Grey believers of the Seven Gods were confronting each other on Aegon Hill. A conflict could break out at any moment. Jon is Dragon Queen's nephew. Whoever dares to touch him will suffer the wrath of the Megalosaurus. As soon as Danny teleported over, she heard the red-haired girl yelling at the top of her lungs. Release the King of the North. Release the King of the North immediately. The gray man from the north squeezed forward with a twisted face. Ingrate Stark murdered the king. He deserves death. Even if the Megalosaurus burns me to ashes, I will take revenge for King Stannis. The Red Heart Knight's eyes were red as he roared hysterically. Don't hurt Duke Stark for now. Wait for Dragon Queen to return, then we will conduct a fair and just trial. I believe that she will definitely give justice to the innocent. Rando Tali said in a deep voice. Beside him, there were 30 to 40 warriors' sons with rainbow-striped capes, but most of them were gray-robed beggars. Jon Stark has betrayed his vows and plotted to murder the Emperor. He has committed a heinous crime, and the evidence is conclusive. What is there to judge him for? The flame-cloaked, black-armored, strong-looking girl said in grief. She was Erlu's niece, and the crown prince, Mia Biratheon. Dany ignored this group of people. Her body was like an illusory shadow. She floated through the crowd and arrived at the Red Castle at the top of Aegon Hill. The front yard of the Red Castle was blown into a huge crater, which was later transformed into a glass dome by Erlu. There were no vegetables, but there were a lot of wood that grew fungus and mushrooms. In order to heat the shelter, they even built a fire pit that was 40 to 50 square meters at the bottom of the crater. At this time, there were 2 wooden stakes erected in the center of the fire pit. Jon and Big Jon were tied up on top of them. Jon's nose was bruised, and his eyes were swollen. He was beaten into a pig's head, but he did not make a sound. Big Jon's hairy face, leather armor, and cape were all covered in blood. He had been stabbed countless times, but he was still full of energy and cursing. There were 7 or 8 red-robed monks who were busy piling firewood at the feet of the 2. A knight pulled a red-robed monk aside and hurriedly dissuaded him. "We can't burn Stark without permission. This is against the rules. Murdering the king is a heinous crime, but we must go through a public trial. We must at least inform Dragonstone Island and let the Dragon Queen know about this. Sir Marseille, you are the captain of the Holy Sun's Kingsguard, and also a believer of our Lord Lalo. Whether it is to avenge the king or to complete the Light King's oracle, you should not stop us." The red-robed monk, whose fair skin was covered in flame, runes said. "Benello, I did not give you an oracle to burn anyone." Dany joked. "Who?" The supreme priest of Volantis suddenly turned his head, and then his expression changed. Why are you here? Seeing that you once praised me, I will not kill you today. Take the red monk and leave." Dany waved her hand. "I cannot go against the Light King's oracle," Benello said bitterly. Dany pointed at her chest and said, "I will be the Light King if I can sing the complete Song of Light." "Blasphemy," Benello said angrily. "Lalo using the name of the Light King is blasphemy against justice and truth. Priestess, we cannot do this. Let's retreat." Justin smiled apologetically at the Dragon Queen and began to pull Benello away. The supreme priest could not do anything. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face as he was pulled away by the knights. The remaining red-robed monks quickly threw away the firewood in their hands and ran out of the pit while avoiding the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, why don't you kill them?" Big Jon said loudly, "That Benello has praised me for 3 to 4 years. I am too embarrassed to kill him." Dany waved her hand, and 2 wind blades cut open the ropes on the wooden poles. In the Song of Ice and Fire, there were many first places. If there was a vote for the first dragon boast, the supreme priest Benello would definitely win. The Dragon Queen's early reputation among the people in the western continent of Ursus was all built by Benello. There was evening prayer every day in Volantis, and every time Benello appeared, he would definitely perform it. Dany Rise's rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecy. She was born from the land of smoke and salt, and will reshape this world in the future. She is the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring an endless summer to the world. Even the Grim Reaper will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn, with the flow of people in Volantis, and considering the influence of the supreme priest of the Red God among the people, even the cities thousands of miles away knew about this prophecy. Therefore, the people and nobles of Ursus who had been warmed up easily accepted the Dragon Queen's rapid rise in the past 2 years. "Are you going to take them away? Just like that?" A hoarse and venomous female voice came from the entrance of the tunnel. Dany's action of opening the dimensional door paused. Turning around, she saw a sloppy old woman with a face full of wrinkles and white hair stumbling over. Under the yellow oil lamp, one could see the hatred and viciousness in her eyes. "You are Queen Celis?" Danny looked at her carefully for a while before recognizing her through her protruding ears and the beard on her upper lip. "What do you want?" Her voice was cold, and her eyes were cold. She had no sympathy for this woman at all. "John Stark killed my husband, my only support," Celis roared. "Madam, please listen to me." John broke free from Senior John's support and said sadly, "Things are not as simple as you think. A long time ago, King Stannis was controlled by Lalo and tried to attack me many times. You should have helped him complete Lalo's prophecy." Celis interrupted him with a twisted face. "You let the deviant ghost chicken tip your Lalo." Senior John spat. John patted Senior John's shoulder and smiled bitterly. "Madam Celis, if you are here for Lalo's prophecy, I have nothing to say. If you are here for revenge because of your husband's death, I want to tell you that I did not kill him. I burned the pitiful puppet controlled by Lalo." "You're lying." Celis pounced on John and scratched his face, leaving a row of bloody marks. "This woman is crazy." Senior John was furious. He lifted his thick leg and kicked Celis in the stomach. Plop! Celis' body bent in half in the air and flew 4 to 5 meters before landing heavily on the pile of firewood. "Senior John!" "John!" and the Onion Knight exclaimed at the same time. The Onion Knight looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He looked like an old man in his 70s. His face was filled with sorrow and his hair was all white. Even his steps as he ran towards Celis were shaky. He was no longer as steady and powerful as he was a few years ago. "Senior John, you are offending your superior." Looking at the queen, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and looking pale, the old knight was heartbroken. He glanced at the 2 Johns and the Dragon Queen's eyes, full of accusation and anger. "She's just a pitiful woman who lost her family. I hate that I don't have a sword with me, so that I can kill her." Senior John glared at him fiercely. "She is a crazy woman. Your King Stannis is a crazy king. The red-robed monk and the red-heart knight are all crazy people who were brainwashed by Lalo." "Shut up!" John shouted and staggered towards Celis. Seeing that she was still glaring at him, he heaved a sigh of relief and sighed, "Madam, your husband's soul and body were controlled by Lalo. At that time, the person I was facing was not Stannis, but Lalo. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Richard and Sir Sanj. They were also in the study at the White Sword Tower. If not for their help, I would not have been able to kill Stannis, who was sent by Lalo." "Sir Sanj and Sir Richard killed themselves," the Onion Knight said. "How is that possible?" John was shocked. Dany sank her consciousness into the faith space. As expected, she found the Saint Seiya, who was chatting with a few knights in heaven. "Of course they killed themselves. If the red-robed monks knew that we helped Stark to murder King Stannis, wouldn't we be burned and sacrificed to Lalo?" On the beach, a banquet was being held. Demon Hunter Richard was wearing a loose silk shirt and pants. He was lying comfortably on the soft couch and drinking wine. "Sigh, another king has fallen. Is the Iron Throne really cursed?" Xena Lon Lister said with a complicated expression. "King Stannis did not sit on the Iron Throne. After that thing was moved back from the cesspool, it was locked in the warehouse and rusted. If anyone really sat on it and cut their buttocks, they would definitely get tetanus." Sir Sanj laughed. Sir Quincy said regretfully, "I have always envied you, becoming a glorious Saint Seiya, wearing the golden sacred robe, making contributions in the long night, and making a name for yourself. Wouldn't that be great? If it were me, I would not kill myself." Since when did the King's Landing allow the Red God believers to be so arrogant? Richard shook his head and sighed. Although it is glorious to be the demon hunter personally appointed by the Dragon Queen, the long night is really hard to endure, especially when we can't join the great cathedral. Instead, we have to face a bunch of weird red-robed monks every day. Don't doubt it. It seems like all the red-robed monks in the world have come to the King's Landing. Yes, Sir Song nodded with deep emotions. If I could serve under the Dragon Queen, I would rather die than commit suicide, but, Sai, we were loyal to King Stannis until the last moment of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light descended from the sky and landed on the 2 Saint Seiya who had killed themselves. Oh no, I am going to be resurrected again. Richard wailed as if he had broken down. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the lords, the 2 figures faded along with the golden light and finally disappeared. The Holy Mother really thinks highly of them, Sir Quincy said sourly. Chapter 1056. This is too much. This is too much. Sir Richard angrily tore off the tattered straw mat that was wrapped around him and yelled at the stunned Onion Knight, I am a noble and a king's guard of His Majesty Stannis. I have served His Majesty for almost 10 years. Do you think I am not even worthy of a good coffin after my death? Also, where are my armor and sword? Why aren't they buried with me? Damn it, which bastard did this? Even my new boots and socks were taken away. Sir Song was barefoot and his face was pale. You guys revived again? The Onion Knight was in a daze. Just now, no one knew what the Dragon Queen did. She reached out and grabbed 2 corpses wrapped in straw mats, revealing 2 pairs of large feet that were blue and purple from the cold. She threw them on the ground, and hoarse groans came from under the straw mats. While he was still in a daze, the corpses seemed to understand their condition and did not scream in panic after being revived. They only mumbled a few words and crawled out of the straw mats. When they saw what happened to them, the 2 knights were furious. You killed yourselves for fear of punishment, and you still want a good coffin? The Onion Knight had seen too many revivals in the past few years. He quickly came back to his senses and scolded the 2 knights for failing in their duties. You still have the face to call yourselves Kingsguards. You colluded with criminals to kill your sworn brother and the king. You are the shame of the Kingsguard, forever. His Majesty begged us to help him end his pathetic life. I could not refuse, Richard shouted. Nonsense. The king's hand was furious and pointed at John and Richard. You should have told each other before lying. Stark said that His Majesty's body and soul were controlled by Lalo. You said that His Majesty asked you to free him. Isn't this contradictory? John frowned and said, Lalo did descend on His Majesty Stannis' body, but he did not say anything about freeing him. Sir Richard, you have only to tell the truth of the matter. I am not lying. Richard said, seriously, I don't know much about God's descent, but I have been by His Majesty's side for more than 10 years. I can easily see through his eyes. When the conflict broke out, His Majesty suddenly attacked Duke Stark and let out a terrifying laugh. I didn't know what to do. I just subconsciously shouted, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, and activated the golden cloth. I jumped forward and hugged His Majesty tightly. His Majesty called me a traitor and called the guards to chop my head. Luckily, Sir Song immediately used Mighty Heavenly Dragon and guarded the study room door. I did not dare to use my sword His Majesty's head. At this point, Sir Richard paused with a sad look on his face. His Majesty has always been as tough as steel in my heart. I never thought that he would show such a weak and pleading look. Just one glance was like 1,000 words, and I instantly understood what he meant. He asked me to kill him, to use the holy light to end his tragic fate. My heart skipped a beat, and tears began to flow from my eyes. I did not have the heart to kill him. I felt that His Majesty had a chance to turn back, as long as I took him to the great cathedral of Baylor. There was nothing that could not be done with the help of the Holy Mother. So, I only pulled out my sword and cut off his hands. He glanced at John. You know what happened after that? After losing his hands, His Majesty did not stop attacking. His blood turned into poisonous fire and corrosive acid, burning the study room. I barely managed to resist with the golden cloth. I don't know what Duke Stark did, but a layer of ice formed on the ground. His Majesty's legs were frozen, and he could not move. Duke Stark slid to his side and pulled out the Dark Sisters. He swung his sword like lightning and cut off His Majesty's head. While I was still in shock, he summoned flames and burned His Majesty until he screamed. That's right. His Majesty's head was cut off, but he could still speak and curse. Richard's expression was horrified. His Majesty called Duke Stark an ingrate. He was the one who made him, but he took away his destiny. See, this is the evidence. The person who cursed me was Lalo. How could His Majesty Stannis say something like that? John said agitatedly, "Do not slander the Light King and His Majesty." Kingsguard Penny said, angrily, "Was it not His Majesty Stannis who made you? Was it not you who was rumored to be the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai?" By now, the guards in the Red Keep knew that the Dragon Queen had come to the execution ground. The Crown Princess and Erlu's ministers were all here, but with the Dragon Queen standing there, none of them dared to do anything. They could only suppress their anger and listen to the traitor's excuses. John's face turned red. "I never said that I was the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai. Ask the Big John if he's mentioned it." "I said it." First, John held his head high and said confidently, "The King of the North told us long ago that Lalo wanted to use Stannis to take away his destiny as the savior. Now that it has come true, it means that Jon Stark is the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai." John was embarrassed and angry. He also felt that he could not explain himself. He had indeed said something similar to the vassals of the North and the Valley. In order to avoid Erlu, he had decided to lead the people of the North away from the prosperous King's Landing and go to the dangerous outside of the city to clean up the other ghosts. He had to be honest to unify everyone's opinions. At the same time, he had to let his subordinates be wary of the Red God forces in King's Landing. "Your Majesty, Dany Rise, you should know the truth of the matter, right?" Helpless, he began to ask the Dragon Queen for help. "I know, but they won't believe me even if I tell them. Jon Stark is the illegitimate son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. He is your nephew," Crown Princess Mia emphasized. "You see," Dany shrugged at Jon. "You've revealed my identity?" Jon was moved. He was a little excited. The Dragon Queen was not there. How can she testify for you? Also, regardless of whether Her Majesty was confused or not, when you had the ability to subdue him but chose to kill him, the crime of regicide is irrefutable." The Onion Knight said coldly. Then he turned to the Dragon Queen and said in a low voice, "Or, Your Majesty Dany Rise is willing to give up your honor and faith for your nephew. I know Jon is innocent, but I won't force you to believe me. I will find evidence." Dany said calmly, "What evidence?" Mia was surprised. "In a few years after I settle the Frost God, I will capture the suspect Lalo and bring him to justice. Stannis' soul is most likely still in his god kingdom. Let the two of them confront Jon face to face. I guarantee that you will be convinced." Dany's expression was calm, as if she was talking about capturing a King's Landing hooligan. Whether it was Stark's people or Mia's people, they were all in a daze. Their mouths were agape as they looked at the Dragon Queen. Their minds were in a mess. Blasphemy, this is blasphemy. Queen Sela screamed at the top of her lungs. Mia came back to her senses and suppressed her anger. You publicly slandered the great Light King. You are insulting all of the Light King's believers. Call your Light King out. As long as I press my finger, he will still be alive. I will apologize to all of you. Arrogant. The Red God priests were all trembling with anger. However, they were afraid of the Dragon Queen's power and did not dare to act up. Wang Tame's face turned green and red. She gritted her teeth and said, "Dragon Queen, you are insulting a great, true God who saved the world. I can't be bothered with you bunch of idiots. Where is Melisandre? Ask her to come out and talk." Dany looked around but could not find the red-robed woman nearby. She waved her hand impatiently and said, "I am taking Jon Stark away. You can hold a public trial on him after the long night. Or if any of the red-robed monks can contact Lalo and let his god descend on the priests, we can immediately hold a trial on Jon. With the 7 vassals as witnesses, I swear that I will not escape the final trial." Jon solemnly promised Mia before he left. Mia's face was pale. The Onion Knight was helpless. The red-robed monk's eyes flickered, and the Red Heart Knight gritted his teeth. However, no one pulled out their sword to stop him. Randall Tarley and the other onlookers had complicated expressions as they followed the Northerners and left. However, Dany did not leave with Jon. In the eyes of others, she was right in front of them, one step and disappeared the next. What's wrong? Has his faith collapsed? In the dark and sealed basement, Melisandre hugged her knees and sat by the fire. She stared blankly at the flickering orange flames, as helpless as an orphan who had lost her parents. A divine king actually has the time to laugh at a mere mortal like me. She did not turn around, and her eyes were still numb. Stannis is dead. You have betrayed his trust. You must feel guilty, right? I can help you. Light King Lalo is my master, the red-robed woman said calmly. Dany smiled and said to herself, "If you are willing to cooperate, it is not difficult to locate Lalo's divine kingdom. You know that raiding the divine kingdoms of gods is my specialty. You are a demigod, and you still have a long way to go. Save Stannis and Renly's souls, and you will be redeemed. Then you can start a new life with a clear conscience. If you still have the ambition, you can read the 7 Stars Bible and strive to become a glorious priestess of the 7 gods." "You don't know anything," Melisandre said. "Once you have made up your mind, send me a message." The two of them were like a chicken talking to a duck. You talk about you, I talk about mine. After that, Dany disappeared, leaving Aunt May in a daze. Where is Bran? Where did he go? Previously, Mayla kept sending me letters asking when Bran would wake up. Little Adu kept asking for his father. When he saw Dany again in the west of the city, there was no one else around. Jon suddenly remembered their relationship, and his expression became unnatural. "He's half dead." "What do you mean half dead?" When he heard the word dead, he immediately cast aside his messy thoughts and focused all his attention on his brother. "His soul is like a handful of ashes. From 2 months ago, it was scattered evenly all the way until 2,000 years later. However, he is a 3-eyed crow, and his soul can recover even if it turns into ashes. However, the river of fate has yet to be set. I can't go with the flow and head to the future to collect his soul ashes. Hence, I can only wait. As time passes, I can collect the soul ashes slowly and recover slowly. 2 months have passed, and I've collected about," Dany muttered softly, 2,000 years, 24,000 months. 2 months have passed. Now, I've collected 1,000th of the entire soul. Jon roughly understood his second brother's condition. He said worriedly, "But Bran's body is mortal. He can't live for 2,000 years. He's absorbed about 10% of the green prophet seal. The volume of his soul is much larger than a mortal's. He should wake up in 2 or 3 years. He's already been unconscious for 2 years. Can his body take it if he sleeps for another 2 or 3 years? Bran is still a child. He's still growing, Jon said worriedly. His child is already. Dany counted silently. She said in surprise, Adu is only 4 years old, but he's already bigger than Bran. Don't worry. I promise that Bran's body won't have any major problems. You, on the other hand, know that Lalo has ill intentions. Why did you come to King's Landing? Chapter 1057. I've been avoiding meeting Stannis face to face. I even left King's Landing on purpose. But in the 2 months you were away, especially in the last half a month, the other Ghost army attacked, like crazy. After the 100 Legion War, the volunteer army didn't let up on eliminating the other ghosts. The number of ghouls in Westeros wasn't enough to make all the castles red. But here's the weird part. The ghouls even went around Hajin and the castles in the king's territory to attack King's Landing. The other places weren't in danger, but there was an army of 1,000,000 ghouls outside King's Landing. What could I do? I could only lead the Northerners to help the king defend the city. Even when I came to King's Landing, I tried my best to guard the city walls and not go to the Red Keep. But yesterday, Big John and a red-robed monk. John's expression became unnatural. They got into an argument over a prostitute at Eel Alley. Big John accidentally killed someone and was captured by the Golden Robes to the Red Keep. I couldn't just leave him be, right? Then Stannis invited me to the White Sword Tower to discuss the matter. But when I entered the door, he suddenly changed his attitude. Looks like the Frost God and Lalo are working together. Dany looked up. She seemed to see the tree root monster lying in the dark sky and peeking down. Screech, the loud cry of a pterosaur, came from the sky. Soon, soldiers in the barracks shouted, "Lady Sansa." "Jon, are you okay?" Sansa came in a hurry. The scarf around her face was covered in a thick layer of frost. She didn't have time to untie it before she ran in with her big belly. "I'm fine. Just some flesh wounds." Sansa looked at Jon from head to toe. Seeing that he was fine, she untied the Shadow Lynx fur coat and pulled out a silver-haired little girl from her chest. Dany thought that her niece-in-law was pregnant again. "This is Uncle, and this is Grandaunt. Little Dany, greet them." Sansa patted the child's head and smiled gently. He was 2 or 3 years old and was wearing a fluffy fox fur coat. His skin was fair and clear, and his round face had 2 red cheeks. His big blue eyes were looking around. He was very clever and also very festive. The little girl had seen Jon a few times and wasn't afraid of strangers at all. She directly greeted him. When it came to the Dragon Queen, she was a little shy. She lowered her head and poked her fingers for a while before calling out, "Grandaunt!" Dany's smile was a little stiff. After greeting Aunt Dany, Sansa smiled and said, "I hope she can be as strong and beautiful as Aunt Dany. So, I'll name her Dany Alice." Dany felt embarrassed, but this was the custom of Westeros. Naming the child Dany Leasy was not only to make her happy, but also to please her, just like Jon. I didn't give his son the name foster father because he wanted his foster father to call him father. She's a good child. Dany searched her body, but only found a few atonement scrolls. In the past, she would have made sure to have 1 or 2 steel daggers with her to protect herself. But her strength had increased too quickly in the past few years. Even the steel sword gradually became useless, and the dagger was almost useless. However, even if she had a dagger, she couldn't give it away. She was a 2 or 3-year-old girl. What was the point of giving her a dagger? Her true dragon bloodline is thin, Dany said. Sansa's mind spun. In an instant, she analyzed the Dragon Queen's unspoken words hundreds of times. Is she hinting that Aegon's bloodline is far inferior to Jon's? In terms of bloodline, Jon is also a true lay Giazi, so she doesn't want me to fight with Jon for the Iron Throne? Her expression changed several times. She decided that she couldn't resist, so she could only pretend to be pitiful. She said sadly, she's Aegon's only child. Dany didn't have such complicated thoughts. She didn't have the time to guess Sansa's thoughts. She said straightforwardly, Valeglia has a blood witchcraft that can purify bloodlines. It can use the blood essence of a megalosaurus to raise the thin bloodline of a direct descendant of the 14th Fire Peak to the level of a progenitor. Sansa immediately guessed Dragon Queen's thoughts. Her voice began to tremble. Is it the witchcraft that can turn Tyrion into a dragon worm? You want to help little Dany cleanse her bloodline? The witchcraft has been improved, and it uses Blackie's blood. Are you willing? Thank you, Aunt Dany. Sansa nodded. She was so excited that she cried. Dany waved her hand and pulled out a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron from thin air. The King of God's cauldron. Jon and Sansa exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked. They sensed something the moment they saw the cauldron. They then thought of the voice in the Sea of Loss. Dany walked out of the door. Blackie just happened to stretch its head over. She tapped the cauldron with her finger and took a scoop of hot dragon blood from Blackie's jaw. She used the King of God's cauldron to receive it. After a moment of hesitation, she even pricked her thumb and dripped 7 or 8 drops of blood into the cauldron. She then went back into the house and picked up little Dany, who was crawling around on the bed. She didn't even need to take off her clothes. She just stuffed her into the cauldron. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. She lost track of the little girl in an instant. Ah, Sansa shouted in panic. Aunt Dany, why did you throw Dany into the King of God's cauldron? That's the Sea of Laws. The Sea of Laws contains thousands of laws. Naturally, it also contains the laws of bloodline fusion. That is why there is no better place to perform this blood witchcraft than the King of God's cauldron. With that, Dany slapped the cauldron. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, causing the entire hall of the garrison to be dyed red. Wah, wah, wah! It's so hot! Mommy, I'm so hot! Little Dany wailed in the cauldron. Hearing her daughter's wails, Sansa stopped wailing. If she didn't die from the fire, it meant that Aunt Dany wasn't lying. Be good, don't cry. You'll be fine in a while. She comforted her loudly. I won't be fine in a while. Dany laughed. It had been burning for 3 to 4 hours. If it was beef tendons, they would have been cooked to mush by now. The child had stopped crying long ago. She was burping from crying, but when she was tired, she fell asleep. Let's go. Dany lightly slapped the cauldron. With a bang, smoke and fire flew everywhere. A fat baby that looked like a snowball exploded out. Jon's uncle immediately went forward and scooped his niece into his arms. She's asleep. She's even snoring. He said weirdly, You're not really burning her? Dany rolled her eyes. Sansa happily took her daughter and asked tentatively, Aunt Dany, can little Dany learn the great wizard meditation technique? We'll test her when she's an adult. Do you want to help her take a bath? Theon brought in a pot of hot water. Theon, your sister. Dany glanced at his crotch and was stunned. It wasn't that she had X-ray vision and saw something that would make a lady cross her eyes. She was just about to ask Theon if he had any close relatives other than Victarion, but when she thought of Greyjoy's direct bloodline, she instinctively activated the 3-eyed crow's omniscient eye. Then she saw one of Theon's sons, P.S. Theon, you have an illegitimate son. Did you know that? She asked weirdly. You must be joking. Theon looked bitterly at his lower body. I can't make a woman pregnant. Back then, Rob led his army south and won a great battle in Babel Forest. Then you left and said that you wanted to persuade your father to form an alliance with the Northerners. At that time, I really wanted to help Rob. I thought that I was someone important in the Iron Islands. After all, I was my father's only son. Theon looked sadly at Jon and Sansa and said pitifully, but I was nothing in Tyamin's eyes. They treated me like Stark. I wanted to prove that I wasn't. And then, I'm sorry. Jon patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Theon, you are Ed Stark's son. Thank you. Theon lowered his head and quietly wiped away the tears in his eyes. The past is the past. Let's focus on the present, Sansa said, as she bathed her daughter in the wooden tub. Who did I have an illegitimate son with? Theon's eyes were filled with cautious anticipation. How did you get to the Iron Islands? The past quickly flashed through Theon's mind like a painting. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He said excitedly, I took the merchant ship Mirahan to the Iron Islands. The captain had a daughter. She and I, during that half a month at sea, I was with her every day. Before she met me, she was still a virgin. If she was pregnant during that time, it could have been my child. Dany nodded. Jenny gave birth to a son for you. Jenny? Theon was stunned. She served you for half a month, and you don't even remember her name? Dany looked at him with disdain. Theon's expression was awkward. Dany sighed. She cut open the void and stuffed the God King's cauldron into it. Then she extended her consciousness to the old town. A light blue spatial door appeared out of thin air and enveloped the mother and son who were eating tree roots and dough balls on the stove. Plop! A blue opening appeared above the Duke of the Northern Territories' stove. A tattered quilt wrapped around 2 sticks of reeds fell down. Ah, father, don't hit me. The woman under the quilt shouted with a hoarse voice. Jenny, Jenny? Theon trembled as he tried to pull the quilt away. The next moment, tears streamed down his face. A middle-aged woman with unkempt hair and a dirty face was hugging a black-haired boy who looked about 3 or 4 years old, like an old hen protecting her chicks. You. The woman raised her head. Her dull and lifeless eyes opened wide. You're young Master Theon? Am I dreaming? Theon sighed. He caressed the face that was filled with pain and sorrow. It's me. You're not dreaming. Jenny, I'm sorry. I was such a bastard back then. This isn't my home. Jenny said blankly. That's not important. Tell me, this boy is my son, Theon said agitatedly. His name is Cuttlefish Ball. He's 7 years old this year. He's your son. Jenny's eyes were wet. 7 years old. Looking at the sallow and emaciated boy who was even smaller than little Dany, Theon felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He felt terrible. Slap, slap, slap. He slapped himself more than 10 times. His face was swollen. He only stopped when Jon pulled him back. I should have made you my salt concubine back then, he said sadly to Jenny, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Theon, your sister, Asha. At this moment, Dany explained what happened to Asha. Theon hugged the illegitimate child. He paused for a moment and said sadly, It's been a few 100 years. I won't be able to see her again. That's not for sure. One day, she'll die a natural death and reunite with you in heaven or hell. The flowing water palace is completely gone. Even Inami is gone. Chapter 1058. Originally, after returning to the Westeros, Dany should have opened a spatial door and sent Dunstan and the others back to the Iron Islands. However, in order to publicize her great achievement in the battle against the 300 demon gods in the Smoke Sea, she purposely made Tymon stay on Tidehead Island for half a month. In public, she did not mention a single word about her experience in the Smoke Sea. Even if she was asked, she would humbly and subtly say, "I had no choice but to go to Liangshan." Then, she would praise Dunstan and the Gray Sea King for their bravery and wisdom, indirectly hinting to the crowd to ask Dunstan and the others. They were there and knew most of the truth. When they heard the sensitive terms like the Gray Sea King, Inami, countless mermaids, and 300 demon gods, the crowd became excited and reached a climax. However, the Dragon Queen was so humble and subdued. Hence, they went to look for Dunstan. Countless nobles from the Seven Kingdoms and merchant princes from the free cities who came to Tide City to seek refuge heard Timon talk about his own experiences. It was not exaggerated at all because the reality was too exaggerated. The Dragon Queen's benevolence and greatness in saving the world, and the gods' despicable and cruel actions in dragging the world down with them. The knights were enraged. They wanted to draw their swords and fight against the demon gods, but they also wanted to kneel before the Dragon Queen and cry, "You are the manifestation of the Holy Mother in the human world." Dunstan and his son, the two Timon warriors, and the old scholar Bruno, who had zero combat strength, became legendary heroes worshipped by the nobles. Even Tiamin's reputation improved a lot. In just half a month, hundreds of poems praising Dunstan, the Gray Sea King, and other Iron Seed heroes spread throughout the world. As for the poets and scholars who praised the Dragon Queen, let's put it this way. All the writers in the world who could write poems and make up stories had written works praising the Dragon Queen. It could not be helped. The story was too legendary and too realistic. Even the craziest and worst novelist would not dare to write a story like the War of the Gods in the Smoke Sea. Just like how Perestan, a history doctor in the future, described the incident in his own biography of the Dragon Lady. Before the Dragon Queen, there were many legends and legendary heroes, but all of their stories added together could not compare to a fragment of the Dragon Queen's life experience. Her whole life was a legend. The Dragon Queen, who possessed the ability of omniscience in the Westeros, hid in her own bedroom on Dragonstone Island and smiled. All right, it wasn't that exaggerated. At first, she was secretly happy for a few days, but not long after, she didn't feel anything. Numb, feeling bored, she called Dunstan and the others over to send these tool heroes back to Old Wake Island. So fast, old Count Dunstan blurted out when he received the news. "You've been away from home for almost 4 months," Danny reminded. "Is there such a long time?" "I don't feel anything." Dunstan's face was full of reluctance. Even on the dullest Hell's Gate Island, as legendary heroes, they were surrounded by the fishermen of Slave Bay every day. Returning to Tidehead Island was like returning to heaven. Dragon Queen built a small shelter with a radius of more than 10 kilometers on the plains below the cliff, under the sun, by the beach. Every time they told the story of how they followed the Dragon Queen into the flowing water palace, they would receive the admiring gazes of the men and the uncontrollable exclamations of the women. In the end, they would end with good wine, cheers, and messing around. These days of showing off every day were too wonderful. Timon and the others didn't want to leave, but they couldn't refuse. They could not go home, right? It had been almost 4 months, as if guessing their thoughts. The Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "The Iron Islands don't have any suitable plains for farming, so we can't build a shelter. But it's not realistic to move all the people on the island to the land. So the wheat and fruits produced by the River Bay and Riverside shelters will be transported to the western region regularly and then transported from Lannisterport to the Iron Islands. You'll be in charge of this." Dunstan's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that he could show off in Riverside, River Bay, Western Region, and back to the Iron Islands? He could even take turns to show off on each island. Half of the Westeros had traces of him. "Your Majesty is merciful. I thank you on behalf of the 100,000 Timon." The old count prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. No one knew if he was thanking the Dragon Queen for using food to relieve the time in, or if he was just excited that he could show off everywhere. Walking out of the dimensional door, the biting cold wind made the 5 time-in shiver. Being stimulated by the cold wind and seeing his family members excitedly welcoming him, Dunstan suddenly remembered something. "Wait, Your Majesty, don't close the door yet." He hurriedly shouted to the other side of the bright and beautiful spring. "What's the matter?" The Dragon Queen poked her head out. "Where's Priest Thale? He shouldn't be dead yet." Dany was stunned for a moment before she remembered the 3 drownings that she had sealed into a soul ball. When the overclocking of the 5 dragon souls ended, she seemed to have handed the soul ball to Blackie. Dany hurriedly sank her consciousness into the faith space and sensed around. Finally, in a corner of hell, she found the old priest who was holding a drowning ceremony with a group of time-in. Well, since the flowing water palace had been destroyed, the Iron Seed could only go to heaven or hell, according to the Iron Seed's past actions. Almost no one could go to heaven. Everyone would go to hell. Moreover, Dany had no intention of fighting with the flowing water palace, so she didn't send atonement scrolls to the Iron Islands. Other than a few nobles who bought a few atonement scrolls from merchants, ordinary time-in didn't even know that atonement scrolls existed. In just a few short months, there were already hundreds of old and weak time-in hell. The 7 layers of hell were gradually becoming semi-materialized, merging with the prime material world to form water, forests, mountains, and other landforms. Those who committed the same crime would go to the same area of hell after they died. At this moment, more than 300 Iron Seed were gathered beside a saline alkali soil, singing the song of the Inami. Meanwhile, the 3 drownings were holding time-in a pit that was half a man deep in bitter and salty yellow water. The dead are not dead and will rise again. As long as we are sincere, we can definitely return to the world of the living. The 3 drownings, Thale shouted. Ugh, this guy was crushed into a soul ball too early and didn't know much about what happened after. Moreover, the Inami hadn't given him any divine spells, so he wouldn't know that a god had fallen after he lost his divine spells. Buzz, just as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light fell on Thale's body. Through the golden light, one could vaguely see the scene of Old Wake Island. Ah, the Inami has appeared. Priest Thale has come back to life. The dead are indeed not dead. The Iron Seed were excited. That's not right. Why isn't it me? Time-in, who was half submerged, climbed up from the muddy puddle. He waved his arms and jumped up, shouting, "Drowning God, you're mistaken. I'm the one who's submerged. The Inami is getting more and more unreliable. She sent us to the 7 layers of hell by mistake, and now she's picking up the wrong person." Sigh. An old time-in shook his head and sighed. Well, not long after, when Dunstan and the others take turns showing off on the Iron Islands and another Iron Seed dies, they will know the truth. "I'm back." The old priest looked around blankly. When he saw Dragon Queen and Dunstan, he sighed in relief and said, "Everyone's back. Has Her Majesty Inami changed her mind?" The others couldn't see the soul, so they naturally couldn't respond. Dany only said, "Calm down." Then she started calling for the drowned people on the island. "Where's Priest Thale's body? Who put Priest Thale's body away?" A bearded man wearing a gray, green, and blue robe walked forward, bowed, and replied, "Your Majesty, Priest Thale's body has been burned to ashes and scattered into the sea." Dany recognized him as the one who helped Thale drown Priest Norkin. "Before I left, I specifically told you not to touch Thale's body. Did you forget?" she said angrily. Norkin looked at the red-faced Dunstan and the others in surprise and said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, not long after you left, Priest Thale's body completely froze into a block of ice. He's completely dead." Also, you didn't come back, and even Madame Mandy held a funeral for Count Dunstan and Sir Tanner. She even remarried. What Dunstan was originally calm, but when he heard that his wife had remarried, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed his butler, and shouted, "Tell me what's going on. Where's Mandy?" The old butler said awkwardly, "After the news of you appearing alive on Tidehead Island reached Old Wake Island, Madame Mandy took a boat back to Great Wake Island. Madame Mandy waited for you for more than a month, and even asked Dragonstone Island about you many times. When we saw that Priest Thale was completely dead, we thought that you and young Master were dead. Madame Mandy had no one to rely on. So, Mandy was also the daughter of a noble, and her father was a count on the neighboring Great Wake Island." Tanner hurriedly stepped forward and said softly, "Father, don't be angry. You're a legendary hero now, so you don't have to worry about not having a wife." But Dunstan looked at the Dragon Queen, and then remembered how warm the noble women were to him when he was on Tidehead Island. He sighed helplessly and didn't say anything else. "Young Master, Madame Lena also remarried." The butler said bitterly. "What? That bitch." Tanner's face contorted in anger. "She's pregnant with my son." "It's a daughter. She gave birth 2 months ago," the butler said. "Don't be angry." Dunstan patted his son's shoulder and comforted him. "Madame Elisa from Pentos, isn't she close to you? I think she's young and beautiful and has a net worth of 100,000. She seems to be better than Lena." "Butler Mendez, did my wife remarry?" the other 2 time-in heroes asked expectantly. "No." Sigh. A long, disappointed sigh. "Your Majesty, my body was burned. What should I do?" Thale said agitatedly. "Why don't I send you to heaven?" Danny suggested. "Is there any other way? Timon can't go to heaven, and I'm not familiar with the place there. I don't even know anyone there." Thale was troubled. "Why don't we go back?" Danny suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of Great Wake Island. Just now, someone had died there. She was just about to suggest that the old priest convert to the 7 gods, and then arrange a position for him in hell where he would be in charge of managing Timin's undead. Suddenly, she felt something. Another time-in had entered the world of the dead, and even entered heaven with the atonement scroll. Instinctively, she used omniscience and found that the deceased was Dunstan's wife. The woman was afraid that she would meet her husband in the flowing water palace in the future, so she begged her father to get her an atonement scroll. She didn't do any good in her life, but she didn't do any great evil either. She went to heaven with an atonement scroll. Even more coincidentally, although Madame Mandy was a muggle, she had a powerful supernatural talent. She didn't have the chance to come into contact with supernatural knowledge, and her supernatural bloodline couldn't be developed. Danny's expression changed several times. After a long time, she looked at Senyama with a strange expression, and said slowly, "Priest Thale, I met an otherworlder outside the Dark Domain, and she told me a story. Legend has it that in a world called Huaxia, there was a wizard named Li Hongshui. Just like you, his soul left his body to wander around, but his body was burned by his disciple." Chapter 10, 59. "Are you willing to imitate the leader of the 8 gods, Tai Guai? Danny asked. "Reincarnating in someone else's body is too evil. Are there many wizards in the world who can transfer their souls into other people's bodies before they die?" Thale asked in fright. "Tai Guai is from another world, and the rules are different. Our world doesn't allow the undead to take over other people's bodies." Danny shook her head and sighed. "Generally speaking, those who can open a second life in other people's bodies are all shapeshifters, but they can only take over living people's bodies, and the backlash is very strong. Isn't taking over a living person's body even more evil?" Sanyato's face was filled with disgust. It's indeed very evil, but with the supervision of the three-eyed crow, it's very difficult for such a thing to happen. Then what's the deal with that demon Tai Guili? Doesn't this world have a supervisor like the three-eyed crow? Not only did the heavens not eliminate him, but they even made him the leader of the 8 gods. Tai Guili isn't a demon, Danny said stupidly. Taking over other people's bodies isn't a demon? Danny glared at him and said indifferently, "You threw away your shoes and another person picked them up and put them on. What's wrong with that? Is picking up shoes the same as picking up corpses? The world is different, and the customs are different. Even in the barren land, necromancers play with other people's corpses, but the Necromancer Association is much more disciplined than evil cults. I won't force you, but if you don't want to reincarnate, I will send you back to hell, and you can continue to be Chemin's undead priest." At the end of her sentence, there was a hint of impatience in her tone. If he couldn't let her do the reincarnation experiment, then he would lose his position as a civil servant of hell. That otherworlder didn't lie, and Tai Guili really became a god. Putting aside the psychological burden of reincarnating in someone else's body, Thale was actually quite tempted. She didn't even see you, so why would she lie? That's true. Thale became excited. Well, he didn't think that the otherworlder didn't lie, but the Dragon Queen, who never lied, was trying to trick him. But you said that the laws of the 2 worlds are different. Can I be like Tai Guili and possess the bloodline of other people's corpses? Tower asked worriedly. I'm not sure either. In our world, the physical body alone can't represent all of the bloodline. This time, Danny spoke the truth. If her words could be verified by others, she would not lie. Only in this way could she achieve the reputation of never lying. However, Dragon Queen's frank words made Talleyrand look forward to it even more. I'm willing to give it a try, if I can be revived and have a chance to obtain an extraordinary talent. Even if I lose a leg, I'll accept it, he said firmly. Danny squeezed him into a soul ball before calling over Timon, who was arguing over who to choose as his wife. Count Dunstan, your wife is dead. Didn't she return to Great Wake Island? The old count was puzzled. Madame Mandy has been sending messages to Dragonstone Island asking about you and Sir Tanner. So, when you returned, Professor Marwin took the initiative to tell her the good news. However, she had already remarried and felt that she couldn't face you and Sir Tanner. Because of fear and shame, she fell ill. Plus, she wasn't young anymore. Now that it's a long night, she's cold and malnourished. Just a while ago, she went to heaven with a scroll of atonement. Oh, Dunstan nodded without a hint of sadness. Priest Tower's physical body was burned. Coincidentally, your wife left behind a body. Tower hopes to use her body to revive. What do you think? What? Dunstan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. Tower wants to revive in your wife's physical body. How can that be? Dunstan, Tanner, and even the drowned person at the side shouted. Danny frowned. It seemed like the family of the corpse didn't agree. Suddenly, she had a thought. She pointed her right finger at the void. Rings of golden ripples appeared in the air. Gradually, a woman's face appeared in the center of the ripples. Ah, Mother! Mandy! Madam Mandy? My lady! Tanner, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still alive. Mandy's face was full of guilt, but her complexion looked good. Mother, are you in heaven? Tanner asked with concern. Yes, I just saw the fake crown, Prince Aegon. He was the one who received us at the gates of heaven. Mandy was excited. Many people came with me. There were black people, milkmen, centaurs, zebras, barbarians. Believers from all over the world came. It was so lively. Mandy, do you know about Merritt? Danny asked. Yes, Aegon told us from the beginning, merit can make me young, and I can exchange it for a big house and a beautiful manor. Speaking of this, Mandy hurriedly turned her head and instructed her son, Tanner, for the sake of me raising you up, remember to burn incense for me during the festive season. I know that Time Inn is full of sin and has no merit, but you can't lack incense offerings. Incense, right? I'll remember. Tanner agreed with a strange expression. Mandy, it's like this. Dany told her about Thale meeting her body. If this is done, you too will have karma. He used your body and needs to repay you, such as merit points. Mandy was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard about merit, she quickly asked, how much merit can I get? Immeasurable merit. How much is immeasurable? Mandy asked, no matter how much merit he earns in the future, he will give you 30% until 10,000 years later. If he can live for 10,000 years. Dany didn't plan to let the soul live in heaven until the end of time. Ordinary souls could live for 10,000 years at most, and after 10,000 years, they would be forcibly sent to reincarnation. She was confident that after 10,000 years, she would be able to master the real reincarnation technique. Isn't 30% too little? Mandy hesitated. The physical store was destroyed by greedy landlords like you. Dany complained in her heart and shook her head. You should know how hard it is to get merit. You're just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, but he's the one who's working hard. Mandy thought it's because I know merit is hard to get that I want more. Seeing her reluctant expression, Dany was a little disheartened. If you don't want to, then burn the body. Hey, wait. Mandy stopped the Dragon Queen and probed. You said that my physical body has a powerful, extraordinary talent and is very valuable. Then, is there anyone else who wants it? You think Thale is a man? Mandy said seriously, I think he's poor. The Holy Sparrow's 30% merit is definitely different from Thale's 30% merit. Damn, that makes sense. Even the Holy Mother couldn't refute it. Dany was stupefied. Also, I know what kind of person Time Inn is. He's full of sin, so how can he have any merit? Let alone 10,000 years. I probably won't get any merit from Thale even in 100,000 years. Mandy said, Stupid woman, what did you say? Dunstan angrily rebuked. Do you know how brave we Ironseed were during the Battle of Smoke Sea? Drowned Man Norkin was also dissatisfied. Priest Thale is the leader of the drowned. If you humiliate him, then you're humiliating all the drowned. Mother, I'm also a Time Inn. You, Grandpa, and Uncle are all drowned, Dunstan said in a low voice. But I'm telling the truth. Mandy said, I'm the only Time Inn in heaven. The rest are all in hell. Ignorant fool, do you know how many Ironseed spirits are in Flowing Water Palace? Hundreds of thousands, millions, Dunstan said with disdain. You're the ignorant one. You need merit to go to heaven, but you only need sin to go to Flowing Water Palace. Who gave you the courage to talk back to me? Dunstan's eyes became dangerous, and he habitually raised his clenched fist. Mandy shrank back out of habit. Ahem. Dany coughed softly, reminding everyone of her presence. The Holy Mother gave me the courage. Dunstan, you bastard, you deserve to go to hell. Bitch. Dunstan's face was red with anger. He looked around and shouted, Where's the ladder? Get me a ladder. Why do you need a ladder? Dany asked curiously. Your Majesty, this is a family matter. Don't worry about it. Today, I'm going to beat this bitch up. Dunstan pointed at the portrait in the air. You want to climb the wooden ladder to heaven? Dany asked with a wooden face. I'm not going in. I'm going to lie on the window and give her a few slaps. Dany didn't want to play with this family of idiots anymore. She said to Mandy, Inami is dead. From now on, all the drowned will become 7 gods. Thale will be the Archbishop of the Iron Islands. His future won't be any worse than sparrows. If you agree, prepare to sit on the ground and collect rent. If you don't, your father is lighting a fire and preparing to burn your body. As for me, I'll go somewhere else to find another body for Thale. Like you said, there are many people who will go to heaven with you. Milk people, black people, horse people, zebra people. Hey, don't. I agree. Mandy panicked. Did you all hear that? Danny glanced at the people around her. She waved her hand, and a blue halo flashed. A wooden coffin fell on the beach. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear an old man's panicked wail. It wasn't easy to resurrect in someone else's body. Danny first used Type B active spirit with fire magic to warm up Mandy's body. After it recovered to normal, she began to collect the remaining soul power in her mind. She hoped to use the remnant soul as a complete soul to simulate the process of a shapeshifter replacing a living person. But this method failed. A normal person's soul was roughly divided into two parts: the soul core in the center and the scattered consciousness in the form of a nebula outside the soul core. If it was an extraordinaire, the soul core would condense into different forms according to the meditation technique. For example, the shadow and fire of a shadow binding night. The scattered consciousness would also condense like strands of steel wire, or they could be seen as thoughts. After a person died, the soul core would reincarnate or go to the divine kingdom, leaving behind scattered consciousness that would slowly dissipate into the world along with the corpse. Now, Danny realized that for a shapeshifter to start a second life, they had to fuse with the other party's soul core. Dead people didn't have soul cores. She researched on Old Wake Island for 3 days before coming up with a solution. Learn from deviant ghosts. The essence of deviant ghosts' resurrection of the dead was to use the law of death to condense the scattered consciousness into a virtual soul core and recover the vitality of when they were alive. After another 3 days of slowly experimenting, Mandy finally opened her eyes. Oh gods, Mandy has become a corpse ghost. Dunstan cried out in fear when he met his wife's cold eyes that were emitting red light. That feeling was too similar to a corpse ghost. Mandy moved her body slowly like a zombie. She opened her mouth and could only make hissing sounds. I don't know if it will work. Danny wasn't sure either. Right now, Mandy was a fake corpse ghost that was driven by the fire of creation. Fail, fail? Dunstan called out carefully. Did the reincarnation fail? We still have to wait. After spending another day to condense the fire corpse ghost Mandy's virtual soul core, Danny took out a wisp of green spring water to wrap Thale's soul sphere and stuff it into Mandy's mind. Plop, plop, Mandy's eyes rolled back. The red light between her eyebrows flickered, and her limbs twitched crazily. The scene was abnormally horrifying. It's really fusing. Danny was pleasantly surprised. I have flesh and blood. Am I really resurrected? 2 hours later, Mandy's eyes had a trace of confusion. Is this a miracle or an evil spell? Dunstan swallowed his saliva. My voice. Thale touched his face, then his chest, and then his lower body with trembling hands. Oh no. Sigh, we're all old people. What's the difference between a man and a woman? Since you've resurrected, my mission is complete. I'll take my leave first. After comforting him, the Dragon Queen's figure flashed and disappeared from Old Wake Island. Sob, sob. Your Majesty, we agreed before. Iron Crutchley is missing a leg. Thale covered his face and cried. The Queen didn't lie. You're indeed only missing a leg. Looking at his new wife, Dunstan was a little restless. Chapter 1060. North Ice King, North Ice King, North Ice King, starting from the Gate of All Gods. The cheers of the crowd were like ink splashed into a clear pool, spreading from west to east at the speed of sound, spreading across half of the King's Landing. There were countless people, including normal citizens, the beggar army in gray robes, the sons of warriors with colorful capes, the nobles and merchants. They were all cheering loudly, as if they were welcoming a legendary hero. A group of people entered through the gate amidst the cheers and applause. There was a gray direwolf flag on the left of the group and a gray three-headed dragon flag on the right. In the middle, there was a tall man with a full beard. The man wasn't riding a normal war horse, but a gray unicorn with blood-red fur. There was also a dire wolf with red eyes and white fur by his side. The unicorn was 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. It looked like a longhorned yak, but compared to the cumbersome yak, the unicorn was more agile and powerful. On the horn that looked like a demon god's spear, there was a female corpse with butterfly wings strung on it. The woman's skin was as pale as a corpse, and there were strange ice-blue runes on it. Her wings that were like thin ice were torn apart by swords and spears, and her limbs were pierced through. A tall knight walked out from the group and pointed at the corpse of the butterfly on the horn and roared at the King's Landing citizens. "North Ice King has killed the ice butterfly demon. North Ice King is brave. Long live North Ice King." The crowd became more and more excited, and their faces turned red as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Incredible! 7 days ago, the ice butterfly demon led 100,000 ghouls to massacre the Deerhorn Castle, and today, the corpse is hanging on the King's Landing. North Ice King, you live up to your name. A black man wearing a red and green feather cape exclaimed. "You're not dead yet." A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. The black man turned around and saw a handsome short man wearing a black wool cape looking at him with a smile. "You are." The black man tried to recall, but he didn't seem to have seen this person before. But his voice, suddenly, he thought of someone. "Tyrion, it's you? You're back." "Shh, don't shout too loudly. I don't want to steal my good nephew's limelight." Tyrion leaned over and tiptoed. His body actually rose slowly as if he was in an elevator. "Is this your child?" The black man was surprised to see the midget holding a sky-blue brocade swaddle in his arms. "I do want a son. A daughter would be fine too, but..." Tyrion shook his head with a gloomy expression. He removed the brocade on the outside and the white lion skin on the inside. He raised the child and looked at the unicorn knight in the middle of the crowd. "Little Tywin, look at the Northern Ice King, who killed a deity in anger. Look at how impressive and popular he is. In the future, learn more from this uncle. Don't learn from your own uncle." "Tywin, my uncle?" The black man's pupils shrunk. He carefully looked at the iconic golden hair and blue eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, "Messiah is still alive? Is he the son of Messiah?" "Why do you think Messiah is dead?" Tyrion asked curiously. Cersei kept saying that her daughter was tortured to death by the Dragon Queen. The black man said embarrassedly. Tyrion said strangely, "Jaraba, back then, you were framed by my sister as Little Rose's secret lover. Do you still believe her words?" Jaraba's expression was awkward. "No way." Tyrion looked at the man beside him in horror. He was close to 40 years old, and his skin was as dark as the night. "I never thought that Little Rose would have such a strong taste. No wonder she could crawl all over the place. Don't misunderstand. I only had eyes. I didn't have the chance to do it. There are too many people in the palace." Jaraba waved his hand regretfully. "Fuck, that's even more disgusting." The midget's expression was disgusted. "I thought she was just thirsty and took a fancy to your strong and dark body. I didn't expect her to have feelings." A hint of anger flashed in Jaraba's eyes. "No matter what, I'm still a prince. How did I make you feel disgusted? Back then at King's Landing, you and I sparred many times. Why don't you feel disgusted? Don't be agitated. I'm not targeting you. You're targeting all black people." "No, Jaraba, I like black girls too. Have you forgotten?" Tyrion waved his hand. "It's just that your looks..." Brother, you should know your place. Jaraba touched his square face with protruding cheekbones and said in dissatisfaction, In the Midsummer Islands, the popularity of my appearance won't lose to yours. All right, we have different tastes. I apologize. The midget shrugged insincerely and asked curiously, I thought you died in the Midsummer Islands. Did you not go back after the other ghosts broke out? The black man's full name was Jaraba Thor. He was the prince of the Red Flower Valley in the Midsummer Islands. He had failed in his quest for power and was exiled. He had been living in King's Landing for more than 10 years and was Robert's guest. There were many islands in the Midsummer Islands, and the Red Flower Valley was only a river valley on one of them. Therefore, Jaraba's identity as a prince was worthless. The midget thought that he was dead because when the other ghosts broke out in the north, the foreigners in the 7 nations fled the Westeros and returned to their homes. I was exiled, not on a vacation. How would I dare to go back? However, when the news of the Great Wall's collapse reached King's Landing, I did leave the Westeros and went to Pentos. Then, Jaraba shrugged and said helplessly, The legends are right. The Long Night is a crisis for the entire world. No one can escape it. When millions of other ghosts surrounded the city, the evil god of ice broke through the 2 walls on the north and west. I stayed in Prince Heaven's mansion in the north. When the ghouls came to knock on my door, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I hid in the cupboard and shivered. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen descended from the sky like a deity. After that, I left Pentos with countless nobles and merchants and took a boat to Tidehead Island. However, the housing prices on Tidehead Island were too high. Those property speculators who deserved to be eaten by the other ghosts were too crazy. I, a prince, couldn't even afford to live in a 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters. I swear that even if those people had atonement scrolls, they would still go to hell after death. Isn't Valerian afraid of angering the public? There are so many nobles who are related, Tyrion said in confusion. It's not Valerian. In fact, Count Monterey is still a child. Then who's speculating in real estate? The nobles of the 7 kingdoms, the nobles of the King's Landing, Hajian, and Stormlands. They bought land on Tidehead Island in advance, built castles, and stockpiled food. They're all rich now. No one cares? The nobles didn't break the law. They even paid taxes. How would they care? Who would care? That's not right. I remember that the Dragon Queen settled hundreds of thousands of refugees on Tidehead Island. Tyrion said they can get houses for free based on their household registration. At this moment, the North Ice King John's team had left. The crowd also dispersed. Jaraba looked around and asked, Do you want to go to the Great Cathedral? The North Ice King will publicly sacrifice the evil god's corpse on the podium. If you want to go, then go. I've been sick of seeing evil gods for the past few years. Tyrion stuffed the child back into his cloak. His body slowly shrunk from 9 meters to 4 meters with a pair of high-heeled shoes. Jaraba turned pale with fright. Didn't you step on a brick? Step on a brick. The dwarf sneered and took a few steps back to let him see clearly. If you didn't have some tricks up your sleeve, how could you spread the scriptures to the east and become the Deer Cauldron King? The dwarf said proudly. Jaraba was surprised. You became a king? My nephew was crowned the North Ice King by the Dragon Queen. As his uncle, what's wrong with me becoming the Deer Cauldron King? Jaraba looked at the eastern hills with reverence and sighed. Jon Stark earned the title of North Ice King himself, just based on his superb ice witchcraft. And the evil god of ice that died at the hands of the Dark Sisters in the past 5 years, who in King's Descent City doesn't sincerely praise him as the Northern Ice King with unparalleled bravery. The dwarf glared. Did you pick up my Deer Cauldron King? The ghouls I killed in the barren land could fill up the streets of King's Landing. With that, he carried the child and walked down the city walls. Where are you going? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let me treat you to a drink. Jaraba chased after him. Do you think I can drink with a child? The dwarf didn't stop walking. I have something I need your help with. Jaraba gave him a fawning smile. The dwarf glanced down at his old friend's leather boots and sighed. I have an appointment with Jamie at Tarek's restaurant. Come along. Tarek of Lion's Gate. Yes. Why don't you two brothers go to Casterly Rock City? Jaraba asked curiously. Looks like you're not doing well in Mia's court. You don't even know such a secret. The dwarf sighed. Queen Mia comes from a humble background. Elegant people like me aren't very popular. Jaraba said, awkwardly. What secret? He asked curiously. King Ghoul has appeared. The vassals are preparing to hold a ghoul slaughter assembly at King's Landing. Then they will work together to head north and kill King Ghoul. Tyrion said, 4 years ago, when Dragon Queen gradually disappeared, it appeared. Jaraba was confused. It didn't appear in public before, but this time, Tyrion's expression became serious. Since 2 years ago, the Night Watchmen of Eastwatch have sent news that ghouls have arrived in the north on icebergs. Just last month, the Night Watchmen risked their lives to sneak into the fallen area and found that ghouls were gathering on a large scale. Rough estimates suggest that there are more than 20,000 ghouls. 20,000 ghouls? Even the North Ice King can't handle them. Jaraba's mouth was wide open, his eyes filled with fear. That's why we need the vassals to form an alliance. What's the use of vassals? Jaraba shook his head vigorously and complained, Where's the three-eyed crow, Bran? Why didn't he sound the alarm earlier? Since the ghouls are coming in batches, we can also eliminate them batch by batch. The ghouls are all in the fallen area. Even the Dragon Queen can't see that place. Otherwise, how do you think King Ghoul has survived until now? Why is there a fallen area? You fool, I'm talking to you about the will of the world. You understand? Tell me, Jaraba said. It's been almost 8 years since the long night descent. Do you think the world still belongs to humans? Does it belong to the ghouls? Half each. Take barren land, for example. It was such a large piece of land that once had tens of millions of people. Now, there are only 500,000 people left. It's all thanks to the Danny ribbons that the Dragon Queen made that we could survive these 5 years. Think about it. Humans only occupy 1,000th of the land. The rest belongs to the ghouls, and those ghouls are still reproducing. Who do you think barren land belongs to now? And so on. Who does this world belong to? Is the situation that bad? I thought the long night was almost over. There are only 2 years left until the 10-year long night that the Dragon Queen promised. Jaraba said blankly. Tyrion smiled. The long night is indeed almost over. The purpose of this vassal meeting is to end King Ghoul. Once it's dead, humans will win. What about the Dragon Queen? 5 years ago, she left Slaver's Bay with 200,000 centaurs and spent a year sweeping through Ursos from south to north, east to west, and back again. We haven't heard anything about her since then. Jaraba said, puzzled. Chapter 10:61. In the middle of the hall of Tarek's restaurant, a handsome bard was holding a harp in his arms. He was playing a melodious tune while he sang a story that everyone was familiar with in his mellow voice. The darkness was dispelled by hundreds of suns. The Cow King's little silver horse was as swift as the wind. The Khalasar behind her covered the entire land of ice. Countless, the Araximeters in the hands of the warriors were as sharp as grass. The Cow King and her roaring warriors were as ferocious as a storm. The living dead were like wheat in a paddy field, easily harvested by the blazing scimitars, leaving behind piles of black blood and burning corpses on the white snow. Even the emotionless other ghosts trembled under the tsunami-like hooves. The evil god of ice was as weak as a sparrow under the arrows of the Cow King, falling from the sky with a sorrowful cry. A head full of bells braided in her silver hair, praising her arrival. The trading city-states that never allowed centaurs to enter, Volantis, Pentos, Mir, and Bravos, their princes or grand dukes, opened the city gates on their own accord, leading their civil and military officials to kneel on both sides of the street, paying the highest respect to the Cow King. The ladies sang and danced. The citizens brought out hot water and bread, offering them to the Knight of the Night, who saved them. The sword-wielding mercenaries and warriors fought to join the ranks of the Cow King. Her army grew larger and larger. She could conjure fresh grass and fruits out of thin air. Her army didn't need rations. Her warriors could be reborn from death. She shouted loudly, inviting the frost god to battle. But even the terrifying frost god, who brought the long night to the world, was afraid of her name and trembled at her roar. The song ended. The handsome singer smiled and bowed to everyone. Immediately, a patron threw a bronze star over, praising loudly, as expected of the famous golden voice Simone of the Narrow Sea. Even an old song that you have heard a few hundred times can be sung so beautifully. To the Dragon Queen, to the Cow King, to the golden voice Simone. Another patron stood up, raising his wine glass and toasting loudly. To the Dragon Queen, to the golden voice Simone. The hall immediately became noisy. In a private room on the second floor, Jaraba also turned his head and tossed a handful of copper coins over the railing before asking in confusion, "What has Dragon Queen been busy with these past few years?" He hadn't heard any news about her. If she was here, wouldn't King Igwe be killed in one strike? Haven't you noticed that Frost God hasn't appeared in recent years? Dragon Queen went to sky beyond heaven, and while cultivating, she controlled the operation of the Sea of Law and also blocked Frost God outside the world. The dwarf turned to Jamie, who was holding his grandson and giggling. In other words, when you face the King of Strange Ghosts, you don't have to worry about a forbidden spell suddenly falling from the sky. I see. Jaraba was enlightened. I'm not interested in the Iron Throne. I don't plan to risk my life this time, Jamie said indifferently. The dwarf glanced at the giggling little Tywin and sighed in his heart. If I didn't bring this kid here and make you worry, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this. Simone, one more song. Simone, one more song. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from downstairs. Even Jamie raised little Tywin and roared down. Is this pretty boy very famous? The second dwarf tilted his head and looked down. Almost everyone was shouting excitedly. You don't even know Simone. Jamie glared. Why should the Prime Minister of barren land know about a singer from a small place? The dwarf said unhappily. Since Long Night, Simone has focused on creating songs and plays about the Dragon Queen. Too many popular songs came from his pen. Even the westernmost Casterly Rock City has heard of his works. For example, this song, Riding the Steed of the World, was written by him. It is said that in order to obtain first-hand information, he even joined the Knights of the Night. The prophecy of riding the steed of the world was also heard from the old woman Dosh Kalen when he personally went to the sacred mountain. Jamie explained. Hee, only you guys? The dwarf's gaze swept across his brother and Brother Black's face, his eyes full of contempt. You can ask any centaur who doesn't know about the prophecy of riding the steed of the world. Jamie rolled his eyes and said lightly, You were once a scholar in the brothel. Can't you hear how charming Simone's voice is, and how moving his zither is? In my Prime Minister's mansion, there are at least 10 singers whose voice, zither skills, and looks do not lose to this kid. The dwarf said proudly, Why do you keep a male singer? Jamie said in shock. Jaraba's eyes lit up. He patted the dwarf's shoulder and sighed in relief. Tyrion, you're finally enlightened. Scram. The dwarf slapped the black brother's hairy hand away and sneered. For every 10 male singers I keep, I have to keep 100 female performers. Zither and songs. There must be both men and women. Don't you understand this? Keep 100 performers? That's too extravagant. Jamie frowned. 100? Hee. Don't you understand? There are at least 10 male singers who are better than Simone. The dwarf raised 2 fingers. Let's be frank, in my mansion, there are more than 2,000 people, including the singers and servants. Don't talk about extravagance. The Prime Minister has to act like one. No one cares about you. What about Prince Beau? Jamie was puzzled. The old prince died 3 years ago on a horse. When the new prince sees me, he has to bow and call me Prime Minister, which is Father Prime Minister. The dwarf said proudly. Fuck. Jamie's expression twisted. Jaraba's face was full of envy. No wonder you didn't come back for so many years. I brought a dying dynasty back to life. I deserve such treatment. Tyrion smiled smugly, in a good mood. He took the initiative to ask, You said you wanted my help. What is it? Jaraba said sorrowfully, The Midsummer Islands fell. My people died tragically. In this time of crisis, I hope to bear the burden of rebuilding the kingdom. What's your kingdom? The Safflower Valley Kingdom. Jaraba emphasized in a deep voice. You want to restore the kingdom? Jaraba's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, If possible, I hope to bear the responsibility of reviving the Midsummer Islands, to turn the countless scattered small kingdoms into a unified and powerful empire, just like what Aegon the Conqueror did to the Westeros. Jamie stopped playing with his grandson's face and looked over with a strange expression. Tyrion lowered his eyes and whispered, You're a little ambitious. If it was the ancient celestial empire, Jaraba would have been on guard, but Westerners appreciated ambitious people. Danger, there are opportunities in danger. There used to be dozens of kingdoms in the archipelago, but now they have lost almost all of their heirs. I'm from the Midsummer Islands, and I'm a prince. Even if the Safflower Valley was not the strongest kingdom in the past, I have a status. Tyrion's eyes flashed. How can I help you? Just clearing the millions of ghouls on the island is extremely difficult. Let me tell you a secret. The Frost God hopes to let the other ghosts replace the humans and become the main race in this world. So he spent a lot of effort to occupy the remote islands and use the islands as a breeding ground for the other ghosts, just like the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall. In other words, even if the other Ghost King is killed, the other ghosts and ghouls will not all die. So that's how it is. Jaraba was shocked. But the Dragon Queen has the ability to easily solve this problem, he said again. Tyrion frowned. Jaraba immediately said, After the matter is settled, I can have my descendant marry her descendant, or divide an island and confer it to a Targaryen. How many orphans are left in the Midsummer Islands in the world? 10,000? Jaraba was a little embarrassed. From what he saw, there were not even 200 people. The dwarf continued, You also know the current situation of Ursos and the 7 kingdoms. She may provide some support to the millions of ghouls surrounding the city, which concerns the survival of 100,000 humans. But she won't care about small-scale ghouls, and she can't manage them. The Midsummer Islands have complicated terrain and many islands. She can't spend years there. If you vouch for me, I can get funds, ships, and soldiers from the trading princes. Jaraba said, Are you sure? Jamie said doubtfully, Half a month ago, Dragonstone Island announced the World Crisis Index. Bravos, which once had a population of 1 million, only had 50,000 people left. Pentos had less than 100,000. Roras had 5,000. Mir had 20,000, Tyrasai had 15,000, Dany and Liz had less than 500,000, Volantis had 200,000, and Rhys had 100,000. That's barely 1 million in total. How can I help you? There are still a few million people in Slaver's Bay and Westeros. Jaraba mumbled. I can't wait to create another 2 million people to fill up the Western Territory. Jaime said indifferently, as long as we work hard to have children, we can recover the population in 100 years, 1,000 years, Jaraba said. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, How about this? I have a fief in the barren land near the Daybreak Mountains. It's bigger than the Western Territory. You bring the remaining people of the Midsummer Islands here, and I'll give you a kingdom as big as the Red Flower Valley. I'll take care of you from now on. How about that? The barren land is too far away, and the rich Midsummer Islands can't be left empty. Then I can't help you. I can lend you money, but it's almost impossible for my sister to work as a coolie. Jaraba rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Then lend me some money first. We can talk about the Midsummer Islands after the long night. I'm still young anyway. The dwarf was stupefied. After Jaraba left with the Tidehead Island banknotes worth 5,000 gold royals, James asked, Are you interested in the Midsummer Islands? Tyrion shook his head. What do I want that place for? It's my sister. She plans to move the Midsummer Islands tens of thousands of miles south after the long night and make it the Dragon Island where the pterosaurs and megalosaurus live. In addition, the giants, children of the forest, and elves will also move there. Move the island? Jaime was stunned. Don't treat her like a normal person. As the two talked, they had already returned to the camp of the Western Territory soldiers. Well, there were about 5,000 Western Territory soldiers in the King's Landing, a legacy from Cersei's era. Previously, it had been under the care of the one-armed hero, Lancel, to serve the church. Next, Jaime would lead them to form an alliance with the other vassals and go to Hujin to deal with the Ghoul King, who was about to go south. Is Marcello okay? Back in the study, the two brothers could also talk about some private matters. In Slaver's Bay, no one cares about her background, because the Dragon Queen's parents were also brother and sister. As the Queen's court steward and a Duchess Jean with a rich fief, her status is not lower than anyone except the Queen. And her husband, Tristan Martell, is her childhood sweetheart. He is gentle and polite, and they live a good life together. Jean, Island is your fief, right? Jaime looked at his brother gratefully. Tyrion waved his hand indifferently. If Joffrey was still alive, I could even help him get a duchy in Asha. The people there are simple and honest, and he can do whatever he wants. Jaime's mouth twitched. The world is too big and too empty. The dwarf sighed. You and Elaine have been married for 4 or 5 years. Why don't you have a child? Jaime asked with concern. Tyrion's face darkened. I'm a dwarf born with a genetic defect and can't have children. Are you sure? Jaime's face changed dramatically. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Actually, I've been suspicious for a long time. How many women have I played with? When I was caught by Jenny, I was crazily exploited by her, but I still couldn't get her pregnant. Even the holy healing art is useless. Even the Holy Mother is useless. Dang dang. Just as the atmosphere was miserable, the sound of the great Templar bell rang outside the house. The two brothers looked at each other. Generally speaking, the 7 bell towers of the Great Templar Bell would only ring when a major event happened, such as the death of a king, the coronation of a new king, or the attack of a deviant ghost. But as the commander of the Southwest City and a great duke, Jaime could not be like the civilians in the city and know about the arrival of deviant ghosts from the bell. The death of a king? Tyrion was puzzled. Are there still kings in the 7 kingdoms? Mia the First.